Hello.
Good morning to everybody joining today. We'll get started. My name is Lily Bermel, and I'm a member of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. So I'd like to welcome you today to the Capacity Building Hub on Building Capacities with Action for Climate Empowerment, or in short, ACE. During the next hours, multiple climate action stakeholders will share their experiences, knowledge, and capacity building efforts on climate adaptation, resilience, and migration with us. We will hear many examples of youth empowerment as a central part of ACE, and also examples of gender equality, climate adaptation, partnership establishment, and energy transition in ACE. As the youngest member of the PCCB, I'm particularly interested in today's session. But before we dive into the objective of ACE, I'd like to shortly introduce you to the PCCB. Established 7 years ago at COP21, the PCCB follows its mission to identify capacity gaps and needs and potential solutions, including enhancing the coherence and coordination of capacity building efforts related to climate change. To support the PCCB's mission, the committee launched the PCCB Network in 2020 as a voluntary association of interested stakeholders engaged in climate-related capacity building. For more information, you can scan the QR codes on the banners in the back. The PCCB regularly mobilizes the expertise of its network members through interactive and collaborative activities like this, the fourth Capacity Building Hub here today at COP27. The Capacity Building Hub is a space for sharing experiences, solutions, and ideas that can enable greater climate action. The Hub is a wonderful example of climate stakeholders working together across sectors and regions for higher ambition and greater action. Now, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Roberta, who will share more about today's theme of building capacities with ACE with you all.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Lily, and good morning, everyone. Again, also from my side, warm welcome to this fourth edition of the Capacity Building Hub. My name is Roberta Ianna, and I'm the co-chair of the Paris Committee of Capacity Building, or the PCCB as we call it. The PCCB has been undertaking a range of activities aimed at enhancing coherence and coordination of capacity building under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And part of those activities were exchanges with representatives of the ACE process, especially regarding youth. At the 6th PCCB meeting this year in June, the decision to dedicate a thematic day at the 4th Capacity Building Hub at COP27 to ACE was made, and following up to on that decision, organizations like Rest for Africa, Digital Storytellers and Climates, UNEP, ARA, UNFCCC, the Climate Long Game, UN High-Level Champions, Action for Sustainable Development, Avaaz, Fridays for Future, MAPA, and the Ministry for the Environment of the Dominican Republic, the NDC Partnership, and the UNFCCC, in collaboration with the Italian Ministry for the Environment and Energy Security, are in the spotlight here today to present their ACE experiences, knowledge, and projects from around the world. The topic of ACE and the efforts of the PCCB in capacity building for climate action are supplementary. Building capacity to engage in climate policy and action through raising awareness, as well as facilitating access to information and training, are common objectives to ACE and the PCCB. In providing a platform for collaboration between stakeholders across sectors, the PCCB is aiming at strengthening the ACE process. A huge part of delivering ACE is youth. Youth voices and representatives are one of the main drivers of progress in ACE and take on a critical role as agents of change. Further enhancement of youth participation in climate change processes is still needed. The PCCB contributed to the call for further enhancement by hosting a side event series on youth in capacity building at the UNFCCC Regional Climate Weeks. And through the PCCB's guidance and its communication tools, we aim to strengthen young people's capacity, particularly in vulnerable countries. Enhancing engagement for an active exchange of experiences and lessons learned is therefore set as an overall goal for us. And lastly, on behalf of the PCCB, I would like to thank Climates for their role as leading partners in organizing today's sessions. Thank you all, and now I'm giving the floor to the colleague of Climates. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Roberta. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for our guests that are joining online, fellow colleagues from all around the world. So I'm Zire from Climates. And before I begin, I would just like to express my most sincere thank you to the team at the UNFCCC and PCCB for choosing climate as the lead partner for today, the ATSIIEO Day at the Capacity Building Hub here in COP27. And as a member of Climates, more importantly, I think as a youth myself, I think young people has an important role to play at the COP, and their voice should not be overheard. Climates is an international youth think and do tank with more than 150 passionate youth climate advocates around more than 30 countries in the world. And we aimed to find innovative solutions against climate change and foster the next generation of climate leaders. And at the end of the day, I just want to tell the climate story from the lens of youth, spread our message to decision makers that are representing us, and to empower effective climate action around the world. Climates and many other youth NGOs and think tanks are actively contributing to empowering people to act on climate change. So the ACE is really something that I can really connect to. And once again, I just want to say a big thank you to the UNFCCC and PCCB for selecting Climates, but also for selecting youth as the lead partner for today. And I think collaboration is the key towards solving climate change problems. And we cannot be sitting in silos. We need to be open to new ideas and prepared to contribute to the dialogue for solving this global problem. And today, as we are sitting here at ATSIIEO Day to hear more about successful global examples across the world and also across different perspectives on the topic of capacity building for climate action, we will learn how different stakeholders across society have worked together on youth engagement, on climate adaptation, on energy transition, but also on other topics related to ACE. And we have a packed agenda today, so it's really excited to see so many speakers in this panel throughout the day. And starting at 9 o'clock to 10, we have the youth empowerment for driving African energy transition, and this is being hosted by the Renewable Energy Solutions for Africa Foundation, Rest for Africa, and they will tell us more about their work with youth to promote innovative, sustainable solutions and serving as a convening platform between private and public sector. And after that, we have storytelling for climate action, which will be hosted by Climate's digital storytellers and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander International Engagement Organization. And after that, we have a session hosted by the UNEP and the Adaptation Research Alliance, and it will be on the capacities for changing climate, and they will have insights from 3 global initiatives that they are working on in now and in the past. And after that, at 12:30 to 1:30 in the afternoon, we have the Climate Long Game, and they'll be having a session titled The Climate Long Game, Gamifying Climate Education for Action at Scale. So they'll be talking about a different method for for empowering people to act on climate change, which is gamification. So it's a really exciting topic. And then we have the High-Level Champions Action for Sustainable Development, and their session is titled Future Lab, the Future of Citizen Action. And after that, we have a short break, and at 3:10 to 4:25 in the afternoon, we have a session hosted by the Ministry of Environment from the Dominican Republic, but also in collaboration with the Future Leaders Network, and their session is titled Training the Next Generation of Climate Change Negotiators. In this session, they'll be sharing with us information and knowledge as well as the process that the Dominican Republic and the Climate Youth Negotiator Program and what they are doing to strengthen multilateral foreign policy negotiating capacity. And then with the second to last session of the day is from the UNFCCC, and it's being titled Youth for Capacity, Once Upon a Time, Capacity Building Stories for Climate Action. And the final session of the day will be held by the NDC Partnership, and they'll be talking to us about accelerating NDC implementation through ATSIIEO, and they'll be impacting and enhancing the collaborative understanding of action on climate change and its impacts on NDC implementation. So that is the last session, but not the least session of the day, and at the end at 6:45, and we'll just be wrapping up the session from Climates and in collaboration with the PCCB. And just a reminder to all the organizers of today, after each session, it will be really good if you can submit your notes to the PCCB team and to us, and in order we will have a wrap-up report so we can present that for everyone who couldn't be in stage today. So thank you so much.
Thank you all, and have a good sessions day today.
Do you hear me? Okay. Good morning to all of you. My name is Giuliana Griffi, and my role is Head of Operation and Quality Control at Rest for Africa Foundation. I'm very pleased and proud to represent the Foundation today. We would like to thank the United Nations Pavilion that hosted us today for the first panel of the day, that is regarding the youth empowerment in driving African energy transition. And we welcome all the participants to the event, both in person and online. We would like to give a special thanks to the Italian Ministry on Environmental and Energy Security because they facilitate our presence in this pavilion, and they believe in youth power. We would like also to thank both Enel Green Power and the European International Bank for the sponsorship of the 3 winners of the Rest for Africa Award, Youth Award of the year 2022. We have to say that we have the 3rd edition of the award, and this year we have also a special mention on top of the 3 winners. We, as a foundation, believe in Africa, we believe in youth power, and we do our best to promote innovative renewable projects that can play a role in mitigate the climate change. I would like now to give the floor to Mohamed Alhaj, that is our moderator for the today panel. Mohamed is our chairman of the Youth Rest for Africa Task Force. Please, Mohamed, join me. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Juliana. Thank you, everyone, for attending, and good morning. I know these morning sessions could be a bit difficult for people to come, but I'm happy that we have a lot of attendance. So today we're discussing a very important topic, right? We're not just discussing the energy transition and its importance for Africa's socio-economic development, but we're also discussing youth. And as Africans, we are one of the youngest continents. In fact, more than 60% of our population is under the age of 25. And these youth are the ones who are going to be mostly affected by the impacts of climate change unless we take strong action right now. So without further ado, because we have a lot of quite a big agenda and a number of interesting speakers and more important interventions. Let me start off with our first speaker, Mr. Enrico Barbato, who is the head of ecological transition in the Office of Energy and Environment at the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Mr. Enrico, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. It's a real pleasure for me to be here today, and thanks to Rest for Africa for having organized this event and inviting me here. It is a remark of a very solid and long-lasting partnership that we have with both the Italian Ministry of Environment and Energy Security and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy that I represent. For many years, Italy has taken a firm and action-oriented stance in favor of young people. Last year in Milan, on the occasion of the pre-COP, Italy provided young people from all over the world an extraordinary opportunity to voice their opinions, share ideas, and think together about the pressing issues of the climate agenda. The outcome of this was an unprecedented manifesto, a bold plan across 4 thematic areas: climate ambition, sustainable recovery, non-state actors' engagement, and building a more conscious society. In this spirit, we launched the Youth for Climate initiative, which evolved into a long-term vision initiative co-led by the government of Italy and the United Nations Development Programme, which will act on several dimensions. It will support concrete and innovative youth-led solutions. It will enable the sharing of knowledge, opportunities, and experiences. It will strengthen youth inclusive and enabling environment and focus on capacity development. I'm very proud to say that we have already reached significant results. In particular, I refer to the following. First, the Africa Climate Week in Libreville, Gabon, last August, where Youth for Climate hosted 6 young Rest for Africa champions and allowed them to share their energy solutions and contribute to the youth activities. And second, the flagship event that we held in New York on the sidelines of the 76th UNGA, where 150 young people from all over the world spotlighted what they are doing in their countries, communities, and organizations. Indeed, what we aim is to provide young people with robust tools to implement their ideas and solutions, which combines resources, such as direct grants, capacity building dedicated webinars, and a massive program developed with the UNFCCC called Youth for Capacity, and also networking activities through the Youth Engagement Platform. All of this makes Youth for Climate unique in its work and makes it a safe platform and an environment to support youth engagement at local, national, and international level on climate change, on building on creative and impactful partnerships to advance youth-led actions across the globe. In this regard, only by nurturing synergies with effective entities like Rest for Africa, we can find climate solutions that work for all of us. The Young Talent Award goes in this direction. Identifying young people that are developing innovative solutions is the goal. We count on youth determination to accelerate the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals and the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Young people are bridges connecting a multilateral space of countries and communities, are the agents of change of the present and the leaders of tomorrow. Italy is committed to leading by example and partnering with young people to accelerate solutions to the climate crisis. Investing in youth promises a more peaceful, sustainable, and inclusive future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Enrico, for these remarkable insights. And I think this is also a great opportunity to thank the Italian government for their leadership in supporting not just the energy transition, but supporting the active participation of youth in this journey. The next part of our discussion will be a video by the president of Rest for Africa Foundation, Mr. Salvatore Bernabe, who is also the CEO of Enel Green Power, who are one of the key partners and supporters of the Young Talent of the Year Award.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Salvatore Bernabe, President of Rest for Africa, and I'm really honored to welcome. Good morning to everyone. I'm Salvatore Bernabe, President of Rest for Africa, and I'm really honored to welcome to you to this third edition of the Young Talent of the Year Award. This initiative is a cornerstone of the activity of Rest for Africa, and I'm very glad to stay every year here with you to award the winners. My appreciation go first of all to Roberto Vigotti, the Secretary General of Rest for Africa, for his activity and his continuous commitment to do brighter Rest for Africa, but also to the European Investment Bank for organizing and co-sponsoring this initiative. And finally, I would like also to thanks to Marta Caradonna and Maria Caterina Mattiolo of the Rest for Africa team who made this event possible. I would like to congratulate with all the participants, because year after year we see an increase in participation to this prestigious award, and it is a good sign, because it is a sign that young people from Africa are really committed in producing a real impact in their countries, in their communities, by proposing initiatives that contribute to the development of the economies, of the improvement of the environment, and that have also a strong social impact. You are shaping the future of your country. You are shaping the future of Africa. So you are making the way that Africa could have really a brighter future. And you are also doing another thing. You are working to reach the objectives of the Agenda 2030, in particular of the goal number 7, that is providing access to affordable, reliable, and clean energy to everyone, and to Africa in particular. Your work is very important. Your projects are very important also because they contribute to make more independent the countries where we live. We are reckoning in these days how important is the concept of energy independence. If we look to what's happening in the world due to the consequences of the war between Ukraine and Russia, we see how important is making our own countries more independent from the energy standpoint. And your initiatives are valorizing the resources of your countries, the resources of your territory. That's why this is a seed that is aimed to be really the beginning of a new, let's say, kind of growth that is more sustainable for your countries. I would like also to take this chance to speak a little bit about what Rest for Africa is doing, apart from this particular award. We are launching very soon a youth fund that aims to provide some grants, some mentorship to young African entrepreneurs and startups like you, so that they could develop their own ideas and finally to really leave a mark like you are doing. Then we are also centralizing all the training activities under one umbrella that will be called Rest for Africa Academy. And finally, we have also launched some months ago the Youth Task Force. That is a group, a panel of young representatives from different countries. And these young representatives are forming this task force that is discussing, making proposal, and finally, 2 people from this task force are represented in the advisory board of Rest for Africa. So we are doing the following thing, listening to your proposal, but also including your proposal within the activity of Rest for Africa, giving that way the possibility for the young generation to be represented and to act as a protagonist also in the activities of Rest for Africa. So within such context, the Rest for Africa Young Talent Award competition, once more, is very important for us, and that's why I would like now to go to congratulate with the winners, because although there are a lot of participants, but unfortunately we can only award this to 3 people, and we have also a special mention this year. So, glad to announce the winners of the 3rd award edition. And congratulations to Chemela Anosike from Nigeria, to Grace Nentesa from Uganda, to Dive Kwebatuka from Republic of Congo, and last but not least, I would announce a special mention to Salah El Sadi from Libya. Congratulations again. You are testimonial that empowering youth means empowering the development of bigger communities. But most importantly, thanks to your activity, you are showing that with concrete ideas and then concrete projects, we can do this transition from blah, 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 from storytelling to story doing. You are doing things, and it is great for you, for your future, but for the future of Africa. Congratulations again, and ciao.
Thank you so much, Mr. Salvatore, for these remarks, and congratulations once again to the winners. It's also very great news that Mr. Salvatore also spoke about the launching very soon of the Youth Fund, which should be no doubt an important initiative to support youth entrepreneurs in Africa. Our next speaker is Mr. Ambrosi Faioli, who is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. They are the key partners and sponsors for this award. So we'd like to first thank them so much for supporting this award and supporting us for Africa. And I'll give now the floor to Mr. Ambrosi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and congratulations to the 3 winners that are here. Congratulations to all actually those who have presented projects. I will just present very briefly the European Investment Bank and why this award means so much for us. And I will say also a few words about what I think is very interesting in this, in what we are doing today. So the European Investment Bank is a public bank. This is the Bank of the European Union. We are financing projects that are of European interest inside and outside Europe. And actually, among our priorities, the one that is becoming the key priority is the fight against climate change. And the fight against climate change and for environmental sustainability. So we are transforming the bank to make more projects for renewable energy, for energy efficiency, for innovation related to climate. That's why I was so interested by some of the projects that have been presented today, and projects for adaptation, etc. So it is really a pleasure for us to be part of the event. We have also a long history with Rest for Africa, and we think this is a great initiative. We have a very long cooperation with the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the development part of Italy, of course GDP and its international part. So we are very pleased also that this is an opportunity for us to do that under the strong leadership of Italy. We have also been for a long time a great partner of NL, and NL has played a big role to develop innovative solutions in greening the economy. So it's something that we are really proud of at the European Bank. Now, let me say why I think this is so interesting for us to be part of this initiative. When I look at you, the first thing that I look at you is that you are 3 and that there are 2 women. And I think this is really good. I congratulate Divin for being part of the group, but this is really great that there are, and actually there are more female entrepreneurs than male entrepreneurs in Africa. And it's excellent that also in terms of innovation and green innovation, you see projects that are presented by future female entrepreneurs, I hope, or maybe already actually. And the second thing is that we know that we need innovation. We need to be innovative oriented to make sure that everybody will, as much as possible, live with climate change, fight climate change, adapt to climate change. And actually all the projects that you have presented are going in this direction. So I congratulate you. I am sure we'll have future projects as well for the next generation of projects that will be also great. And so I thank you very much for being here and for having presented your projects to Rest for Africa. It is absolutely something that we need to endorse and support, and we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambrosi, for these remarks. And thank you also to the European Investment Bank for supporting this Young Talent of the Year award. Now I would like to actually call the winners of our prize. Okay. Now I would like to call the first winner of the Young Talent of the Year Award prize, Grace Nanteza, who is the co-founder and business development manager of Run Automations Limited. Could we have the slide for Grace instead?
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate Rest for Africa Foundation, Air Power and European Investment Bank for this opportunity they've given me to be among the winners for the Young Talent Award of the Year 2022 edition. My name is Grace. I'm from Uganda. I'm the co-founder of Run Automations Limited. Run Automations is a local IoT startup, and we design IoT devices that accelerate productive use of energy appliances. We know that in Africa, 60% of the people have access to electricity, but in rural areas, it is only limited to 18%. Though this percentage is increasing because of different innovations that are coming in, like decentralized renewable energy systems, mini grids in rural areas. However, access to electricity cannot promote socio-economic development unless it is integrated with productive use of energy, which promotes increased in incomes of these people and promote their livelihood. But 47% of people living in rural areas live on less than $1 per day. So they cannot afford productive use of electricity appliances, which are on average $1,000. For example, a solar water pump or a milling machine, which could also improve agriculture, because we know that also Africa will depend majorly on agricultural produce. So therefore, with these people earning low income, they cannot afford these valuable assets. Moreover, also access to finance is a challenge in rural areas because of high risks. Financial institutes find it a challenge to invest in rural areas because of the high risks related to security, and people are not willing to pay in rural areas. So there is a challenge of affordability and access to finance. Therefore, Run Automations work with financial institutes, banks, and asset financing companies to bring these assets to these low-income customers to promote PEGO system, so they can use PEGO mode system of payment. And with the Run Automation device, we have the hardware component, which is integratable to any productive use of electricity appliance, and this is connected to the appliance directly, say a solar water pump, and this hardware is able to monitor the power usage. It is able to detect how the device is working, if the device is working properly, and all the data that is recorded is sent via internet on our web-based platform, and the web-based platform is able to remotely monitor the appliance. You are able to monitor the health of the appliance and the location of the appliance, and also we have incorporated the PEGO system model. So microfinance institutes, asset financing companies are able to loan out these assets to users in villages, and they are able to pay in installments. So with our technology, we already have 4 prototypes that are in place, and we are very grateful for Rest for Africa Foundation with this grant, because now we are going to develop more prototypes and reach out to customers and enable many people to use productive use of electricity appliances. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Devine. Grace, thank you so much, Grace. I'd like now to call the next winner, who is Devine Koye Batoka, founder and CEO of Greenbox.
Thank you a lot of. Before I start, first of all, I would like to thank Rest for Africa Foundation, European Investment Bank, and Annual Green Power for giving to me this opportunity today to present my project. My name is Divin Kubatuka from Republic of Congo, founder and CEO of Greenbox. My team and I are currently on a mission to help reduce post-harvest losses in Africa. According to United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, 1.3 billion food is lost every year across the globe, which is contributed by 10% of the global greenhouse gases emission. In sub-Saharan Africa, smallholder farmers are losing up to 50% of fall harvested produce before getting to consumers. Just in my pilot community in Congo, over 5,000 small farmers are losing nearly $2 million every year due to post-harvest losses. This problem inspired us to start Greenbox. Our innovation is a solar-powered cold storage preservation technology that extends the shelf life of perishable food from usually 2 days period to 21 days, helping reduce farm losses by 50%. Ladies and gentlemen, in designing my projects, we took into consideration the three purposes of 3 lines of accountability framework, which as we do social, environmental, and economic impact. We had social impact. We have been able to empower women by giving them training on technical detail how to maintain solar equipment. After that, we have employed them to take position as a storage unit manager at a storage center. We had environmental impact. After 2 years of operation, we have been able to preserve over 2,000 tons of perishable food from deterioration. I'm very proud to let you know, a code room we set up is reducing up to 500 tons of CO2 emission every year. We are helping reduce food losses carbon emission. We are economic impact. We are helping farmers reduce their loss by 50%, which is boost their income. Just the last farm season, we have been able to increase farmer sales by 150. Ladies and gentlemen, together with our 10 global partners, we invite you to join us on this mission to help reduce post-harvest losses in Africa and ensure long-lasting impact for smallholder farmers in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Divin. I'd now like to ask or call to the stage the next winner, Chimiela Anosoki, who's the CEO of Solaris Power Booth.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would want to thank Rest for Africa Foundation, Enel Green Power, and the European Investment Bank for this opportunity. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Chimiela Anosoki, and I'm from Nigeria, and I'm the founder of Solaris Green Tech Hub. In Nigeria, it's estimated that about 50% of the population live without access to energy, and a greater percentage of this population live in rural areas. Now, there are a lot of solutions regarding access to energy in Nigeria and Africa, but we've lost focus for those who reside in rural areas and in slums. Now, most of those persons in rural area, they live beyond $1 per day, and they cannot afford most of the energy solutions in the market. Talk of the solar panels, the batteries, the inverters, and all of that. Now, from our research, we found that for most of those people, their energy needs are quite basic. They just need energy to light up their homes. They need energy to charge their mobile devices. So that was one of the reasons that bettered Solaris Green Tech Hub. So as Solaris, basically what we do is to design solar booths, which we deploy to rural communities. So we identify rural communities that are disconnected from electricity, rural communities without access to a steady power supply, and we deploy this booth to them with young persons who work as our booth agent. So we identify these communities, and we identify young persons, and we deploy these solutions to them, so rural community members can have access to clean energy at a very affordable rate without spending so much money on the infrastructure infrastructure. So our aim is to be able to create green jobs by employing, of course, young persons who work on those booths as booth agents, and also to be able to take clean and affordable energy to rural communities that are disconnected from electricity, rural community members who doesn't have the capital, doesn't have the money to spend on infrastructure. So this is what Solaris Green Tech Hub does. So we are so much committed to creating green energy jobs in Nigeria and across Africa, and we've identified lots of rural communities in Nigeria and Africa that are disconnected from electricity. So I'm so much grateful for the support we're getting from Rest for Africa Foundation, because with this support we'll be able to create more booths, deploy to more rural communities that we've identified, and we also anticipate more support from more organizations so that we could be able to build additional booths and deploy them to as many rural communities in Nigeria and Africa that are disconnected from electricity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chimila. Now I would like to start our next session, which is a roundtable discussion looking at the role of youth in Africa's energy transition, and in particular a focus on the socio-economic impacts of the energy transition. I'd like now to call to the stage our panelists, Mr. Fuad Zaid, Vice President of Digital Energy for North, East Africa and Levant at Schneider Electric, Mr. Khalid Salmi, Sustainable Energy Management Expert at the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, Nora, who is a member of the Youth Task Force at Rest for Africa and also the CEO of Drop Access, and of course the three winners of the Young Talent of the Year Award, Divine, Chimila and Grace. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Now, a bit of housekeeping, just because we are a bit late, I would like to kindly request each panelist to limit their intervention to around 3 minutes. So we maybe have some time for an additional question. I'd like to start off with Mr. Fuad Zaid, who's the Vice President of Digital Energy for Northeast Africa and Levant at Schneider Electric. Fuad, so you are from Schneider Electric, and we know Schneider Electric is one of the largest companies that are active in the energy sector, deploying amazing innovative technologies that are very essential for not just for the energy transition, but for the transformation of our energy systems, microgrids, IoT, and so many other technologies. Can you tell us more about your perspective of the socio-economic impacts that we need to, or that renewable energy and energy transition can bring at a global scale, really?
Yeah, thank you very much for this introduction. In Schneider Electric, we believe in, we live in 6 commitments, 6 long-term commitments, social, sustainable commitments, which are the climate, the generation, equal resources and trust, and local communities. So out of these 6 commitments, we have 3 dedicated to youth. And this is what we believe, where we innovate lots of technologies as part of being a technology provider. And we believe that these technologies can serve so much in the socio-economic situation in different aspects. And for example, we provide some solutions in coordination with the Ministry of Social Solidarity in Egypt in the great national initiative of Haya Karima, or Decent Life, where we provide solutions for the less privileged people, where we can provide solar panels that can generate energy and can extract water from wells. Also, you can use this water and these solar panel generators to make planting through solar, as well as chicken incubator, where women can have jobs as well. So this is something that can generate lots of jobs for people, and that can help as well. And also we have great example of that in Egypt here, where we've built in Esna and Dandara a huge project like that, and inaugurated a couple of months back. So we believe that this type of technologies can serve the communities, the local communities that we are are in, and we believe in youth very much, and that's if I give you a quick overview on Schneider Electric in Egypt, for example, that around 50% of our employees are less than 35 of age. So that means that we believe on youth, and not only in our team or our colleagues, but as well in the community that we live in, that this will be the driving force for everyone, that this will be the thing that will make difference in the energy transition. And we can talk a lot, of course, about the solutions of microgrid and energy management solutions that we encourage lots of startups to use, and we mentorship many activities with the universities for such solutions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fuad. And it's actually quite a nice synergy, because if you look at the three awards, or the work of the awardees, Chamela, Divine, and Grace, all of them have some important element of technology, which without it, the whole innovation wouldn't work. And that's why, no doubt, innovative technology is an important enabler. I'd like now to go to Mr. Khalid Salmi from RICRI. Khalid, so you're working with RICRI, and we know RICRI has, of course, a very active portfolio in North Africa and the MENA region. What can you tell us about that regional or continental perspective of the socio-economic impacts of the energy transition?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Earth for Africa for giving us this opportunity to talk and share our perspective regarding the youth empowerment linked to the energy and sustainability industries. Actually, I would like to talk, but I have two hats. The hat of an energy professional working in an international or regional organization to promote renewables through the African continent and also the Middle East region. But basically, I'm African. I'm from Morocco. 9 years ago, I was graduated, and I was really feeling the complications that the youth African are witnessing to build their careers, to also have prosper and stable life in this continent. I had the chance to join an internship program, which is organized by RICRI, the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. It's called the ARA Program for Sustainable Energy Youth, and it was dedicated to all youth talent in the region interested by the sustainability and energy and renewable energy sectors. I was given the opportunity to work and to have hands-on experience in several projects and activities and studies. I also had the chance to make several connections through the region, but the most importantly thing that I had the chance to attend several capacity building activities and sessions that made my profile, if we can say. What I would like to stress on is that the African youth need such opportunities. In Africa, I think renewables could do much more than just transforming the energy sectors in the continent. Renewables could also have substantial impacts, socially and economically speaking, on the life of African people. According to one of the reports of the World Economic Forum, Africa will be home of 2 billion of people at the horizon of 2050. Actually, and today, I can say that more than 900 million Africans don't have access to electricity. What we can do, what we can identify as opportunities to foster and develop the renewables in this continent, and also try to enhance the socio-economic impacts on the life of Africans is very promising, very interesting, but we need to make some synergies between different sectors. We need to build very consolidated policies. We need to also think about the gap and the needs of the African people, and most specifically African youth and African women also. I know, for example, Race for Africa Foundation are trying and making some good initiatives. For example, the Microgrid Academy to give opportunity to youth people to have to build their capacities in such segments and such disciplines. Also, we in RCRE, we believe in youth empowerment. Actually, in RCRE, most of the half of RCRE staff is, all of them are alumni of this program of youth empowerment. So we need to give more chance to Africans. We need to also try to maximize the socio-economic benefits of renewables in the continent. We need also to involve the private sector and the industries to try to maximize the benefits of their projects and their investments, in order to also attract investments for the African continent. And what is very important for me, because months ago we conducted a very interesting study across the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa, about the institutionalization of youth networks in climate and energy sectors. One of the key findings and the important ones was that we identified that several youth networks and youth people are suffering, for example, from the lack of knowledge, lack of capacity building activities. Also, for example, when it comes to startups, they are suffering of very complicated administrative procedures to build their startups. Also, there is a very challenging gap to access to finance and to find some financing channels for their projects and their ideas. So I think from our perspective, our role is try to find solutions for that. We are dealing with governments in our area of work, but also we are dealing with other stakeholders, other development banks and financing institutions. We need to have more synergies with our public and youth, public governments and youth organizations to bring the best of those investments to have a direct impact on the social and economic life of African people. Just to summarize, I think renewables and the renewable industry, as I said, could give much more than just transitioning or transforming the energy sector, but it could have a direct impact on two things: the fiscal stability of the economies in the African continent, and also more job creation for African people.
Thank you so much, Khalid. I think you really covered almost everything that we wanted to discuss, so thank you for this comprehensive answer. And I think one of the highlights really of your story is the importance of capacity building. And as you mentioned, Rest for Africa is doing quite a lot in this. In addition to the micro-credit academy, there's also the advanced training program, which targets mid-level managers. And the point you mentioned about the synergies between sectors, I think that's quite important. And it relates to the session that we had yesterday. You were a moderator about the water, energy, food nexus, which I think it's also very important that these aspects are considered when we design programs that empower and support youth. Now I'm gonna ask questions to the youth, right? We're talking about youth empowerment, so let's actually hear from the youth. And I'm gonna start off with Nora, who's my colleague in the Youth Task Force, and she's the founder of Drop Access. They're doing really amazing work. Nora, can you tell us about the gender perspective? This is a very important thing, right? Because when we talk about socioeconomic development, there's a lot of elements. We'll try to touch on some of them in this 10 minutes left in this session. So Nora, tell us more about the gender perspective and why is it very important when we talk about youth and the socioeconomic impacts of the energy transition.
Okay, thank you so much, Mohammed, and thank you, Rest for Africa, for allowing us to share this wonderful panel. So, if you look at the history of the human interaction with energy, and I'm focusing on Africa, you see that ordinarily women are the users of energy in our society, the active users of energy, and you find the men become the active payers of energy in the society, and that just naturally comes with the gender power structures. So the men actually are the custodians of the money in the African community, while the women are the recipients of the technologies that are coming. Now, if you look at how that imbalance has played out, you find that it's been such a huge hindrance to adoption of clean energy technologies within the African market, because where women receive what's already been produced for them, they have little say, and yet the men are the custodians of the money. And this hindrance has caused a mismatch in the kind of technologies that are being brought into the continent and how they're being received. So it's very, very crucial for us to be able to find or strike a very good balance on how women actually do engage in development of these technologies, how they take part in building these technologies, and to ensure that these technologies are actually designed to form part of their persona. And when you look at the traditional ways of where the men actually were the custodians of the financing, at the end of the day, the finances are almost the sole decision makers on what kind of technologies are being churned out to the market. Literally, they have the biggest say. So it's also very crucial for like the men in the society to also understand that the woman persona needs to interact with this technology the best way to improve its value proposition and its effectiveness. So once we find we are striking a balance in who pays for the technology and who uses the technologies, I feel like that is going to improve such a very good uptake of these clean energy technologies within the continent. And I've seen that also with my organization. I manufacture solar refrigerators, and the manufacturing space has solely been dominated by men. But when I came into the industry, I found myself actually being able to design refrigerators that actually fit the woman persona, and that increases the uptake. Then also providing education and insights and real-life experiences to the custodians of the finances, like, hey, this is how we need to design these technologies, this is how we need to price them for the market and improve the most value for them. So once you strike that very good balance, then it means we're able to improve the quantity of uptake for these technologies and just create a very appropriate match, because there's so much financing that is going into these technologies and it doesn't really match the uptake. So we need to create that a very sharp gender balance within the clean energy space to just promote adoption.
Thank you so much, Nora. I think really your story is quite an inspiring story in the work you do in your organization and the numerous amazing awards that you received. So I wish you all the best in your career ahead. I'd like now to talk about another element of the socio-economic impact, which is education, right? How renewable energy can be an enabler to improve access to education. So Grace, can you tell us a bit more about that? Especially that I know that the innovation that you've made in your company can be applied in so many different applications. Increasing access to education is potentially one of them.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to talk about how education can be an enabler for how access to electricity can be an enabler to education, because also of my background being a teacher, I've worked in a school where there was no access to electricity, and also I've been in modern schools where there is access to electricity. And according to Power for All report, 35% of schools lack access to electricity. That is near 900 million children do not have access to electricity. And this comes with a lot of challenges. One, they don't get inadequate time to study. For example, extra times when there is no light. During evening, they cannot get time. I remember when I was teaching, when it would be like when it is a cloudy season, like you could not teach because there is no light in classrooms. So you would wait and maybe you teach when there is enough light for the classroom. So those are some of the challenges. And access to electricity, one, promotes lighting in schools, which provides extra time for the students to read, and this promotes their performance in schools, hence reducing the school dropout. And then also it promotes quality education, because now schools can get ICT services, laptops in schools, which also leads to access to internet and information, which improve the education at large. Then also when you look at clean cooking technologies, we know that very many people don't have access to clean cooking technologies. Even back home, when these students go back home, and this is mainly affected by the girl child, because they're the ones that need to go back home and fetch this firewood. So they spend a lot of time doing house chores, looking for firewood, so they don't get enough time. This does not only affect their health, but they don't get adequate time to read their books. Therefore, they don't perform well in class. So this leads to also school dropout rates increasing. Research shows that most schools perform poorly because they do not have access to electricity.
Grace,
access to...
Sorry to interrupt. Could you conclude very briefly? Yeah, because we're almost out of time.
So
Thank you.
access to electricity increases quality and quantity education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Grace. Now, another element of the socioeconomic impacts of the energy transition is how we can enable improving or increasing economic productivity. And Divine, this is where I want to ask you, especially that the technology that you've developed can be used to increase, or definitely is used to increase the productivity of farmers. So your views on this and how energy transition can be an enabler for improved economic productivity.
Thank you very much, Mohamed. So I thank again Race for Africa Foundation for this opportunity. So I think that one of the challenges we faced at the very beginning was how to do with a lack of electricity. So that gives us an informed decision to design our technology in full solar energy. So because of energy poverty gaps, that's something to be bridged. In Congo, for example, there's still over 3 million of people don't have access to electricity. So that was very difficult to deploy, for example, cold chain logistics in this area. That gives us an informed decision to run on sustainable energy. So, and how we can improve farmers and local activities with sustainable energy. So, in addition to that, the using of sustainable energy, for example, give us an important advantage for example, small farmers who don't have access, who don't have capacity to buy the cold room, but now they can preserve their perishable food with a little bit of money and reduce losses and increase their income. So the using of sustainable energy also give us an advantage so we can decentralize and install our technology in the off-grid locations. So we have also provided to the local community who don't have access to electricity, so the clean energy system that can allow them to have the light and to charge their electronic device. So I think that we have all the raw material in Africa here to do this transition. So we can also improve local community to increase also the productivity in Africa for using sustainable energy. So in solar energy, we can do a lot of applications like the cold room storage. We have also irrigation system.
Divine, you can also conclude briefly because they're
thank
almost
you very
out
much.
of time. Appreciate it.
I think that the best way to address to improve productivity and local community is to use the sustainable energy in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I apologize, but since we're almost out of time, Jamila, in 1.5 minutes, and apologies for this, your views on another important element of the socioeconomic impacts, which is how it can be used to support access to healthcare. And this was no doubt a very important thing during the COVID-19 pandemic, where a lot of healthcare centers in Africa struggled with the storage of vaccines and so on. So your views on this in 1.5 minutes only. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the question, and thank you for being in this great panel. So I'm going to share a bit of a story to create a perspective to that question. Sometime in 2015, I lost a sibling because we first took him to the hospital. He was unconscious. So when we got to the hospital, we needed an immediate oxygen supply, but because the hospital have no power supply for that, so we had to make arrangements to take him to the nearby hospital. Before we got there, we lost him. So there are several cases of loss of life in Africa, in Nigeria, for instance, hospitals because of maybe energy cutoff for power, oxygen supplies and all of that. So this tells us that energy plays a very vital, there is a nexus between energy and the health sector. Now, for most public healthcare services who doesn't have access to energy supply, most persons with a focus on those living in rural areas, most persons tend to seek for these medical services in other private institutions who can afford this. Now, hospitals, of course, need energy to service most of the basic amenities they need, the blood refrigerations, basic sterilizations, and all of that. Now, but because they can't afford this, some of the private hospitals, private institutions that can afford it are usually very expensive for most persons living in rural areas to afford. So it's very important that we have a lot of conversations around powering the healthcare sector, because of course, like from the instance you gave, during COVID, with the influx of patients to hospitals, a lot of hospitals didn't have enough equipment to cater for most of those patients, because most of the amenities they use need energy to function. So there is a close connection between the energy sector and the healthcare sector, and I believe that with so much attention being given to that, we could save more lives, of course, and we could also increase the efficiencies of the services rendered by these healthcare sectors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camila. So, as a brief conclusion, there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of socio-economic impacts of the energy transition that Africa can reap, and youth play a central role in this. We need definitely more capacity building programs. We need more support for youth entrepreneurs in terms of funding and capacity building. And most importantly, we need a lot of partnerships between the public, the private sector, international organizations. Unfortunately, we are okay, Mr. Fuad, but
yeah,
in 30 seconds, because there's another session about to start now.
30 seconds, because it's this year is together for implementation. So, and as Schneider Electric is a company for energy management, so let's boost the energy of this room, boost the energy of this session. That I was privileged that I worked for many African countries like Egypt, Morocco, Nigeria, Ghana, Tanzania, and Kenya, and I can tell you that there are unlimited resources and talents and capabilities within Africa. So I encourage all companies, all private sector, to work with these talents, because we can have lots of ideas, lots of creative things that will manage the energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fuad. Thank you very much, dear panelists. Thank you also to our audience.
very simple tools like tool-based approaches in helping people that have kind of that have like lost that connection with the storytelling approach. And what they do is also that so what we are doing with them now is that we are launching kind of a climate storyteller kind of cohort worldwide, which is around finding, maybe and editing and sharing the climate story. So this is three cohorts. So we're just as modules, and then we help with all the editing, everything, sharing, finding what's your first.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
So we're starting it up now in March.
Yeah, can I just scan it?
Yeah. Can I? Sorry. But I would love to also.
Yeah, if you wanna hit us up on like Instagram, Twitter, I'm the one handling both social media, so just message us at Engajamundo, like it is here, and we're good.
That would be really cool. So I'll connect you.
Yeah.
And then another thing is so I have a big learning coming now. We're funding for systems innovation experiments around learning.
Nice.
And so we are open for applications
That's amazing. That's amazing because that's one of the specialties from our program. Like we do political and climate education. That's like the core of our region as a thing.
So can I, are you on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Yeah, then let me, because then I can send you that application for funding. Because we'd be super interested in getting kind of more like outside Europe applications.
Amazing. That's cool.
Yeah.
So thank you too. I'm going to connect with you once connected. Thank
Good
you.
to see you. Bye.
Hello, hello. Yep, so good morning everyone. It's great to see everyone here at this session, and we have a wonderful panel of speakers here talking about storytelling for climate action. And this session is hosted by 4 different organizations. So firstly, we have Climates. Secondly, we have Digital Storytellers. We also have Climate Kicks, and we also have the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander International Engagement Organizations, and I'll be your moderator for today. I am Z-Ray, and I'm representing Climates. So today is the ATSIIEO Day at the Capacity Building Hub, and the focus of ATSIIEO, which stands for Action for Climate Empowerment, is all about learning how everyone in society can engage in climate action. So we hope after today's session that we can amplify your awareness and experience for solving global climate issues, and we can inspire you to mobilize social resources for solving global climate issues. Together we can empower you with hands-on skills for telling effective climate stories, and finally we can motivate you, especially the youth in here and people coming from indigenous background, to proactively engage in decision-making process for climate action. So without further ado, I'll introduce the panel speakers. And first up, we have Jack Collard, who is the director of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander International Engagement Organization. This is an organization for indigenous, as an indigenous organization dedicated to the building of positive international partnership for the First Nation people in Australia, and he will tell us all about indigenous people's knowledge on climate action. So we welcome Jack.
Yabayan no naging yabayan no naging ni da buja kaya wa bo ngan kord buja wajakan baladang mangai da buja kaya wani ja buja ngan teman-teman ka bo ma mengajen calling in the bala pinjen calling ni ja ko badak buja bala pin wala branding ni ja da bidi ni ja da bidi ngan jan calling ni ja da buja ye win jangan jadi yakan wang kening ni ja kuda dah ni ja da bala pen wang kengin da bala karajin ni ja puja kaya wa bala pen murnang karajin. Hello, my name is Jack Collard, and I'm a proud Nyunga man with cultural and ancestral ties to the Wajak and the Baladong nations, the clans of the Nyunga nation. The language that I was speaking was the Wajak language, one of the oldest languages in the world. And what I said in that language was that I've come a very long way, and the path that I've walked to get here, to stand here and to talk to you in that language, is a path carved by my old people. The same paths that they carved as they walked on that country, as they moved with the seasons. And as they walked, they cared for that country, and they made it the beautiful country that it is today. With every step, their jena, their feet left an impression. With every song, they left an impression in our hearts and in our minds. For these songs that they sing, these songs that I still sing to this day, they tell me how I must be. And these lessons tell us that we, as the Nyunga, as the people, we were given the responsibility to be the Mundanga Karajin, the carers of everything. For we have these 2 hands to care for country, to fight for country. We have this da, we have these tongues to advocate for country. We are obligated to all of these ancestors. We are obligated to all the spirits of all the trees, the Burna. We are obligated to all the spirits in the land or the ancestors that have ever been. We're obligated to the wagal, the rainbow serpent that brings the good water, that nourishes our country. We see every ripple in every water cycle, from the river, the Bilia. In Nyunga, this has two meanings. It means river, it means the umbilical cord. And then as it makes its way out to the farther ocean, the Mambakurt, the Waradan, and then it makes its way back up to the Warlabilia, the Sky River, and that cycle goes on and on. This is the lens that we, as the Mundanga Karajan, we look at the world. We are the people that remain connected despite every attempt to disconnect us in this world of disconnection. That is what culture is about. In our language, the word for culture is karajan. Karajan. There's a couple interpretations of this. One being the kart, your head. The jen, your feet. One interpretation is that everything that you absorb in your cart informs every step that your jen takes. Another interpretation of this is that you talk the talk and then you walk the walk, and that is what we as Indigenous people continue to do. We represent 4% of the world's population, yet we protect 80% of the world's biodiversity. This is a fact you can't argue with. And this is because of the way we look at the world. I'm painted up like this because this is representative of my bronga, my totem, my relative, the southern bubuk owl. He is me, I am him, and he protects me as I protect him. We look at the world in the context of the 7 generations. Us right here, our parents, our grandparents, our great-grandparents, and our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. We look at the world in this perspective because this is the only way you can look at the world and be sustainable. As the oldest living culture in the world, this was not by accident. It was an intention, with every story told, every song sung, and every dance danced. Every sacrifice we've ever made is to make the country the way that it is. We are here. I am here. I've flown 39 hours it took me to get here. And we are here not to support the adaptations that are being proposed. We are here as the voices of truth because we are the grassroots people, as we are connected to the roots. The word for country in Nyunga is Buja. The word to be pregnant is Bujari. And that is because we come from the land. We are products of our environment. In the last 200, 300, 400 years, look at what the world has done as this environment has changed. The cultural environment has changed and the physical environment has suffered. And that is why we as Indigenous peoples of the world, the connected people, we come here to remind you how far you have strayed. We come here with love in our hearts and we speak from these hearts. And we try and show you the paths that you should be walking, which is the Mundanga Karajan path, not this Nyiriang path, not this Western path of exploitation, extraction and greed, but the path in which everything is cared for, from the bees to the trees to the ants. This is why we are here. We are connected to the problem and we are connected to the solutions. Greta Thunberg, she has got all of the acclaim, all of the media attention, and everybody has heralded her as a champion. We as Indigenous people have been fighting for land. We have been the original environmentalists since day dot. Greta Thunberg is disconnected. She's been advocated that uranium is needed for this just transition. This just transition that has been fast forwarded by Western governments. Western governments that are grounded in these values of greed, exploitation and extraction. They see this as a money-making opportunity. You walk through these halls and you see these people making these business deals All you see is businessmen looking for their way to make money on these carbon markets, but we as Indigenous peoples are saying we don't want carbon markets. This is just a greenwashing scam. 833 cases in recent years have shown Indigenous peoples being subjected to physical assaults, sexual assaults, incarceration of false premises indefinitely, because we are fighting for our sovereign lands, and these corporations, these governments, they want to take our land so that they can run their scams and do as little as they can to get by without shifting the status quo. But we are not the beneficiaries of the status quo. We are the undiluted truths. And we come here year in, year out to speak these truths in hopes that these words from our hearts speak to your hearts. Because our teachings tell us that it was not very long ago that we were all connected to this land. When we were once spirit children roaming these lands before we found our physical bodies, we were all of this land. And we have hope that you will once again remember. And if we don't, if you don't listen to us, then we will together watch the world burn. Ngalaking dapat ka woma menggajen ngang nungok nija. Ni.
Thank you so much, Jack. So next, we have 3 speakers from all across the world, but they all belong to an association called Climates, which is an international youth think and do tank, which aims to find innovative solutions against climate change and gather the next generation of decision makers. Climates has more than 150 passionate young people in over 30 countries that are highly qualified in the subject matter and trains them to address and anticipate emerging climate change issues. So first up, we have Monica, who is the president of Climates Nepal, and she'll be telling us about climate stories in Nepal.
Thank you so much, Jack. So, hello everyone, my name is Monica. I'm from Climates Nepal, and today here I'm representing Climates, so let's begin. So talking about Climates Nepal, it is a youth-led organization where we youth from Nepal work as a network to do different activities related to climate awareness through different research activities, through activism, through creating through momentum. And currently we are operating as a chapter branch of Climates International, and we also have different other chapters in different cities, which is currently existing in Lamjung and Paklihawa. But we are working, we promote about action for loss and damage, adaptation, innovation, about food and agriculture, nutrition, and we also try to promote indigenous practices, sustainable practices, and protect biodiversity and indigenous rights. And how we do this, talking about this, we do it through the different research activities, provide, capacity building trainings, knowledge materials, toolkits to different youth who are interested to get engaged with climate activism and environmental education. And also, apart from that, we are working as an advocacy momentum. We create different strikes, different protests in the country to achieve all the policies and climate-friendly policies. And so far, what we are doing to achieve all these work that we are currently working on is that we did a climate action simulation game, which is a role-playing game where youth act as different stakeholders from maybe from government bodies, maybe business sectors, and maybe students. It is a role-playing game that we did in 30th of April of 2020. It was also held on the occasion of Environment Day. And a total of 35 people showed up, and we also raised an awareness about how we can limit our global temperature, like we can minimize the temperature rise, and we achieved that we can, through our individual actions, through our by role playing all these games, like through our individual action by different if different stakeholders act, how we can limit our global temperature rise by in coming decade. So we achieved the result of 1.8 degrees Celsius. And also apart from that, we also promote sustainable food practices. We also distributed some food which was about to go to the waste from the event itself. So we distributed it to people who were deprived of food. And moving on, we also did local conference of youth in Nepal, which was the first local ATSIIEO in Nepal that we organized, and we also tried to raise awareness through different infographics. We also try to raise awareness about different biodiversity laws that we are existing. We record different data. We do some scientific data collections and analysis. Also, we organized this ATSIIEO event where we invited different people, different experts from Nepal who are actively working and who in sectors such as research, such as biodiversity. And moving on, we also have different artwork. We also promote art work which is called Climate Act Solidarity, where we invited children and youth to share us their stories about day-to-day basis stories that they see on their day-to-day life. About it can be about anything, like maybe culture, maybe about biodiversity, about the waste that they see, and we promote engagement of youth through such activities so far. And we also do these climate talk events where we can create this momentum of climate activism in our country. And yeah, that's so far what we are trying to do through Climates Nepal. And moving on, we continue to do it more and more, and we will be possibly sharing more stories to you and soon. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much, Monica. And next we have Prune as our next speaker, and she is the communication coordinator at Climates, and she'll be presenting to us climate stories in France.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me today. It's a great pleasure to be able to meet all my international mates and all the people here, and yeah, it's a real pleasure. I'm here today to represent Climates France and to talk about what are our actions. I'd like to remember first that nowadays many young people are suffering from eco-anxiety. As my previous speaker just mentioned, we are really disconnected in in a northern country from our land, and we are also disconnected from other people. So we are suffering from eco-anxiety, and most of the time young people, even if they are willing to act, it can be really hard for them to find a place to express their concerns, because we are feeling like maybe older people are not really listening to us, and we're not able to express what we really want to do, and we can feel really useless. And actually I believe that Climates is a solution for that, and actually it has helped me a lot for that. So I'd like to share a bit what we are doing. I'm not going to present Climates because obviously Monica just did, and it's the same in France basically. So our objective, our main objective in Climate France is to overcome the challenges of climate change, and we have some solutions for that. First of all, it's like developing and promoting innovative actions and tools. So we are like trying to sensitize the public, and especially young people and children, about how climate change impact their everyday life. Then we are also trying to train young people to become actors of change and to influence the decisions maker. So I believe the solution, a part of the solution to fight eco-anxiety is to work as a team and to work on a project that really matters to us and that enables young people to connect with others and to gain confidence. So I'd like to present two of the main projects we have done this year at Climate France. First of all, we had the local conference of youth. We are really proud of that because it's the first time that we organized the local conference. It was like, it lasts for 1 week, one entire weekend, and it gathered more than 350 participants, so it was like a great time for us. We put the focal point on inclusivity, so our thematic was ecology for everyone, and we made sure to include a lot of different topics, so people here could like learn more about ecofeminism, they could learn more about disability, climate displacement, popular education, because we believe everything is linked and we should act for everything of this. We also made sure that we provide diverse way to sensitize the public because like not everybody is sensitive to the same thing, so we made sure to include like workshops, to include screening debates and also comic stand and other stuff because we believe we have to touch everyone, so we are mobilizing everything we can. It was really a rewarding experience for us because, first of all, the organization team was really like only 2 persons, so they have to do a lot of work and they really acquired a lot of competence by doing this. And I'm really proud of them and I thank them for that. We also create connections with other associations that were there, and it's great because these were associations working on different topics and also with different approaches, and we believe that working together and solidarity is like the key. And finally, what was like maybe our greatest achievement is that we were able to convince many young people to join association. Some of them are fighting against climate change, but not only. And we believe that the most important thing, that the most important thing is that people get involved in a cause that is important for them. We also had the opportunity to meet the French Minister of Ecological Transition, and it was a great time for us. As you may know, elections happened in France in May, and in June we were invited by the French minister, so we had only 1 week to prepare our speech. It was like really difficult for us, but it was also a great challenge and an opportunity to speak to decision makers about our claims and like to defend young people. It was really interesting because we had to build an advocacy really quickly, and some of the people in our team, they are not really like used to do advocacy, so we had to write a position paper to coordinate with other NGOs and also to prepare this speech. So this was a great challenge, and it also allowed us to improve our advocacy skills, to gain in confidence, and to give rise to some vocations. So that was a really great moment. And I'd like to end by saying that I believe that together young people can empower themselves and that they are part of the solution and that they can become actors of change. I really truly believe that community is the solution to overcome anxiety and that young people are the key to climate change action. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Prune, for presenting. And now we have our final speaker, Zhang Nan from Climate China, and she'll be sharing with us climate stories in China.
Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Nan, a member of climate community in China. When I first browsed around on Climate's website, I was first intrigued by the words of the founders of Climate. It was written in French, so bear with my translation here. Climate is born from the collision of extreme disappointment and high ambition. I mean, they totally talk to me. This is also the reason why I'm so eager to know what I can do as a youth. If we are crashing the war, which for sure we are going to, I would rather crash at 20 miles than 80 miles. I then saw possibilities in my participation in climate action through Climate. This was also the very reason the leader of climate community in China started her journal to empower the climate generation. In 2019, I participated in a simulation of climate negotiation in Shenzhen, China, at the International Youth Summit on Energy and Climate Change. The negotiation simulation sounds similar to the Model United Nations, but it had more interactive elements, and all our inputs were translated into a software called Zeros, created to MIT Sloan. When we failed to meet the 2-degree goal, we, as developing country representatives, were covered by a blue blanket representing the rising seawater and therefore forced to migrate to tables of other countries. Some accepted and some denied. That was a really inspiring moment for everyone. This is classic climate project, Cope in My City, to use a very heuristic for participants with or without science literacy. It was also exciting science education for the combination with zeros was so tastefully complex, and it gave the youth participants the desire to know more about what we could do from the policy level. Climate community in China transplanted the essence of climate. As leader of community is a beneficiary with no academic background herself. She's passionate about recruiting mates of diverse backgrounds. This community believes in the power of solidarity and public-based effort. Curiosity should be nurtured into the capacity to act. Mates in our community are encouraged to seek for the nexus between climate issues and their own academic backgrounds, an interest to keep themselves motivated. In return, Climate is a faithful backup for the mates to pursue their goals of climate action academically, no matter what they major in, language studies or fine arts or whatever field. We all live the same world that functions the same way. We want youth to learn more, so they won't be waivers and agitated blindly. We want to make concrete action, or at least be brave to try. We first and foremost need to be trusted by our peers, regardless the nationality, for both good times and bad. Since the pandemic hit in 2020, we shifted our workshop to Zoom and Google Doc. Our mates spent the extra months of the winter holiday developing a localized toolkit of flood in Shanghai. This is the starting point of the community in China becoming responsible for their home. We tested our own toolkit with youth aged from 15 to 30, with every test proving our efforts worthy and showing room to improve. Like all mates community around the world, climate projects are at both international and national scales to keep our youth outside the information cocoon. We have been actively engaged in Sino-French Environmental Months since the early 2010s in the form of in-person simulation games, webinars, speeches, and youth corps. Our community never stops its step to reach out and communicate for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jiangnan. And now we have our last speaker for today, and it is Sola. And she is the Director of Learning and Capacity Building at Digital Storyteller and at Climate Kick. And Digital Storyteller empowers a wider community of purpose-driven leaders to harness the power of story and change system for the better. Practical tools were created by Digital Storyteller to contribute to strengthening people-to-people linkages worldwide and have been leveraged to deliver more inclusive narratives reflecting the beautiful and authentic world. And EIT Climates, which is another organization that Sola represents, is Europe's leading climate innovation initiative. It creates and connects innovative solutions in integrated ways and connect stakeholders together to drive climate change actions and to deliver ambitious climate goals. So welcome, Sola.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Sola Sofoniasdottir, so I understand why you didn't pronounce my last name, because that is a bit of a handful. I am here to do two things. One was to listen to the stories that were being told and the experiences that were being shared. And the other is to connect that to a collaboration that Climate Kick, Digital Storytellers, PCCB network, and Nishi has ongoing right now. So we are working on building capability for storytelling. And why storytelling? As was so beautifully demonstrated at the beginning of this session, stories are what connect us. Stories are the core part of our humanity, and we believe deeply that in order for shifting our systems, we need to build capability for telling stories. All the research, we are all hardwired for stories. Our emotions, our brains literally light up when we are in the vicinity of stories. They evoke a deep place of connection to us, and as Jack was mentioning before, they are really that place where our hearts connect. Therefore, that ability to really to be able to really harness and practice the storytelling space is so incredibly deeply important. So Digital Storytellers has worked on a very simple tool, a story canvas, that helps and enables everyone to be able to start building and cultivating their stories. Because we all have this capability, but we need to practice it. And this is essentially a way of creating all the ingredients, or taking all the ingredients for your story, so that you can bake a beautiful story, a cake, essentially. So the canvas allows you to quickly connect and work on your idea, either individually or with other people. And just to give a little bit of a flavor, the canvas guides you through in terms of helping you understand what is the purpose, why are you telling this story, why does this matter, and why should other people care about your message. Many people get so caught up in the details of what it is that they're trying to do, but it's important to understand why. What is the bigger purpose that drives you? What is it that belongs in your heart and your gut? What is it that you deeply feel that needs to be communicated? And ultimately, where are you trying to go? Why? What is the change that you're trying to create? Are you trying to increase awareness? Are you trying to call to attention, or are you trying to shift perspectives? So getting clear on that as well. And then understanding what is it that you would like to get out of it in terms of success. What is the indicators? Is there something measurable that you're really after, or is it more softer goals? Agreeing upon with whomever you are in, what is the tangible action outcome that you want out of these? And who needs to hear this story? Who is the audience that needs to be listening? Where are they on their journey? Do they know anything about what it is that you are talking to them about? Are they engaged? How might you help them take next steps in terms of whatever action that you're calling them for? So having thought about this and reflected about this, the story canvas helps you to bring those items and reflections together. And the best stories have elements that speak to the head, that speak to the heart, that speak to the hands. In terms of the heart, that's really the core element. It's the emotive aspect of your story. It's really usually conveyed through that experience, the lived experience of the person who is speaking. It is the testimonials. It's there where you get that deep to heart connection. And the head refers to maybe some more rational aspects of the story. That's where the statistics and data potentially can come in to support what is happening. And the hands refer to what is the action? What is it that you are going to be, what's the approach or the action of whatever it is that you are bringing? So the story canvas helps you bring those things forward as well. The tool is free. You can download the story canvas and start working on it yourself to build your own capability or work with it within your free. It's completely online and on Creative Commons, so it's open and accessible to everyone. And I come here with an invitation. As we have seen, and as the message is quite clear, that powerful stories is where we connect. We need all of us to be climate storytellers. Our invitation is to join us or spread the message that it's possible to build capability, unlock your climate story, and join a program that we are starting in March 2023. You can pre-register or show interest and then work with us through. This is an absolutely free initiative of the PCCB, the members network, in collaboration with digital storytellers, e.g. Climate and ourselves. And now I would like to just give you a bit of a flavor of a digital story that was developed at a COP last year. So if I could just get the opportunity to show a quick video.
Storytelling plays an important role in the climate action movement. Storytelling humanises the real-world impacts of climate change beyond the data, statistics and graphs. It puts a human face to the bushfires, floods, droughts, variable weather, and the people, communities and ecosystems that they affect. Telling, hearing and sharing stories of people's lived experiences with climate change allows us to emotionally engage, to feel, connect and respond to each other more deeply. This in turn encourages us to take practical action and builds meaningful resilience, starting with relationships. Personally, I'm interested in storytelling in the climate space because it creates a much more colourful dimension of climate action, care for our planet and inspiration within our communities. We can see real people making a difference in their own ways that matter within their own sphere of influence. For me, this is much more compelling than media sound bites and catchy grabs from politicians. Vision is not for the future, but one for the now. I hope to see a major shift to the clean economy visionaries. I hope to see the climate conversation held by more diverse voices that represent people on the climate front line and who are working in a range of roles to respond to our current climate reality. I hope to be a part of more spaces for sharing stories of struggle and success, of challenge and achievement, in all the different ways that climate action is playing out across our economy. We are now into the adaptive phase of responding to climate change. We need to build physical, emotional and system-wide resilience. We need to change the narrative from divisive dialectics to fierce optimism and intentional action. Storytelling is a great place to drive this shift.
Thank you. I just want to underline and bold and highlight the message. We need everyone to be ready to share their climate story, whoever it is. I think Jack mentioned before that the disconnection is everywhere. We need to build that bridge between all of us, and the way that we do that is to speak from our hearts. So my invitation to all of us is that we practice, and I would like to ask all of you to think about your climate story and make an attempt to tell it to someone else, somewhere here on the halls today. And then please join us.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Sola, and thank you for our amazing panel speakers. I've definitely see this as a very insightful session, learning from different perspectives, learning from people from different backgrounds, and learning from different people from different parts of the world. So this kind of brings us to the end of the session, unless anyone in the audience has any questions for our panel, and I'm sure they're very happy to answer your question if there's any. Don't be shy. Surely you want to interact with our speakers, so this is your chance if you want to talk to them. We have a question in the back, and I'll just bring a microphone to that gentleman in the back.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is David, and I work in Rwanda in the communication space. I wanted to ask about partnerships and how you find best working with different organizations, whether it's government, civil society. In the work that we do in Rwanda, we find that when we're working with government or private sector, if we do it alone, we don't really have a big impact. But if we're telling stories together and bringing people on board, then we're much more effective. So I'd love to hear, what are some examples that you've seen in your own work of how you've used partnership to communicate more effectively? Thank you.
So who wants to take this question? Is it? Yep, Jack, thank you.
Yeah, so I'd love to answer from an Indigenous perspective. So throughout colonisation, there's been this history of paternalism. And paternalism started in the very first days when they took us off our land, and then they made sure that we had no access to our traditional food systems. And they gave us the rations that would mean that we would barely survive. And so today, within partnerships, within well-meaning people coming into our communities wanting to help us, this paternalism is still rife in the paradigm, in the mindset of the people coming in. And so me advocating for my cause, the cause that I feel is the solution to climate destabilisation, is empowering Indigenous peoples. And so that is respecting our self-determination. And so that means coming to us and privileging our voices, using your voices within your own privilege, within the status quo that we find ourselves in now, using that voice, leveraging whatever resources you have access to ensure that we can undo the wrongs of the past and ensure that we have the best chance of adapting and bringing balance back to this climate destabilisation. Because ultimately that is the answer. It's not about how much energy we can get in a green way. It's not about building hydrogen plants where we're gonna burn clear or clean sort of, gas. It's a lot more than that. It's a complete shift of paradigm, the way we interact with our world around us. And it's ensuring that there is balance within the ecosystem. And so that is why the privileging and the championing of our voices, and then the divesting of all the stolen wealth from our communities back into our lands so that we can take that stewardship as the Mundang Karajan once again.
And maybe now from a slightly bit different perspective. So Climate Kicker is a public-private partnership. So partnerships is what we do across all of our activities. And maybe bringing it back into the storytelling space, I think one of the things that we have learned more and more is that what we need to pay more attention to partnerships in general is what is the partnership for? And then relating back to Jack and his comment, are we actually listening to each one in the partnership and deeply understanding what this partnership is about, but also how can we challenge the partnership formats that we have? And I think many of us that are working in partnership with other organizations tend to just fall into we have a classical way of approaching partnerships and then we just run it. And I think that there is a lot of different things that we can explore in terms of partnerships, the underlying power dynamics, how are we actually coming to the table, and are we coming to the table trying to learn from one another, or are we coming to the table from a purely standard business agreement? And of course, every opportunity is a learning experience. We can harness so much more if we actually come together, also in terms of challenging what a partnership essentially can be.
Thank you so much for the question, and it's a question that is well answered by Jack and Sola, so thank you. We have another hand in there, so we do have time for a few more questions, so we'll give you the microphone.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie. I have a question for Jack. I was really, it was a very powerful opening to the session that you gave us there. And the message of non-Indigenous people being disconnected hit home for me. And I suppose the question I have is, I'm hearing you when you say that people with more privilege, more access to wealth and platform need to privilege Indigenous people. And I hear that there's a lot in connected traditions that we need to learn from. And at the same time, what I'm wondering is, if what you're talking about is a paradigm shift where we all need to come back to a sense of connectedness, to the planet and to the specific places that our own lineages are from. We all have bloodlines that go way back. And for those of us, myself included, who have lost that line, I don't know what my great-grandparents got up to. That's where my memory stops. The question that comes up for me is, without wanting to copycat other traditions or without wanting to appropriate other traditions, what is one thing that you could tell disconnected people that they can do to begin to connect with their own lines back again? Thank you.
That's a really good question, and it's a huge question, and it is the question, because we are 4% of the population. Although we're doing a lot on our own, the problem is the consumption. The problem is the exploitation. The problem is the way we look at the world. Because when we connect, we get to a stage of sympathizing. And the next step after that, we get to a stage of empathizing. And we really feel it. And then, as my uncle, he told me when I was a young boy, he said, our culture is one of respect, respect, respect. And it took me a very long time to understand what that meant. But after you get to that stage of empathizing, you get to that stage of respect, and with that respect comes an obligation to do what is right. As you respect your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, you do what's right by them. And so that's with that burung, your burunga, your totem. That is just a profound and intimate relationship with that animal, and you know that animal better than anybody else. I have an obligation to know if he has enough tree hollows so that he has enough places to nest when it comes to makaru. And that cold ocean breeze comes over that sandy wetlands. That is my responsibility, and that is a responsibility everybody here can take. You can choose 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. You can choose as many animals as you would like, especially those endangered animals that are really struggling. You get that intimate and profound relationship with that animal. You go and you talk to that animal. All of our songs are songs of love for these animals, for our brothers and sisters. Songs of love for the water. Songs of love for our mother. So it's figuring out ways in your life now to think about what's going in your cart, what is going in Nonaka Kwilanga, your children's cart. What are they absorbing? And how is that informing the way in which they are walking today and will walk in the future? So this paradigm shift is about mindfulness and thinking about the culture out there, the culture in the songs we listen to, the culture in the movies we watch, and the people we listen to. Because knowledge is sacred in our culture. And we only say things at certain times very, very intentfully. And this is the paradigm shift we must take control of. And then the answers will come. And that shift and that critical mass will start moving. And when that critical mass goes, then we're off to the races.
Thank you so much, Jack, for your answer to the question. And thank you for raising that question to Jack. It's really good. So we do have one last one. Sorry, we are a bit short on time now. I'll give you the last opportunity to ask our panelists. So,
good morning. My name is Kopano Moraga, and I am from Youth ATSIIEO. I've got two questions, one for the gentleman and one for you. So I want to know, what means can be taken in an effort to preserve indigenous knowledge and practices, so that there's no exploitative manner, like there's no capitalism, they don't capitalize on the preservation of indigenous practices and knowledge. And the second one that I have for you is, is there anything being done beyond just storytelling? So for example, from my point of view, I was involved in a process of drafting the SAY CAP, which is basically a South African youth climate action plan, which informs policy out of the lived experiences of the youth of South Africa. And I just want to know if there's anything beyond just storytelling. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And so it is a tricky one. But as I said before, Karajan, you talk the talk, you walk the walk. And so what the dichotomy, the juxtaposition between the Western culture, the dominant culture, and our culture is extraction and transaction juxtaposed with the value that underpins all Indigenous peoples, which is the value of reciprocity. We do these things out of respect, out of love, not about just immediately getting things back, but just out of knowing in that long ripple chain of events we're going to get that back. And so we as Indigenous peoples, we practice these practices and we embody the teachings within these practices. And so the question about them being capitalized, it's about respect. It's about understanding the sacredness of these things. And this is why I emphasize that need for self-determination, that need to respect our space, to respect us, and then what we share with you, what I'm sharing with you now, I've chosen to share with you because I hope that these seeds bloom eventually. And so it's about listening to us when we do speak and giving us all the opportunities to speak, because for hundreds of years, even to this day, we have been silenced, understandably. Corporations, governments, they hate what we have to say about protecting the waters, about protecting the lands, about protecting those birds. They hate it. We're a pain in their ass. So this is the paradigm shift. So while you guys can contemporize the way in which you practice your culture and the values in which you teach your kolanga, your children, that respect and that appreciation of our right to self-determination is what underpins all of that.
And maybe then for your second question, so you asked, is there anything being done beyond storytelling? And I think that there is a variety of things done beyond that by multiple different actions. We can discuss what the connections between this and how we best leverage between all of those actors. But I think the perspective that I'm bringing here today in terms of climate storytellers and why we are bringing this initiative forward and why we're opening it up and really encouraging for it is that with finding your story comes empowerment and comes leverage. So I don't necessarily see it that there is something beyond storytelling that needs to be offered as such. Because when people find their own story, they practice their own story, they build their own capability and capacity to understand what is it that deeply moves them in relation to climate change, they will bring that. They will bring that action. And it's important that we activate that thread in every single one of us. I think that is the kernel. And back to your comment and question before, what can you do? You can find your story and practice it, because finding your own story as well will actually evoke your listening skills as well. And that's the other type of the coin. And I think that that's deeply, or at least resonances very much with me during the last couple of days here. One thing is to harness our ability to tell a story. The other thing is to harness our ability to actually deeply listen to other people's stories. So that's also something we need to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think that's all the time we have for questions at the moment, but surely I'm pretty sure all of our speakers are happy to talk to you after the sessions for more conversation and for you to share your ideas or your thoughts with them. Yeah. So this brings us to the end of the session. It's great to see so many people here joining us, and it's great to see many people really engage in this area. So thank you so much for attending, and we hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Yeah, here at the front. Yeah, that'd be great.
The other thing is that we have a leadership training that I would be very curious if there's anyone around.
You tell us where you want it to be. 2 more steps. Yeah. 2 more steps. Yeah, there we go. No, we have a... Yeah, that's great. Definitely.
Nice working with you, Jack.
Thank you. I really appreciate your points made. I think that speaks to your point of storytelling, really speaks to what we've been doing in the UK. Because we basically drafted a whole action plan based on the lived experiences of the country, and we are looking to get policy makers based on the lived experiences that we experienced. will write you. Let's you should go. Yeah, yeah.
So you will send it to the layer that that's me. Yeah.
All right. No problem. I will do it.
Are you aware of they only stories as well?
But we do infuse digital stuff. I've got a friend who does who infuses climate change with digital art. So I think that
So this program that we are starting now in March, it has these 4 learning components or modules, and it's completely free. So you can use it and fold it into whatever other activities you have. So you can use it with your youth in terms of, and it's with editing and everything. So everything is like digital. Yeah.
can I then send you a message to the
You can speak from here. I think it's easier. Do you want the handheld mic or do you want the other one? I don't know. Okay. That's okay.
Good morning, everyone. Maybe we can start by asking everyone to take your seats. We are about to start the next panel. So welcome everyone to this session on capacities for building climate resilience, insights and learning from 3 global initiatives. My name is Pilar Bueno, and I have the honor to be the moderator of this session and to share the panel with these amazing speakers this morning. So let me just start maybe by introducing some of our main topics of conversation today. In the context of the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and we are here in Egypt for a COP of implementation. So in this context, capacity building in adaptation, we all know it's a critical component that talks to every single stage of the adaptation policy cycle. That is planning, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. So knowledge needs and gaps we know that are different considering the different stages of this cycle. Let me give you an example. It's, for example, data and information gaps are always critical, of course, but they differ from moment to moment of this. Okay. I don't have mic anymore. Let me check this one. Maybe this one? Okay, so I was just saying that data and information gaps and needs are always critical, but at the same time they are different considering these different stages of the adaptation policy cycle. There are many, in the literature review that we can make, we can identify some work already done on this regard, and not only in terms of literature review, but also here under the convention. If we check recent IPCC report, we can identify some of the data and information gaps across different regions, as well as the Adaptation Committee in its technical paper of last year on data at different scales. You will find different categories of data are required for these different stages of and to have an effective adaptation during planning, implementation, and monitoring. PCCB, technical paper on ownership of capacity building, as well as the toolkit to assess capacity gaps and needs, also are very interesting tools under the convention to understand this relationship between the gaps and needs assessment as well as the different stages of the adaptation policy cycle. So the alliances and the programs that we have today in sharing our panel, I think that one of the cross-cutting perspectives that these alliances share is the hard work and the approach they had in terms of linking action with building knowledge on the ground with communities and also for communities. Thus, the aim of this panel today is to showcase climate adaptation capacity building practices, and we have these 3 main components to understand and to discuss. So bridging adaptation knowledge and action, it's one. The second one, of course, is how we close the adaptation knowledge gaps. And the third one is building youth capacity for climate action, in particular considering city-university partnerships on this special day of ACE. So the panelists will have the opportunity to discuss all these issues and to highlight some of the challenges, the learning experiences, and the best practices of the 3 initiatives. The 3 initiatives are the Adaptation Research Alliance, ARA, the Lima Adaptation Knowledge Initiative, LACI, and the EPIC Network. So I would like to briefly introduce our panelists today. I will start with Jesse De Maria Kinney. He is the head of the ARA Secretariat. We will also have the opportunity to have Dr. Tarek Sadek, of Water Resources and Climate Change Officer of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. We will also have Dr. K. Pantuwongpanti of EPIC Network, Asia Coordinator. He's coming off the Thammasat University and is a researcher at the Unit in Urban Futures and Policy. So I will start with them, and I will ask each of them, starting with Jessie, if it's possible for Jessie to introduce ARA, and I will ask the same to Dr. Tarek and to Kay. Starting with Jessie. You have the floor. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Pilar. And hello to everyone on the panel, and also hello everyone in the audience, both here in the room with us and also online. As you've heard, my name is Jesse DeMaria Kinney. I'm the head of the Adaptation Research Alliance Secretariat. Excuse me. And I'd like, I guess, start to just share a little bit about the Adaptation Research Alliance. So the ARA, as it's also known, is a global coalition that's responding to the urgent challenges faced by vulnerable communities to climate change. We currently have 157 members from 52 countries, and our membership is made of research funders, action funders, policymakers, development bodies, and community-based organizations. And we are committed to driving a paradigm shift that moves away from conventional research and moves towards action-oriented research or adaptation research for impact. Really, just to kind of close, is that the premise, of course, is that the age of action, research, and implementation is upon us. As you know, here at this COP, we're moving from pledges to action, and we don't have time to really continuing research in conventional ways. We must move more towards a closer action and research linkages. I think that's about it, Pilar.
Thank you very much, Jesse, for introducing ARA work. Now we would like to hear from Dr. Tarek Sadek.
Thank you, Pilar. Just quickly, I will tell you what we have done during the last 3 years with Lima Adaptation Knowledge Initiative. As we were in phase 2 actually of LACI. We started like 7 years ago, UNEP, UNFCCC, with consultation workshops to define knowledge gaps. So LACI is built on working on collaborative actions to close knowledge gaps. So we identified 28 knowledge gaps in consultation with experts in different fields like water, agriculture, biodiversity, and during the last 2 years, we started to work with all organizations in the MENA region who are involved in adaptation work in water, agriculture, and biodiversity mainly, and we managed to have 47 collaborative action. And now, if we have adaptation projects that we feel it can meet with LACI objectives and it can fill the gaps, how can we implement it? Actually, we worked on one knowledge gap, which is the science policy interface, because we noticed that in the region we had projections for climate change, a lot of scientific outputs, which came from RICAR, which is the Regional Initiative on Climate Change in the Arab region. And the point is, when we do the science, we get policymakers to understand or to interpret the outputs to develop policies and strategies, especially adaptation in key sectors. So we focused on this issue, is how to use scientific outputs of regional climate models to build this bridge between the science and policy. And we worked on informing farmers through interpreting these scientific data to some kind of warning and early warning kind of statements to see what seasonal forecasting we have and how we can provide meteorological services and early warning to farmers based on climate projections and seasonal forecasting we do during 2 seasons during the year. So this is just in brief what we have done with the Lima Adaptation Knowledge Initiative work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Derek, for introducing the work of Lucky. I would like to turn to Dr. Kay, maybe to introduce EPIC Network, please.
Hi, good afternoon and good evening from us here. It's unfortunate that I couldn't join all of you today. I'm actually in Thailand right now. So I am the Asian coordinator of the Big N, which is the non-profit association of institutions that adopts the award-winning EPIC model for university community partnership. So what is EPIC model? EPIC model is the model that links knowledge from university to practices of the cities. So as you all already aware, cities, municipalities, townships, communities across the globe are facing several problems and hardship from climate-related issues, whether it's flooding, drought, or urban heat. So cities usually have constrained capacities, they have limited resources to access to new knowledges, and they are risk-averse. Universities, on the other hand, have access capacity, unlimited access to new knowledge, and obviously universities are innovative seeking. Of course, in certain places, you already have universities working together with cities. The EPIC model is different in the way that we want to bring the collaboration together, and we want to add students in the equation in the way that use as little money as possible. As you may already aware that funding is a problem everywhere. We want to solve the problem, but funding seems to be the one that seems to obstruct a lot of things that we can do. So we prefer a structure to connect to the cities using existing costs that can be tailored. They can tailor the assignments in the manner that support and cater to the city needs. We see this as win-win model because cities need support and they get the support that they need. Lecturers need cases, needs a real place where students can practice their works. So this is also a place where they can do that. Students can feel that while they are doing their assignment, they are actually helping and making the changes to the places that they actually study or they live in. So this is the EPIC model. We started in the United States, University of Oregon, and it's spread throughout the United States. Right now, it's already come to Asia, and we also have the EPIC network in Africa and Latin America as well. So that's a brief introduction about the EPIC model.
Thank you very much, Kay, for that introduction of EPIC Network. Now, I would like to also welcome in this panel Taylor Martin is program manager of Co-Water International, also participating on behalf of ARA. Maha Balba, she is a student of the British University of Egypt for Lucky, and Julian Afevo, also student of the University of Philippines, Los Baños, for EPIC Network. So also we are very happy to have you. And I would like to start this part of the panel with some questions to all our distinguished speakers. Let me start with a question for ARA representative, for Jesse. We all know that ARA has this strong linkage between trying to bridge adaptation knowledge and action. So I wonder what kind of capabilities are needed in order to do this. Jesse, please.
Great, thank you, Pilar, for the question. To be quite honest, I'm not sure I'm going to give you a straightforward answer to your question, but I will definitely respond to it. So, I mean, as we all know, and as I said, we're at a moment when we need adaptation action, but there's still a lot of knowledge gaps. Unlike mitigation, where mitigation is quite straightforward, we know what we need to do, but political will and entrenched economic systems seem to be the largest barriers today. Adaptation still has a lot of knowledge needs. The climate that we live in today will be different from the climate in 2030, which will be different from the climate in 2040, which will be different from the climate in 2050. And in order for us to actually understand what we need to do, we need to be, well, our capacities and our understanding of the context need to be constantly evolving. So what we need here is a paradigm shift in the way that we actually do adaptation research and the way that we do adaptation action. To do this, the ARA wants to drive a model and this paradigm shift of moving towards really transdisciplinary research processes that are action-oriented. So this means really doing research with and also doing research for the end users. Anne Hamill, just the other day in another event, mentioned that when you're looking at the national adaptation plans, that those who will be implementing the national adaptation plans must be involved from day one in developing those adaptation plans. So this is the same context that we have for any adaptation action. When we have the knowledge gaps and the knowledge needs, then we need to be involving those end users, whether that's at a policy level or a practice level from the very start. So for the capabilities themselves, I would say that really depends on where you are, of course, what your specific context is, and what your role is along that research to action spectrum. So I think this a lot speaks to policy and the adaptation research, not policy, process. And so the Adaptation Research Alliance has actually co-developed a set of 6 principles with an initial 30 members of the Adaptation Research Alliance. And these principles are really to help underpin the way that this new paradigm of action-oriented research is done. I won't go into the principles themselves in detail, but just to really say that the first principle is about who or what the research is for. And the second is how should research be carried out. The third is how is research valued within society. And the fourth is what can research actually enable? Again, what is the use of it? The fifth, which I think we may get to a bit later here, is how can research address the root causes of risk? And the sixth is how research and action linkages can be strengthened. So I think really that's kind of the answer of what capacities. It really depends on each individual role within the adaptation research to action spectrum, and just recognizing that there will be a need for evolving skills and capacities as we move forward in time and climate impacts worsen.
Thank you very much, Jesse, for sharing this proposal of paradigm shift of the ARA, as well as the co-collaboration and co-development processes. I would like now to invite Dr. Tarek for maybe giving us some more details with respect to Lucky work and how can adaptation action in countries be enhanced through knowledge, something that Lucky have been doing for some time. And in particular, if you could like to give us some examples of Middle East and maybe North Africa.
Thank you. Yes, for Lucky, give us the chance to do the diagnosis first to the issues we have of what gaps we still have in building policies and implementing action plans. So we found that we need experts who can interpret scientific data and based on some outputs we had in the Arab region. Like in the climate projections, we found that by end of century, the temperature could increase up to 4 to 5 degrees. So what does this mean for agriculture, for environment, for water? So we started to think how we link a regional climate model to hydrological model. Why? Because we need to estimate river flows and surface runoff. So we know how much water resources will be affected in the future. So based on these scientific outputs, we need to develop policy briefs to target different sectors and to inform decision makers how to make decisions in water resources planning and in linking different communities together. Like when we see the meteorological offices who work with measurements of climate data and weather data, seasonal forecasting, climate projections, we need useful information to farmers to know when they can grow crops, when they start their growing season and when they end. And how about early warning for short events? We see very heavy intensive storms that can hit for few hours, and we can have the rainfall, amount of rainfall that we used to have in 3 days or 4 days. So this quite very much damaging the crop, and causes very large economic costs. So it's very important to provide extension services in agriculture and farmers with the tools to help them in managing the crops and ensuring the highest productivity as possible. We did some work in 3 countries, actually, in Morocco, with ICARDA, in Morocco, Iraq, and Jordan, to look at the best adaptation options as well as mitigation. Like in Jordan, we looked at the potential of soil carbon sequestration and how we can, what kind of emission reduction we can get, even it's a pilot scale or a small scale, but we can replicate at larger areas. For Morocco, we looked at rain-fed agriculture and crop management, and in Iraq, we looked at rain-fed agriculture and how to use these tools to provide meteorological and hydrological service to end users. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer and for sharing this, what you call science policy interface of Lucky during your first intervention also, and all these examples in North Africa. Thank you very much for that. I would like to make a question to the EPIC network, maybe to Kay. We know that EPIC model, as you describe it, tried to work together with cities and universities in order to face urban challenges. So I wonder how EPIC network tried to strengthen the capacity of youth and students in particular for climate action.
Right, thank you for the question. So as you know, based on my experience and also from many research, youth and students are the most active group of people when it comes to issues on adaptation to climate change. However, many of them lack the real world experience. Some students might be lucky if they're studying well-off universities. The university might be able to support them on projects or lessons. However, some students might be also able to participate in intern or research projects, but these projects and these interns are not widely available. So by integrating the EPIC model into classroom and also allowing students to work with the cities, we hope that students will get to work and get to see the real problems. They get to practice, understand, and know the situation, what is happening on the ground, what is happening in the real world, use what they learn in class and apply into the real world context. And this would make them aware more about climate change, the implication, how many factors such as society, even political factors could play in making the issues more complicated and make adaptation to climate change much more difficult. Simple stuff such as getting access to information, like we have programs that work on the GIS data of the cities. So obviously, I talk to some of them and they keep on complaining that it's so difficult to get a lot of data from the local government. And this seems to be their reality, that they get to learn while working with the cities, that, you know, in order to make adaptation better, it's more, they have to collaborate with more people, and this is the opportunity for them to learn with that. Moreover, it's inspire change, and hopefully it will also inspire more research and initiative in the future. So these are something that I have experienced using the EPIC model and seeing other programs using the EPIC model. We have a student joining us today, so she can talk more about this as well. And that may make it clearer on how she is inspired or how she as youth can actually gain experience working with the cities in order to tackle issues that is climate change related. Yep.
Thank you very much, Kay, and for sure we will have some time to also to hear from Julian on this regard. Maybe I can come back to ARA and invite Taylor to give us some more ideas with respect to how ARA, through this extensive learning and sharing agenda, is already contributing to building these capacities to bridge knowledge and action. Taylor, please.
Thank you so much, Pilar. Well, I'm a member of the Adaptation Research Alliance, but I work with Cowater International, and I manage an action research program focused on brokering research on how to better support people living in fragile and conflict-affected states. So I've been involved in the Adaptation Research Alliance as part of working groups, thinking through the issue of how do we bridge research into action. And I think the benefit of the Adaptation Research Alliance is that it's a network of over 150 organizations that are all working towards similar objectives of carrying out research that ultimately has an impact. And so I think where the ARA is supporting this process is it's allowing members to come together to reflect on what it is we're learning from our individual research projects, on what works to bridge research into action. What are the processes that are involved here in terms of working with end users, in terms of engaging in participatory processes, in terms of working with stakeholders on the ground to understand what are their needs, what are their realities, and how can we strengthen those capacities to build adaptation and resilience. So to answer your question, Pilar, I think how ARA is contributing to building capabilities is really providing that space for reflection, for a community of practice to come together to reflect on how do we bridge research into action for adaptation and resilience building, and what are the principles that we need to follow to do this well. And I think some of the lessons that I've learned through engaging with Jesse and the Adaptation Research Alliance is really around using participatory processes that engage with local stakeholders, partnerships between diverse actors coming together to understand common problems and issues related to climate change impacts and how that impacts people's lived realities on the ground. And finally, the partnerships that are required between policymakers, local actors, civil society, and NGOs to come together to co-create solutions that ultimately use evidence and gets that into use in terms of policy implementation and practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. I would like to now turn to Maha to ask her how you understand that the British University in Egypt is already helping national decision makers in order to integrate climate knowledge with actionable policies on the ground.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the Capacity Building Hub for inviting me to the session and giving me the opportunity to highlight my experience within the context of the Lima Adaptation Knowledge Initiative. Also, I would like to thank my advisors, Dr. Maha Al-Hini and Dr. Huda Hasaballah, for the ultimate support needed. And as well as I would like to thank my colleagues, Rimah Ibrahim and Samah Mansour. To answer your question, I would like to mention that the British University in Egypt embraces the role of capacity building in the adaptation to climate change. Therefore, it responds to the lackey knowledge gap and the university program, the University Partnership Program under the umbrella of the UNFCCC. It aims to connect the graduates with the supporting local and international technical partners to bridge the lackey identified knowledge gaps. So we prioritize the lackey knowledge gaps based on Egypt's urging needs, in alignment with our national strategy on adaptation to combat desertification and preserve our agriculture sector from further shrinkage. So our main ultimate goal is to achieve and sustain food security. Then I would like to show my sincere gratitude that I've gotten the opportunity to be part of a project under the partnership of the UNFCCC and the British University in Egypt that has bridged two of the lackey knowledge gaps number 10 and 11. The gap number 10 addresses the insufficient information about the interconnections between desertification and socioeconomic development to inform the government as well as the agriculture advisory in Egypt. Then we addressed the gap number 11 that addresses the limited knowledge sharing on the interlinkage between the agriculture sector and other sectors to inform policymakers. Then, therefore, we mapped and collected and integrated data that fits in bridging our knowledge gaps. So we worked on a more substantial level on a micro and macro data to be able to address the key specific areas that are more challenging in Egypt. And we have been able to apply empirical work that measures the sensitivity of the agriculture sector towards climate change hazards. Then we proceeded by developing a vulnerability assessment map to figure out the interrelationship between socioeconomic status of our population in our study sample and the most affected area by climate change. And based on our results, we have been able to develop a policy action plan to inform policymakers how to tackle the agricultural vulnerability in Egypt and its related socioeconomic repercussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maha, for that reflections. Let me turn to Julian. I would like to know more about the role of the students of the university in this EPIC network project and in connecting knowledge and practice that is maybe the main topic of all this panel discussion. Julian, please.
Good day to all. I come from the development communication class, which worked with the EPIC network in one of its collaborations with our educational institution here in the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. So during that semester, we took the Torres communication approaches to development programs. The class was fortunate enough to handle the communication component of the EPIC network project. We produced communication materials to inform, educate, and communicate disaster preparedness in a community here in the Philippines, which was experiencing flooding, especially during heavy rains and typhoons. Since we are development communication students, we are trained to do development-oriented communication practice. This engagement with the EPIC network took our learning outside the four walls of our classrooms and outside our Zoom and virtual spaces as we crafted and implemented a communication plan regarding the environmental hazard or threat faced by our partner community. For me and my classmates, the project was a way for us of putting theory into practice. We are spending hours of lectures, learning about development approaches, and training ourselves as better communicators. But it was in our engagement with the community and the project stakeholders where we really see the situation on ground. Due to the knowledge we gained from our lectures in class, we were well guided by theory and experiences of experts in the development or sustainability sector. So even as students, we can still be effective drivers of climate action in the process of training to be communication professionals and experts in our own fields.
Thank you very much, Julian, for reminding us how important it is not only to produce all this information and the linkage, but also how we communicate our findings together. So thanks for that reflection. I would like to come back for another reflection of ARA. So I would like to ask Jesse, we are celebrating ARA first year and the establishment of ARA in last COP. Yesterday, but we are already 1 year after that. So maybe some reflections on your behalf in terms of the work of ARA and of course the plans for the future.
Great. Thank you very much, Pilar. Yes, in fact, the Adaptation Research Alliance, or the ARA, launched last COP26 on Science and Innovation Day, and we held an event on Saturday in the UK Pavilion to mark the ARA 1 year on. And maybe, I guess the first reflection is to say, because we are a new initiative, we have also been setting up the actual mechanisms for delivery of the ARA itself. So we've been setting up the governance structures and have brought together an ad hoc working group on governance to really kind of flesh out what it is the governance framework that has been approved by the plenary. So the 150 plus members have actually approved a governance framework, but then we've assembled a smaller working group to really flesh out what that means and how we can work through the ARA plenary, the highest governance body, down through the steering board, and then of course the secretariat delivering with the members. So as we've been setting that up, we've also been delivering programs and activities. And of course, that balance has been a little bit of a challenge, but I think from the program side, really the reflection here is that, as Taylor mentioned, what we've seen and what we've really liked to see has just been these members coming closer together and really starting to collaborate much more. And this is not just collaborating members who have worked together in the past, but actually bringing together these new partnerships. In some cases, we even consider them kind of radical collaborations, where partners who've never worked together, never considered working together, are actually sharing information, exchanging information. And that's something that we're very pleased to see. We have launched a new website. And within the website, so it's www.adaptationresearchalliance.org, quite long to write, but hard to miss. But what's interesting about that is that we will be developing a members-only space. And this members-only space is really to allow the members to come together to really exchange information, exchange ideas, and be able to share the information that they want, to reach out to members for the discussions that they'd like to have with them. So that space will be coming soon, and we're really looking forward to that. Maybe in terms of what we are moving forward with, last year we held a round of micro grants, or as we call them, grassroots action research micro grants. We had 25 grantees from Latin America, Africa, and Asia who came together to really identify burning issues and then bring together these radical collaborations or transdisciplinary partnerships to really explore what these burning issues were and what that meant from these different perspectives. You know, what were those knowledge needs and gaps and also opportunities. So we did that last year. And we actually did learn from that process last year by really taking the feedback from the grantees. And we've launched a second round of micro grants that now will also be doubling the length and time, so moving from 3 months to 6 months for the micro grant activities themselves. And actually we've increased the amount of funds from £10,000 to £15,000 as the maximum for each of the micro grants. So that call is live. Please do look into it and apply if you'd like. It's until the 12th of December. And another interesting idea of moving forward are these co-creation spaces, which we also launched last Saturday. And the idea of the co-creation spaces are to bring together these transdisciplinary networks from action funders and research funders to research institutes to grassroots organizations or implementers, end users, and really co-create new action research programs that will be looking at the areas of nature-based solutions, smallholder agriculture, urban resilience, and now I'm going to look bad because I know there's one more that I can't recall right now what it is. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. I shouldn't be doing this. But we do have these 4 new co-creation areas that we will actually be moving forward with this year. I remember the 4th. It's actually really increasing kind of university capacities to be able to inform national adaptation plans and strategies, because quite often now, of course, particularly in LDC countries or least developing countries, there's a lack of capacity for the universities to actually inform the NAP processes, which means quite often the NAP development depends on consultants from abroad to kind of do the fly in, fly out. So that's the 4th co-creation space. But the idea is to work with action funders, research institutes and centers, as well as the end users to really co-develop these new programs. And as Taylor mentioned, the tracking, learning, and sharing activities will also be moving forward with some other activities along that activity area as well. So a lot of activities to come in the next year.
Indeed. Thank you, Jessie, and thank you for sharing all the activities done and what you are foreseeing, including the new microgrants program and as well as the new co-creation spaces. Let me ask to Tarek and as well as maybe Maha, if you would like also to take this last question, at least from my part. I would like to ask which are, from your perspective, the key lessons learned, the key opportunities and challenges of the work done considering LACI process.
Thanks, Pilar. Yes, for LACI, I guess we should value the importance of long-term partnerships with the different actors. And we should build on existing knowledge. Like LACI, we have a lot of knowledge, but we need to repackage some to get it under LACI in terms of identification of the right knowledge gap and the relevant collaborative action needed. This will give opportunity to scale out this knowledge from a place to another, nationally and regionally, so we can transfer some knowledge on irrigation, water management from Morocco to Iraq to other countries in the region. And also, once we have one map for the whole Arab countries, that they can speak the same language in terms of climate science and building the science policy interface. When we develop those collaborative actions or projects, the key challenge we will face is how to mobilize funds to implement these projects. Especially, we are looking at adaptation projects, not mitigation, not renewable energy. So it's more tentative for donors to put money in. So for adaptation, I guess we need to put more efforts to convince donors with the importance of adaptation for the countries, especially in water, to look at water security, food security, and other key challenges that countries are facing. For finance, when we did mapping for the finance flows in the Arab countries, we found that mitigation finance is about 3.5 times as the adaptation one. So we need to work more on the finance in terms of quantity as well as quality, because most of the funding is in terms of loans, and we have very high debt level in the Arab countries now, which reach $1.4 trillion. So we need to work more on funds that will secure grants and concessional finance to support the adaptation projects, including the LACI actions that we developed during the 2 years. So we already have projects, we built a project, but we need to match make those projects with the interest and priorities of donors to make sure that we get the right fund in the right place.
Thank you very much, Tarek. Maybe Maha, you would like also to make some comments on this regard?
Yes, thank you. Within my experience and our project under the Nairobi Work Program, we learned the experience that the collective action and the capacity building are the most effective ways to combat climate change, since we are all in the same boat. And we have got the opportunity to integrate with partners on the national and international level, since climate change is a multidisciplinary process to combat. And we've embarked on a project. One of its main aims is to integrate youth in the climate change work and helping them to integrating them in the process of data collection and filling the most challenging data gap, since one of the most challenging process or phase in our project is the data collection, and we spent most of the time in collecting data. And we have also attended capacity building workshops to help us learn how to make intervention and design policies that can be reflected and or discussed by the policymakers and planners, and can closely touch local communities and as well as the civil societies. And we have also been able to cooperate and exchange data with the help of our main local partners, the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reclamation in Egypt. And finally, I would like to show my sincere gratitude to the learning experience during this project, as it was an opportunity for youth empowerment as well as the engagement in the process of policy making. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maha. Thank you for highlighting in particular this special role that youth can play in all the stages we are having this conversation, and also this particular example in terms of closing data gaps and data collecting processes. So I think that's something very, very interesting, in particular of all the discussion that we are having and of your intervention, and also Tarek for making this relationship between Lucky and the challenges that we are experiencing in terms of adaptation finance and current landscape of adaptation finance. Let me move please to both Kay and Julian, maybe to ask same question, which are the key challenges and lessons learned and opportunities of that you see in EPIC Network?
All right, so I'm going to start first. Well, actually, through becoming a coordinator for EPIC Asia, I learned many things. Last year and also this year, we granted 11 programs, and we also have several programs that did not get the seed grant that engaged in the EPIC model and that used the EPIC model, and also those in Africa that I have a chance to talk, interact with, the same for those in the United States. And I feel, and I learned that, when it comes to climate adaptation, you really need to give youth and students the space, interacting with them, communicating with them. I feel that they really care about climate change. They want to make change. They are very creative, and they are eager to use what they have already learned in class to apply it to the real world situation. The problem is they don't have the opportunities. So, like engaging with different programs. So I'm not saying that we are the only program. There are many other programs across the globe, I'm pretty sure, but giving them space to be able to apply what they already learned would give them, like a lot of, opportunities to kind of practice what they have learned and make the world a better place and try to tackle the problem of climate change. This is something that most people, government, politics, everybody have to think about, because when it's come to youth and students, I don't hear much, at least in for the case of in Southeast Asia where I'm based right now. Climate change is often seen as something that the government should do, and the other group of people are powerless, I would say, but that's not always the case. And other thing that I really learned from engaging with the big N, a lot of students from across the world, and I feel the importance of localization. Well, we all know what the SDGs are, and we have engaged with the SDGs, and one of the things that they emphasize is localization. So by letting the local student engage in local issues, working with local organization, working with local government, you can see that, like they feel the sense of pride. And, when you have somebody who have the feeling, you have somebody who really passionate about solving the problems, the end result is really different. So that's something that the EPIC N want to highlight, trying to, like make sure the student in the university help out the communities that are closer to the university, closer to their home. So this sense of belonging, this sense of attachment will actually make a lot of changes. You want to make your home a better place to live and play. And when your home is actually experiencing problem, I feel that, they have more the urge of want to make changes. And I don't see many people emphasize that. So this might be something that we can or think about in the near future. We are talking about trying to solve climate change. We have to think about it. How about people who live in the area, who live in the situation, who actually know what is happening in their area? Are we already giving them enough space to speak, or do we already give them like enough, opportunity for them to actually make the change? So that's something I learned from engaging with the Big N and students from many places. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kay. And I want to highlight this idea of the importance of giving youth the opportunities that you need in order to be this creative force that you already are. But in many cases, the lack of opportunities is a real limit to the opportunities that youth participation can give us in terms of solutions to climate change adaptation. So let's give Julian also the opportunity to give some answers to the same question.
Okay, so recently we are seeing more and more students and young people generally who are not just participating but are in the forefront of climate action. So having successfully completed our class project with the EPIC network, my classmates and I are hopeful of what we can do within our universities when we engage with communities who are directly experiencing the effects of extreme weather events and climate change in general. As we conducted interviews with the community, we learned how important it is to hear from them directly about the struggles they are facing, the threats to their safety, and the problems they need to address. They know more about their community, their practices, and their community members, more than what our books and theories about urbanization, modernity, and waste management can tell us. So one important lesson is that the stakeholders' voices are what should be amplified in our campaigns. And second, since we made communication materials to promote waste management and inform about disaster preparedness, we are always reminded in development communication to know your audience. The materials that we should produce in our campaigns should consider the stakeholders, their preferences, their capacities, and their interests so that this may be more engaging for them and effective in eliciting the results that we want to collectively achieve in our campaign. Lastly, since we did this project in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, a great lesson we learned is how the campaign reconstructed the concept of community work. We used to think it was only done face-to-face, but through our collaboration with local government and local civic groups, we were able to do community work without physically going there. By utilizing technology, we were still able to establish connection with stakeholders and document the reality. Information communication technology for development is becoming more and more relevant today, and we can surely utilize this ICT for D to implement our campaigns in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian. We are all very anxious for taking a look to EPIC materials. Thanks for sharing that. Now we have some more minutes for some interaction with the audience. So I would like to invite everybody here, and we are very lucky to have you. So now we would really like to hear also your questions and your views with respect to these alliances and the different thoughts that we heard so far. Please, you have the floor. Yeah, we have at least 3 hands. Thank you so much.
Christopher Castro from Department of Hydrology and Atmospheric Sciences, University of Arizona. And this is a comment, I think more talking about the need for actionable climate science information. There's really 2 things. There's high-resolution modeling capabilities and observational capabilities. And I think these, to the points of the panel, some of the panelists, require some significant investments in adaptation and also capacity building and technology transfer. So my real big concern is how do we have mechanisms to facilitate that, particularly to countries of the least developed countries where the need is really urgent?
Thank you very much for your comment. I think it's quite related to previous answer of Tarek. So maybe other speakers would like to also to reflect on this. I would like to take all the comments and questions from the floor, from the audience, and then I will come back to the speakers for their last reflections. So I recognize we had another hand there and another one here.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank you for this very interesting session. My name is Nisreen Lahan from the Arab Organization for Agricultural Development, part of the League of Arab States. My question is to Dr. Tarek regarding Lucky initiative. I had the pleasure to be part of this initiative from another platform. But my question is this a continuous process, or did it come to an end regarding the partnerships and the cooperation with other entities and organizations? Is there an opportunity to be part of this? And regarding this the science policy interface and developing these policy briefs, have you had developed any of these actions regarding the gaps that you have identified? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Now let's move to the last question, please. Thanks.
Thank you very much for having us here and inviting our students. I am Dr. Maha Al-Hini from the British University in Egypt, and I would like to start by giving a reflection. From my advisory role here, in the beginning we had a pool of challenges. Our challenges were multifold to get different cooperations together that did not speak the single language. Our students spoke a different language, the language of books, the language of assignments. And then we as advisors always targeted their development inside the university. Now we have policymaking action that we need to integrate our students with outside of the university and with local partners and with the university as well as government bodies. These were all different islands that did not cooperate, or it's like it seemed for us, and I think Dr. Hoda, my co-advisor, would agree with me on that. It seemed like we're pulling all hands to touch or pulling all hands to be able to hold together, and this was the very, very big challenge for us. Within the very limited resources that we have been given a lot of support. Our Nairobi Work Program team, thank you very much for developing our program and our project for us. But again, we have seen a lot of challenges for resource limitations. That's the reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Let me move to the panel. And for last reflections, not only what you heard from the audience, but also any other thought that you could like to have. So starting with Jesse maybe, and then going to Taylor, please.
Great. Well, thank you, Pilar, and thank you for the questions. I guess I had, for each of the points, there weren't really questions, but as you said, more of a reflection. I think first, on the climate models and the need for climate science, particularly for adaptation, I agree. I mean, that is one of the critical needs, is improved modeling and scaling, downscaling. That said, one thing that we have been doing in the Adaptation Research Alliance is last year we carried out a consultative process, so brought together diverse types of actors and experts from research to action, and we brought together a consultative process on climate risk assessments, and to really understand what climate risk assessments mean, what are their knowledge gaps, what are the needs, what are the opportunities, and that's moved forward in one of our areas in the tracking, learning, sharing activity area that Taylor mentioned, where we're looking at understanding risk. And one of the things that we're pushing here is to really take a much broader understanding of risk. So we're not just looking at kind of the biophysical climate impacts of risk, but actually what does that mean? How do they translate into increasing vulnerabilities, increasing exposure of communities, of those on the front lines of climate change? So I think there's definitely a need for improving climate science, but I think that we also need to take the science that we have today and really start linking it up with some of those more social aspects and those needs. On the language, I think that's an excellent point, and in fact, not only here in the work with ARA, but in previous experience, I've worked in different consortium and projects where language is a massive barrier unless you take the time to actually figure it out. So really the same exact word can have a very different meaning for different types of stakeholders. And I think quite often people speak using the same words, but they have different meanings for everyone. And so you really need to be quite conscious of this fact, and you actually need to take the time to just, whether it means developing a glossary or having meetings that you're really figuring out what a word means to everyone involved. I think that's also a critical aspect. And maybe just a final reflection for me, is just to say that I think what's very important about this type of climate action and the capacities that we're talking about here are 2 points. One is that, of course, we need to be working at multiple levels. One activity that I forgot to mention earlier is that the ARA has been contributing to the global stocktake, and we've been working with ARA members to actually collate their experiences on the ground and really share amongst the members what is actually important in the global stocktake for adaptation in this case. So I think working at that global level, the policy level is important, but also working on the ground, because the knowledge needs and the gaps, whether it's for research or action, they're different depending on those various levels. And then just my last point here, and I think it's also important, coming from this panel, and one of the reasons the panel came together is that we definitely need increased collaboration and much less competition amongst all the actors out there. So that's all for me.
Thank you very much. Jessie, Taylor, please.
Thank you. In response to the gentleman from the University of Arizona on bridging climate observation and climate science with citizen science, I have a good example from the program that I manage. It's funded by the UK government, and it stands for Supporting Pastoralism and Agriculture in Recurrent and Protracted Crises. And so one of the initiatives that we have as part of this program is focused on index-based drought insurance for pastoralists. So the work that we're doing is combining high-resolution satellite imagery of the rangelands to monitor drought conditions over a certain parameter of an area, combined with the citizen observation science. So we actually have people from local communities who are reporting on drought conditions, the conditions of the rangelands, mixed with satellite imagery to trigger when insurance should be rolled out to save people's lives living in drought conditions. And we see that right now in the Horn of Africa facing the 5th failed rainy season. So I'm happy to speak more about that after, in terms of combining science and climate science and observation with engaging citizens in terms of monitoring that. And to your point in the front on language and pulling together, and I think that really starts from starting from the very beginning in terms of bringing different stakeholders around the room to have a common understanding of the problem and co-create solutions. So I think that really starts with getting government and civil society and researchers and bringing people together to bridge the silos between research and action. And I completely hear you that there's not enough resources, and I think one of the calls to action that I have for the Adaptation Research Alliance is thinking about how can we engage policymakers and decision makers more in the process of how we define climate problems and bringing them to the table, because ultimately they have the money that needs to be trickled down to adaptation done at the local level. So thank you.
Thank you very much, both Jessie and Taylor, for your reflections related to the work conducted in the context of the Adaptation Research Alliance. Let me please move to Tarek and Maha, maybe for your reflections.
Thanks, Pilar. Yes, regarding high resolution modeling, yes, we need it for applications. And in our modeling, regional climate modeling, we used first for the whole Arab region, resolution 50 kilometer by 50 kilometer. But this sometimes very coarse for doing analysis like looking at crop productivity for certain area. for small country areas as well, like countries in the regions that you can find small pixels. You cannot really have spatial analysis for such kind of resolution. So this is why we did other projections with high resolution of 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer to, for instance, analyze sand and dust storm impacts in the Arab Peninsula area. So sometimes you need high resolution for specific applications that will need more detailed data and output for certain application. So I agree with you. Capacity building, we do, of course, training on all the time with the Arab Climate Outlook Forum, the ARCOF, which is in coordination with WMO on how to use meteorological data in different, to provide services to different sectors, which is to link between different institutions. So this is very important to bridge the science policy interface for. For Dr. Nisreen, she was saying, did you have action in the ground? Yes, we had one project we managed to secure fund for, which is the one we developed a manual for how to use or utilize climate information in early warning and crop management and other met and hydro services. And this mainly used some crop model, which is called APSIM, Agriculture Production System Simulator, to identify context-based climate adaptation options for the 3 countries I mentioned about. So this is one of the actions we did on the ground based on LACI collaborative actions we developed, and you were participating with us on that exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tarek, for your reflections and answers to the question. Maybe we can turn to Ma.
My reflection in this session is to highlight the importance of working collectively to achieve our goals and collaborate on the national and the international levels. And in our project, what helped us is the managerial willingness to sustain our resources and to achieve our goals, and developing the capacity building of students, giving them the opportunity to meet different partners on the national and international level, learning from them and benefit the most from our human capital and natural resources. This is my old reflection in the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maha, for your very active participation, all the answers provided. And I would like to turn to Kay and to Julian after him, please.
All right. For the question regarding climate models, I don't really have much input because the other have already speak on my behalf, and thank you very much for that. The comment based on languages, I have to answer for that actually. I hope I get it right. So obviously, if you work in university across the world, your students speak many languages. So obviously, you can use help translate into more understandable in terms of different languages. In terms of technical language, where we scientists, we lecturer, we use very highly technical language in terms of climate adaptation, climate science, climate models that most people, politicians, people on the ground do not understand. But I do remember when I was in an undergrad, I had to take a class called technical writing, where we are forced to read this very complicated technical language and translate it into simple English. So I don't know, I feel like since we have classes like that and you have to work with many sectors, why don't you just take, like all this complicated language, climate models, and then ask this lecturer in these classes to ask the student to help make it clearer, make it more understandable for people, and you can, actually distribute the material much better. We also have people working in communications, and kids today, youth today, they are so good in TikTok, they are so good in using, creating memes, creating all these reels in Instagrams. We can always work with them. And I don't see that in most of the like this in a talk like this, like a big event like this. Most people talk about climate language, talk about like all this big trying to solve the world complicated problem, but not many people kind of concentrate on how we can actually translate all this complicated language in more accessible, something that people can actually understand. So that one my point. And I think a comment from a university lecturer, I think it's my comment as well to you. We are experiencing the same problem as well, because we used to work within the university, and right now we have to work with everybody. Suddenly we have to work with different sectors, and some of them are more complicated than others. But together we can find ways, and we are a network. So I'm sure you are in your university is in some sort of network as well. So when it's come to this, I see the importance of learning from one another and seeing examples. If other people can do it successfully, obviously we can check and correspond with them. How can they make it possible? And we obviously cannot replicate completely, but how can we adapt to make it suit more to our situation? So that my comments. I don't really know that I kind of answer some of your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kay. Maybe 1 minute, since we are a little bit out of time. Julian, you would like to have some last thoughts?
Okay, I think we are reminded to be proactive in our campaigns regarding climate issues. When it comes to capacity building, students in their own organizations have proven through the years how collective action has brought them in the forefront of change. Students in the university have long been launching their own campaigns, which are in line with climate action, and even small, these have really huge potential in being impactful in the long run. Lastly, we can be more present and participative in the process of change by engaging ourselves with ongoing initiatives in our own communities. So we have we can access these initiatives through online means and by looking out for what's happening in our communities.
Thank you very much, Julian, and thank you everyone for this wonderful panel and for our great audience, and that you stay until the end and make these very interesting questions. Thank you very much. We heard a lot about the importance of radical collaboration, about co-development of processes. I think this is one of the most important takeaways, as well as the relevance of multi-scale work. And with this example of GST coming, this first cycle and local level, as well as the role of youth, in particular in this day and every day, of course, and the need of creating opportunities for their participation, the relevance of communication materials and products to interact. Also, something very critical in our panel today was the role of science policy interface and interdisciplinary work and the scale knowledge transfer across different regions. And lastly, for sure, but very, very important and highlighted by many of you, the critical need of strengthening finance for adaptation interventions, for closing knowledge gaps, as well as technology and capacity building in all the stakeholders that are cross-cutting here, of course, national level, local level, but also the universities in developing countries, the different communities and organizations here. So, and how we can assure that the support is going where it's mostly needed and where it will be more effective, guided by this science policy conversation. So thank you again, everyone. And well, the next panel is almost starting. Thanks. Thank you. That was great. Thank you. Maybe we can take a quick picture. Yeah. Yeah.
Taylor?
We should say.
Switch between the PowerPoint deck and the simulator. A way to project what's on that or this up.
Test. Can I just say?
Yeah,
we're getting organized and
yeah. As long as you don't say that we are organized just yet.
Hello, folks. Welcome, welcome. We're so happy you're here. We're getting all set up here with the technical side of this session. As you can see, it's going to be about the climate long game, gamifying climate education to scale. It's going to be fun because we have an interactive simulator, and we have some very important research from Dr. Juliet Rooney-Varga right here and others about bringing gamification, simulation, and new ways to engage people at deep levels about addressing climate change. It's gonna be interactive. I'm gonna ask you questions. That'll be fun. That'll be a little awkward because it's not how we usually roll here in the UN space, but you're gonna like it. So, please be patient. We're getting set up. It's gonna happen in a few minutes. And if you're feeling like a bold climate leader, stand up, go out into that courtyard where someone is standing there and invite them inside. Two of our team members, Yasmin Zahar and Clara Iglesias, are doing exactly that. Filling the room so it's a little more dramatic, exciting, and full. So if you're inspired, oh, someone is standing up, she's doing it. Are you kidding me? Yes. Thank you. She's a climate leader. Give her a hand. She's going to go bring some people in. That's great. Go bring your friends, because if all the chairs are full, it is just a little more fun. Oh, yeah. Florian is starting to show you and testing the simulator that we'll be showing in a few minutes. That's the simulator. It's free online. You can go find it yourself. I'll just also ask, does anybody have a laser pointer to lend to us? Because this screen is a little higher than we expected. Anybody carry a laser pointer to COP27 that they want to share? Dr. Eduardo Fracassi, you have a... Tess.
When shall we tell them what to show? The simulator on the slides? Do they know?
The slides.
Now on the slides?
We'll tell them probably. You
Can
just.
I switch easily back and forth or the test?
Have you done that on
What
here
did-
or?
what?
Where is the switching?
If we could, it's not going to work that way.
Just find out what her deal is.
Where can I do this?
So while we're waiting for that tech setup to get started, I just want to take a moment to thank so many people from our team who are here right now. We have from the Climate Long Game, Michal Vartanian and Sofia Gakamanyan. Thank you for being here. So if you have questions about that, I also want to mention my colleague Ari Perliger here from UMass Lowell, who's helping us with research on public communication analysis. I'm going to talk about, oh, we're good? All right. So, yeah, that's good. That's good right there. Yep, yep. So, and here with me, I think you've already met Andrew Jones, and Florian Kappmeyer. We also have Clara Iglesias and Yasmin Zahar. So we'll all be helping you to do this interactive activity. But before we get started, I want to spend a few minutes kind of setting the stage and sharing with you some of our rationale about why we use this approach and what we've found in terms of how it's effective. So, thanks, Florian. So, why games? Why use this experience of simulations and interaction to do this work? I think I'm a professor, and I've spent most of my career, whoops. Let's see if this, is there a way to get that? Okay, we're good. So I've spent most of my career using one very commonly used approach in education, which is basically, we could call it the information deficit model. We think that if we provide information, people will learn, and supposedly if they learn, they'll take informed action based on what they learn. But I think here at COP, we're really focused on how do we translate education into action. And a big question that we ask is, does that kind of education really catalyze action and informed action? And I like to show a little video of students who were listening to a highly engaging lecture. Okay, looks like that's not going to play, but that's okay. Here's a oops. We may be switching. Okay.
We're playing the video from that
good?
end.
All right. So, sorry about that. Give it a minute. So, So, I think
we've introduced.
Yeah. So this is what I've done a lot of my career, I'll admit, and you can see how engaged and interested these students are. Well, not really. And when we take a look at using a different approach, whoops. So if you could go ahead and move that forward. If you could move the slides forward. We know that there are a lot of problems with climate change education in particular. Keep on going. Are you back to? Okay, great. So we know that there's our model, but what's wrong with that model? In particular, when we look at climate change education, we're dealing with this incredibly complex problem. How do we help people understand something that's so complex and dynamic? We know that people are coming to this problem not as blank slates, but with prior misconceptions often, and that can be difficult, make learning difficult. Especially where I come from in the United States, people also have a situation where climate change often threatens their worldview, so they have an active barrier to learning about it. And frequently that's connected to what it says there is my social group doesn't agree. A situation where if people that I connect with don't agree with climate solutions or climate change is a problem, I'm actively going to dismiss it as well. And really sadly for me, as a professor and as a mom of 3 young people, I'm seeing especially this, that oftentimes we're just at the point where we think we're done. It's too late. Why should I learn about this if we're so late in this game and there's nothing I can do about it? So I think there are some real problems with sort of getting over these barriers, but I think we have a way that maybe can help. So what if instead of giving boring lectures, like we do something like this? Yep. And rather than worry about the video, I'm just going to go ahead. If I could play it, what you would see is a heated argument going on where this young man in the red sweatshirt is representing the United States. His colleague in the blue is representing China. They're arguing about embodied carbon emissions that are going over borders and who's responsible for them. And much to my dismay as an esteemed professor, I learned from our research that they were learning more from doing that than they learned from me lecturing to them. And so the question is why? And I think one important reason is that through these simulations, people have experiences together. They are immersed in complex systems, and it's a great way to learn about them. They learn for themselves, and they feel for themselves about climate change. They're not getting, we're not telling them what to think or feel. They're coming to that intrinsically. And they know that they have a social group that agrees because they're going through this experience with a social group. And what's really interesting is that our research shows that when people experience simulated collective efficacy, that they can do something together, even if it's just a game, that actually translates into real-world collective action. And you can't see underneath the image of me are some peer-reviewed papers that I'd welcome you to check out. I'm happy to share with you talking about this research. So I also just want to mention that these tools are really not just for students. I've lost the slides again. But okay, there we go. So suffice to say that they weren't developed for the education space initially. They're actually, unless you call educating policymakers education, which I think I do. So we have a user in John Kerry, and in, at this point, over 130 members of the United States Congress, and in many governors and mayors. And as I mentioned, we're looking at whether or not what these people say and do in the public sphere, on Twitter, on the floor of the Senate and the Congress, changes as a result of that experience or not. So here's kind of a summary. We've reached over 403 leaders in government, over 1,000 leaders in the private sector, and many in the NGO space all around the world. I'm going to stop there and hand it over to Drew Jones, who's going to actually help us do a interactive simulation.
Thank you, Juliet. Please give a hand to Dr. Juliet Rooney-Varga, UMass Lowell, in the United States, doing incredibly important research about the effectiveness of games to lead to action. That's what we're doing. But now you've heard about games. Are you ready to play a game? Yeah? You want to play a game? All right. One thing you don't need for this game is your phones, so tuck them away and get ready. This is a game called Create the Future You Want to See, which could be 1.5 degrees into the future to meet the goals of the UNFCCC. You ready? Okay. We're going to, I'd like you to start thinking about the kinds of solutions, actions, interventions on climate that you would like to see, that you think will actually get us there. Turn to the person next to you. Find one person, two people, and in as few words as possible, tell them what you want to do. What are the high leverage, high priority actions? So really, turn to the people. You guys, talk to each other. Seriously, you got to talk to each other. That's what they're doing in the negotiation halls, right? They're talking to each other. Do it. In the front, there's someone right behind you. Look at that. You two, you can talk. It's okay? Yeah, there he is. See, he's doing it. Tell that person right behind you. I think we should. I think we should. I think we should. Even in the back, you guys are playing. What should we do? Okay.
Hello.
Think of what that is. Now we're going to simulate. Florian, I need you up for this. We're going to simulate this in the context of a future that we do not want to see. And you're seeing that future right here. In this future, you can see in the top left, make it large, please, the future of coal, oil, and gas energy. See, this is all the coal, 2000 to 2100. A fairly pessimistic future. Maybe coal will die. You may need to propose that coal will die. But in this future, it doesn't. It grows. Oil, gas, that green wedge is wind and solar, bioenergy and nuclear. If we burn all of that, and if we add to it methane, nitrous oxide, F-gases, then we get what's in the top right corner, which is overall greenhouse gas net emissions going up and up and up. See this little blip right here in 2021? See that tiny little blip? That's the COVID blip, but it's coming back and rising and rising. This is the pollution that leads to warming. What do we want that line to do? The gentleman in the front is pointing down to net zero. Net zero means all the way down to that line. That would be net zero. We'd love net zero by what year? This is a thing where you're going to have to yell out, not even with the mic. Yell it out.
What year do you want to?
Net zero by what year? By 2050. Here's 2050. So your game is get that blue line down to net zero by 2050, or the number in the top right corner down to what? 1.5 ideally. That's the game, okay? And you just came up with some ideas about how to do it. So I need 3 people to yell out as loudly as possible, what is the action you would like to propose to help make that happen? Yell it out. Yeah, I think we do need the mic. Go ahead.
Reduce population.
What did she say?
Limit population growth.
Limit population growth. Thank you.
Am I right?
Number 2.
One would be to compost all the waste to ensure we target methane. And,
Compost all the waste.
Yeah,
Thank
especially
you.
food waste.
Particularly food waste. Thank you. And the third is the gentleman. Oh yeah, and third one. Population, food waste.
Thank you so much. So if you want to reduce the emission by 2050 to net zero, we need to invest in nature-based solution.
Nature-based solutions. Thank you. Population, compost waste. There's other folks who, wait, hold on. I can only remember 3 at a time. There will be a chance for some more. Okay, let's talk about population. We'll pull up population. And by the way, this is a free model. It's online. Go to it right now, enroads.org. You can go play with it. There are 2 levels. This is the simplest level. We could just change population. But if you hit the 3 dots, then for all of you nerds out there, and I know there are many, you're going to want to dig in and know, what did they assume? What are the numbers behind this? We don't just want population up and down. What are the numbers? Yesterday, we added the 8 billionth person on the planet. We're at 8 billion now. Here we are. We're headed to 10.4. This is that curve. And what you can do is simulate, what if we head to the lower end of the curve? Empowering women and girls, getting lucky about economic development affecting fertility rates. What if we went to the lower end of that curve? Don't hit it yet. I want you to think. So, turn to the person next to you very quickly. Temperature will not be 3.6 in 2100. What will the temperature be? 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 3.4, 1.8? Is this a silver bullet? What if we get the low end of the population range? Turn to that same person. Say a number. Say a number. It's all right. They love you no matter what. They're not going to judge you if you're wrong. Someone raise your hand if you're willing to offer your number, and you'll get a mic and you're going to say it. And Yazzie, how many minutes do I have? I have 20. So raise your hand if you're willing to say a number. People, we're playing a game. Play the game. Come on now. There you go. Say your number. Population.
Maybe 9 point.
The temperature will be what? 2.5. 2.5. Okay, so you've said you thought of your number. You thinking 2.5? Get ready, because Dr. Florian Kapmeyer is going to bring you some truth here. You ready? Here we go. Wait, and when you do it, click just once. Click just once right here, Florian. Don't slide it. Yeah, there you go. Boom. 3.4. 3.4. 3.6. 3.4. Instead of here, we're headed to 8.8 billion. Population peaks and falls slowly. Did it save the world? Did it help? It helped. Paul Ehrlich wrote The Population Bomb in 1971. Back in 1971, there was much more potential to avoid warming through population futures. In 2023, there isn't as much. Notice population is already expected to balance out. A little bit less means less energy demand. Look at the top left corner as Florian hits replay. See that? A little less coal, a little less oil, a little less gas. Show him coal, if you would. The reason this helps is that there were fewer people driving energy demand, coal, oil, and gas. Let's go look at coal. Right there, primary energy demand of coal. In this future, a little less coal. That's how it helped. Okay. The second thing you said was waste. We're going to add it on top of here. Food waste goes to landfills. In landfills, what is the main gas that it produces that hurts the climate? Say it again, my friend. Methane, exactly. It's really a story about methane. Now, I'm going to ask you to think about methane and methane from energy. It comes from gas and coal, and methane from wastewater. And this is actually going to add in, I'm adding in cows as well. So think of diets as well. We're lumping together a lot. So if we met basically the Glasgow Methane Pledge, remember that last year? The Global Methane Pledge. So Florian, if you would click right here, far to the left. Wait. Oh, yeah. It's all right. Notice how much more that is than you might have thought. That's a full 0.4 degrees C. Methane matters. Nitrous oxide matters. F-gases matter. Food waste, energy, landfills, all of that work that the person suggested. Play it again, all the way down to 3. 2 actions that get us 3. And that actually brings in the third suggestion that we had as well. So the gentleman who was here had another one. Sir, if you would say, what was your idea? What else do we need to do? What else was suggested? Right now, we got lucky with population. We're cutting methane and waste. Sir?
We'll ensure that coal is down.
Okay, say it again.
Coal
is
down.
Coal. We're going to do coal. I'm now remembering that the gentleman in the back said all nature-based solutions. I want to add something else to your nature-based solutions. A really big one is around deforestation. Then we'll do the coal. Deforestation. Over here. Deforestation. Click all the way to the left if you would. This was another Glasgow commitment. Go for it. Yep. Did it save the world? Not really. Did it help? You notice there's no silver bullet here. There's no one thing we're looking to do. Now this one has huge co-benefits because it's preserving the biodiversity of the forests that are not being cut down. A lot happened here with food systems, with land protection, and other things. So another nature-based solution adding up that really matters. The gentleman over here mentioned coal. Still, in this future, we have a good bit of coal. Let's envision a future that eliminates coal. No new investment in coal. So if we go under here, no new investment in coal, think in your head, 2.9 goes where? No new investment in coal. We're scrolling down here. Here it comes, and he's going to hit it, and hit the replay. In that last scenario, it was doing that. No new investment. It doesn't disappear overnight. It fades down slowly, and 2.6. So, a huge contribution. Say it again. We still have 20 minutes, folks. 20 minutes to get down to 1.5. Okay. Let me challenge you as systems thinkers. Systems thinkers, for us to create the future we want to see, we need to recognize how this is an interdependent system. What happens to natural gas in this scenario? We just stopped investing entirely in coal. Run it through your heads. The natural gas industry, did they throw a party when this happened, or did they mourn it? I got a thumbs up. You think, yeah, so what do you think natural gas does? It goes up, he says. Let's go look. It's a complex system. It's interdependent. Go up to natural gas. Uh-oh. See the blue line? Above the black. Even with the population drop. We call this the squeeze the balloon problem. Squeeze that soft balloon in one area, it pops up in another area. We need to think this way, not just about initial effects, but about those secondary responses by the rest of the system. Good news though, however, what happens to wind and solar? Zero carbon energy. What happens to wind and solar in the same way? Let's go look. I see some thumbs pointing up. More wind and solar. There are a lot of ways to encourage wind and solar. You can subsidize it. You can also hurt its competition, and up it goes. Okay? It's a complex system. Now, if you like that idea, you should come take the course that is free online. It's called Mastering En-ROADS. It was built by the two women in the front row here. Raise your hands, Yazzie and Clara. These guys, we put 8 hours of training. One of the lessons is called Squeeze the Balloon. It is that idea. There are another 9 systems principles that are in this course that you see up here. So you can go take it. It's free. Did we tell you that the model is in 17 languages as well? This course is in English, but you can use it. So put it in Spanish if you would, Florian, or something. Kiswahili, yeah. So if you're in another language and another culture, the model is fully available in any, and here we are in whatever. That was Kiswahili. We just added Kiswahili. Okay. I was talking about Squeeze the Balloon. We got to 2.6. We have further to go. So think about now what we've done. No new coal. We have less population. We've cut deforestation and methane. What else do we need to do? Carbon prices. Carbon prices, says the gentleman with the Montana t-shirt. Carbon prices. Carbon prices. Now, mind you, we already are eliminating coal. What's going to happen to that natural gas if we have carbon prices? Where is it going? Natural gas, carbon-intensive fossil fuel would get much more expensive with carbon pricing. Let's see. So I think we should go, we need to go big to get down there. Anybody, what's the highest carbon price you think you could aim for that you would dream of? Somebody yell out a number. Anyone from that world? Mr. Montana, you suggested, you got a number? How many dollars a ton CO2 do you like? $100. $100, he says. Okay, so here in your model, you could say $100 a ton. Everybody, run your model in your head. 2.6 goes where? Now, mind you, we've already killed coal. 2.6, let's try it. Yeah. 2.3, another critical 0.3. Is carbon pricing a silver bullet? No. Okay. Is a higher carbon price look more like a silver bullet? Try 200. 200. Here comes $200 a ton. Even better, 2.1. Someone just said oil. Yeah, so what's beautiful about this, let's go show oil. Go show oil. Oil, I'm hoping is going to peak soon and fall. The critical thing with carbon price, we've enacted this over the next 10 years. In what year does a carbon price help keep oil in the ground? Look at that. It happens very soon. Many of these other solutions in the clean energy side take a long time to actually help the climate because the fossil fuel infrastructure has an average 30-year lifetime. When we build it, it lives for a long time. You price carbon, you stop burning coal, oil, and gas very quickly. It is not as delayed. It is very effective. And it handled the gas problem. Did it handle the gas problem? Go look at natural gas. I'm guessing it was the same. Absolutely. Now, mind you, there's a bit of a boost. Natural gas comes back up a little bit because coal is going out. All right. What else do we need to do? We are now at 2.1 degrees. We want to get well below 2. Yes, ma'am, with the white scarf.
Afforestation.
Afforestation. Afforestation. Florian, can you open up another version of the model? I want to do afforestation alone. Do we need more trees in the world? Yes. Absolutely. For biodiversity, in habitats, in cities, for urban heat island effect. But we're going to test, is it an effective global solution to addressing climate change? This guy's shaking his head. He's shaking his head. Let's see. I'm starting from scratch. We're not doing that carbon price. We're not doing population. If you pull up carbon removals on the left, the top left, and we're going to imagine close to 1 trillion trees. My former president proposed that as a climate solution. So it's Go to the thumbnails in the top right. Yeah. Net CO2 removals. Straight above here. Okay. We're now going to plant 1 trillion trees, and you're going to see it. Do the stacked one on the top right. We're going to see 1 trillion trees in the context of all the other emissions. Look here. At this one, make it really big. This is the problem. These are the sources of greenhouse gas emissions. See the black area, burning coal, oil, and gas. See the green, land use emissions. Blue is methane. Anything below 0 is removals. Okay, we haven't planted the trees yet. Simulate your mental model. 3.6 goes where with 1 trillion trees? Say a number to the person next to you, really fast. Say a number. 3.6 goes down to 3.4, he says. Okay, try it. Click once all the way at the end. Okay. 3.5. We need trees. They are not an effective climate solution at a global scale. Why? What year do we really have removals? It takes some time to plant the trees. Then trees grow slowly. And in the early years, they don't remove much carbon. It gets seriously helpful in the 2060s. 2060s. That is way too late to be an important solution to this challenge. We love trees. 1 trillion trees is not a helpful solution. What is helpful? Go back to that first scenario. So far, what have we done? It's all about coal, oil, gas, methane, cutting deforestation, and a lot of other bit players. I'll say it again. Write it down. Fight for it. Coal, oil, gas, methane, deforestation, and some other bit players. There are a lot of ways to make that happen, but if you're not doing those 5 things, you're not getting well below 2 degrees. So here we are at 2.1. What else are we going to do? Carbon removals. Okay, technological carbon removal. Which one do you like? Mineralization, crush up rocks. BECCS, burn trees, try to capture the carbon. DACs, build these machines that use a lot of energy to pull carbon out of the atmosphere, shove it underground. Biochar, agricultural soil carbon, you don't till the soil. Which one?
BECCS, we can take all those trees we just planted and sink them into the ground.
BECCS, okay.
And direct air capture. Direct air capture.
BECCS, bioenergy carbon capture and storage, and direct air capture. A direct air capture is kind of like a dehumidifier machine. It uses a lot of energy, pulls carbon out of the atmosphere, you try to shove it underground. The Royal Society of the UK did a study 2019, and they made some estimates of how much we might get. So let's guess maybe we get 80% of what they think is possible for BECCS. So hold on, top left, show us the removals if you would, Florian. And top right, show us the stacked. Okay, remember that top right? Show the top right again. I showed you before all the sources. Anything below 0 is going to be a removal. Okay? So watch as that shows up. And then watch in the top left as we get it. So over here, we're going to go technological carbon removal. Let's do, here's BECCS, bioenergy carbon capture and storage. He's going to type in 80%, run your mental model. 80% of what they think is possible. And here it comes. Boom. 5 gigatons a year, which is a lot. That's the higher, well, it's a lot. Okay. There it is. There's your 5 gigatons a year. And it's kicking in by the 2030s, 2040s. Okay? Now show it in the big graph. Show the big one. Okay, here it comes. See that silver area below 0? Those are the removals. Notice the scale of, remember how much CO2 we were putting in and taking a little wee amount out. A lot in, a little out. Let's add DACs, perhaps, and note these technologies don't exist at scale yet. They are imagined. Maybe they would work. So let's go try it. Keep the BECCS, if you would. And then here comes DAC, direct air capture. We could add that on top. And 80% of that. Okay, it's a little bit. Do not let it distract us from the hard work of the Big Five. Remember the Big Five? Coal, oil, gas, methane, deforestation. These things should not distract us from that hard work. But we did get below 2.0, which is pretty good. But now what I'm going to do is imagine what it would really take to get all the way there. So no more CCS. Florian, give me a lot of energy efficiency. We need it in transport. Energy efficiency in transport. If you'd shift over to the energy. Energy efficiency in transport. This is transportation systems, public transportation, better cars, electrification. This is electrified transport. This is cars, this is shipping, etc. Maybe don't do the replays, we'll just do them real fast. Buildings and industry, insulation, performance standards for buildings. Crank that up. Electrification of both types. We need wind and solar encouragement. More renewables. We need to tax coal, oil, and gas more. We're at 1.7. And maybe, what else? We need a higher carbon price, Florian. We need a higher carbon price. And then we also need, what else do we need? A little bit of trees. All right, we'll give you some trees. Okay, give yourself a hand. 1.5 degrees. You did it. What did we just see? There's no silver bullet. There's no silver bullet. Out in those hallways, we're not debating what is the thing that is going to help this. There's no silver bullet. Bill McKibben said it well. There is silver buckshot. This in the US is a term for many small actions across the board. Put many things together and it is still possible. That's point 3. It is still possible to get well below 2 degrees. The most powerful things we did, I told you the Big Five: coal, oil, gas, methane, deforestation. Along the way, there are huge co-benefits that address equity. Let's look at air quality. Let's look at air quality. Air quality. What happens to air quality? Do we hold the line on air quality? Does it not get any worse? No. It gets much, much, much better. Think of Delhi, Beijing, air quality. 1 in 10 deaths, World Health Organization says, is due to air pollution. It goes way down. Let's go look at sea level rise and other impacts. Sea level rise. We're going to pull up a map. I think this is Bangladesh. Oh, no, that's what I had queued up. We'll see. I think this might be Alexandria, Egypt. Sea level rise, which is very concerning in Alexandria, Egypt. If the internet says yes, this is Alexandria. The blue areas are underwater, even in a 1.5 degree scenario. But it does, and look, Florian, in the top right corner, to some of that green. There are areas that are green that are saved by the actions that you just took. See, all those areas that are green are not at risk to flooding under a 1.5 degree scenario. Okay? Let's go look at some other impacts. Biodiversity. Species losing more than half of their habitat. Make that really big, yeah. Look at the huge difference. Invertebrates, 55% of species lose more than half of their habitat. Under 1.5, it's only 5%. This is a much better world. Okay, what did it take? Many areas of bold action. Folks, a future like this is still possible. This world could come together to make this kind of action. What it's really going to take is your leadership in whatever domain you work. We also invite you to join the work of taking a simulator like this, taking En-ROADS, sharing it with others. We do have a course. You can go study how to share it in your own language wherever you want in the world. My friends, it's not going to be easy, It's going to be worth it. Go get them. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Drew. I also, so I just want to mention too that we have, if you work in the education space, we have free curriculum that you may want to use. Happy to connect you with that. And just again, thank Drew for taking us through En-ROADS. I also want to mention that if you're doing this in a setting that's like you have more time, we have games where you can actually give people briefing statements. They take on a role. It's really engaging and interactive, and that's really what our research is, looking at in terms of impacts. I think we're going to turn it over to Avit Bhowmick, who's going to tell us about the long game, really ideas about how do we scale gaming for education for action. And can you bring Avit in? Is he there via Teams? We don't know how to do it. So we need the, yeah, I think they're on it. Yeah, good job. Yeah, well, maybe at the end we're going to do Q&A. We will have, so if you have questions about En-ROADS, about our simulations, about our research, we're going to have a Q&A session after Avit does his presentation for all of us. So just hang tight and save those questions because we do want to talk to you.
Do you hear me? I see myself on the screen.
Yes, we hear you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be able to join this this session from Japan remotely. I was there at Sharm el-Sheikh during the last week, but had to move on because of other responsibilities. Anyway, I think there was a tremendous session, and Andrew and Juliet did a tremendous job showcasing actually what the power of game. I just wanted to quickly add on a little point because how transformational this education can be, how transformational gamifying can be. So we live in a world where we worry about our future, we worry about our kids' future, right? We also sometimes get angry and also feel marginalized that no matter how much we try and what we change, actually things don't transform at scale to trigger meaningful climate action. And I'm not alone there. I feel pretty much everyone in the room feel the same way. But still, I just wanted to show you that I still remain hopeful. And this is not because that I'm delusional, but because of the tremendous success of our humanity, and that is evident. Look at the world. Every single day, our societies are solving problems and thriving through their challenges, and they have this tremendous capacity, and they are transforming their lives, as a matter of fact, and solving real world problems every single day. And that's what inspires me and wants to be part of the change. And I'm also a scientist like Juliet, and I like to look at the world sort of inside out. And what I see there is an amazing tree of lives where every single person is connected to each other. So thinking about myself, I'm strongly connected with my family. And through my family, I'm connected to friends and relatives. And if we kind of scale that up, you see, eventually we get connected to the communities, and we form cities, and eventually regions, and even the nation states. So, and that's where kind of we create this rippling effect. We kind of connect to each other, we create action agenda, we solve problems. So this is a simple, if you do high school mathematics, a simple powers of 10 that basically connects this 10 billion people that's gonna inhabit this planet by the end of 2050 to every single individual of this planet. And that's the sort of like the scaling that I'm talking about. And in this model, when I ask myself where exactly I can create this rippling effect, this collective efficacy, this transformation at scale, and I led that research which shows actually there is a climate action sweet spot, and that's communities comprising 10,000 people. And that's the scale that is actually the scale where you can intervene with a minimum effort and get the maximum out of it. And that's also a scale where we trust each other and then can create this collective efficacy. And as you see in terms of numbers, that's the scale where the highest amount of greenhouse gas emission is reduced by 2050, during 2020 and 2050, with the maximum number of climate solutions implemented, and with also the highest amount of economic and financial benefits there. And even more amazing than that these scales actually can create this ripple effect, what it's called, on meta communities and cities, so which altogether actually can take us in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction, almost one third to half of the greenhouse gas emission reductions that we are targeting in the Paris Agreement, and also reaching this 1.5 degrees Celsius target. It can actually take us halfway if we can create this, we can trigger action at this sweet spot. So now we are talking about education, right? And we saw what gamifying can do. And education actually had this power actually to create and to trigger this action at this sweet spot. We already saw Greta Thunberg, a single learned kid, actually created the most transformational climate activism that we know. And research are showing that kids that learn about climate action in school, climate change at school, do not only transform themselves, but also transform their parents. And we also know that there is a traumatized young generation that we are facing, and that are actually at the school. And at school, actually, they can feel better by acting, by internalizing this climate education. So we can actually turn the schools into living labs where they don't only learn about climate action, but actually do that and demonstrate that. They can install solar panels, they can have their own vegetable garden, they can have their own water sources, they can cycle to school, and really they can really establish these demonstration projects. And eventually what they can do, what they're creating, these living labs at schools, can transition from schools to the communities at the climate action sweet spot. So, and that's exactly what the long game is here for. That's exactly what we are trying to do. So what you just saw, these games, we would like to introduce these games at schools to transform schools into living labs, and then take those living labs from the schools to this climate action sweet spot to create this meaningful climate action that we are missing, to create transformation at scale. And most importantly, to you, everyone in the room, actually to demonstrate that you matter and your action matter. So let's play this climate long game. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Avit. So we are here to answer your questions. Do you have any questions we can answer? Or any comments? Anything you want to share? Yeah. Do you want to go ahead? Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
So my name is Shubham Sethi, and I am working in Sweden as an R&D engineer for HVDC system development. So basically, I'm involved with renewable integration. What I've observed in the conference so far is there's a lot of talk going on around the hydrogen topic, and in the simulator, I cannot really see any option for hydrogen. I understand that there's ways of producing it through renewables, but that in some way makes me question the reliability of the simulator or everything that's been happening in the conference. So.
Or what was the last part?
Hydrogen.
Of what you said? I got the hydrogen part.
Yeah.
What's happening at the conference?
Yeah. So.
You want to decide?
I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, so hydrogen is an exciting new technology that is a carrier of energy. You could make it with natural gas. You could make it with renewable energy, wind and solar. You could make it with nuclear. And it could open up new possibilities for decarbonizing, or it could open up new possibilities from our natural gas. We don't know quite yet. We're adding it to the model now. It's not in the model that you saw. Next year, COP28, come to this session. We'll show you what we think it will do.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if what you're raising is a skepticism about hydrogen, if that's what I'm hearing you say. Definitely.
Well, a bit of skepticism for sure, because I feel it's also being driven by the fossil fuel industry because of natural gas. But yeah, I would still probably next year when it's also included in the model, I might have my answers.
Yeah, I think I'll just say I share your skepticism. I mean, it's not currently in the model, but we know that it's a very inefficient way to store energy. It's also a way to potentially use more fossil fuels, and it's also an indirect greenhouse gas. So it competes basically the same radicals that reduce methane in the atmosphere also interact with hydrogen, and so it's going to have an indirect warming impact as well. So I share your skepticism, but we can't simulate that directly. We would just bring it up as an example of storage right now.
Hello, thank you. This is Mohammed, Dr. Mohammed from Iraq, Baghdad, university professor. My question is the main solution to keeping the temperature not increasing anymore using blue hydrogen. My question is, could you state the disadvantage of hydrogen using, for example, high cost? Thank you.
So you're saying maybe it is high cost? Is that what the last thing you said?
Yeah, it's high cost.
That blue hydrogen from natural gas is currently high cost.
Yes.
And that is leading you to believe, so say more what we could say about this, that you're concerned that it is high cost.
Yeah, my question is, if you mention for us the disadvantage of hydrogen using
We could explain to you what the-
to provide energy.
Yeah. So, I mean, one problem if you're with blue hydrogen is that you're using natural gas. And so you're going to end up emitting greenhouse gases directly. Another problem is that you are releasing potentially an indirect greenhouse gas in the form of hydrogen itself. I don't know if you want to add to that.
I would just reinforce what Juliet just said. To make blue hydrogen, you burn natural gas, which is a fossil fuel, and that emits carbon into the atmosphere. So as you saw, the scenarios that get us to 1.5 stop burning natural gas. So we have to do that. There may be ways that it could help some, but just that basic physical fact of burning natural gas to release carbon emissions, to make the hydrogen, makes it less effective than, for example, green hydrogen or a very different approach to decarbonization.
Yeah, and I mean, and there too, I mean, you're the inefficiencies associated with using hydrogen as opposed to just directly producing electricity, even with natural gas, are a problem. Other questions?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Zahir Suleiman. I'm a youth delegate with the government of South Africa. I'm a university student as well. I'm majoring in game design. So this is kind of speaking to me. So I'm going to ask the questions a little bit more on theme. Where do you see the future of education, especially with the merge between games and the theme of the event, and trying to then talk about climate education? And coming from South Africa, we see a lot of the digital divide that's affecting accessibility to education, and that's actually what I'm writing my thesis on, is that sort of merger between the digital divide in game design and climate education. So where do you see the future of education in climate education, but then targeting the digital divide and using serious games as a way to get that across?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to say thank you for your work. It's really exciting to hear about that, and love to hear more. I mean, I think that obviously I may not have been easily convincible like 12 years ago in terms of because this is not the way that I grew up. Like, right, I grew up getting lectured at, and so I assumed that that's what I was supposed to do too. But I mean, especially when it comes to something like climate change, where we know that the complexity, the emotional response, the social aspects of it are all so critical to learning and motivation for action. I think we need games. I don't really see a way around it. And we know from places like the military, right? I mean, who uses games? Like people who are dealing with complex, high risk, high cost. And that could be, that could be wargaming in the case of the military, but in the terms of digital divide, like it could be like an illiterate farmer who has to make complex decisions about what to do with microinsurance, or what am I going to plant? So I think that it is the way of the future. I hope it is the way of the future. I don't have a solution for the digital divide other than I think it's a huge inequity, and I hope that we're working towards conquering it. It's not my space. But I will say too that there are a lot of games available that don't require access to digital tools. So in fact, a colleague of ours, Pablo Suarez, who works for the International Red Cross and Red Crescent, he develops games that you need things like a few beans and some dice. And has used them to communicate complex topics to people who don't have access to writing, never mind, to the written word, never mind to digital resources. So love to hear more about your work, and thank you. Other questions?
I just wanted to know more about your research.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Is there any place we can find it so that we can read about it?
Yeah, so I have one of the weirdest names in the world. I don't think there's, for better or worse, I don't think there's anybody else named Juliet Rooney Varga. So unfortunately for me, if you Google that name, you're going to find whatever you want about me. Our work we've published in a few different journals at this point about really using a qualitative approach to understand how these tools build a sense of agency and collective action. We've looked at quantitative approaches, like using pre-post survey designs. Stay tuned. Our next body of work will actually be looking at, and I don't know where it's going to go, frankly. We'll see. But it's going to be looking at reaching decision makers and whether or not they change. It's a little bit creepy. What they say and do in the public sphere, what they tweet about, what they say on the floor of the US Senate and Congress, what they say in committee. And we already have some preliminary data showing that we do see a little bit of a difference. It's hard work though, because you can imagine that there are lots of things besides for doing En-ROADs that matter in terms of what people say and do in the public sphere about climate change. But I'm easy to find, and I'm happy to share my card or anything else with you if that's helpful. Anything else?
Hi, Sarah here from People in Need, based in Iraq. We're actually also developing a similar game that's a little bit more scenario-based for primary school students to understand different variations in terms of water and waste management. So I apologize if you said this at the beginning, because I came in late, but I was wondering in the sense of your target audience for this specific game, what kind of feedback have you received and how that's kind of impacted any tweaks that you've needed to be made?
Yeah,
Thanks.
no, that's a great question. So I think the thing that's kind of crazy about this is that people bring to games their prior knowledge, and then they learn from each other and expand from there. So remarkably, really similar tools can be used in a huge range of audiences. So when I say I do climate change education, what I really mean is translating science into action. That's how I think about it. And that goes from a middle school age, in our case, all the way out to Nobel Prize winning scientists and policymakers and CEOs of companies. So I think the trick is to bring it to your audience at their level. So we have, for example, at the middle school and high school level, we've developed curriculum. What we found in that space is that a lot of times teachers, especially in the United States, but elsewhere, other English-speaking countries especially as well, teachers are not necessarily comfortable teaching about climate change science and climate solutions, but they are really good and really comfortable with holding productive conversations in their classrooms. So what we've done is we've scaffolded the material so that we come in with little videos that explain some of the key dynamics, like Drew was saying, bring up this graph, bring up that graph. We do some of that for you, for the teachers, and we have, very scaffolded exercises for the students so that it kind of makes it accessible at their level. But a lot of times, the way that we're using this model with decision makers is to have conversations, and the same thing can be true with students. Really to frame conversations. Yeah.
One other thing just on audiences for games, we've run this a lot with business. HSBC Bank ran the game. Macquarie, an Australian investment company, ran the game. S&P, a financial services company in the United States. So we facilitated for all of them. There's a team in Russia, 3 women in their 30s who had just ran the game for IKEA and 30 other companies. So there's a whole nother world of gaming for business learning as well. Many different settings where we think this could be helpful.
And kind of speaking off of Drew, I come from the sciences, so this was not a way that I learned, but in business school, it's much more common. So I find now that when I'm teaching business students, they're actually way more comfortable with the simulation-based approach. So businesses too, they're more likely to hop in.
I want to check on timing. Do we have time for one more question? I don't know when we're supposed to be.
One more question.
Is that right? One more? All right.
Thanks for a really amazing solution. My name is Nanga. I'm from Mongolia as a journalist to covering the press this COP. Have you guys ever considering about to test this simulation gaming thing into media? Because lots of people, they don't have basic knowledge of climate changes, climate solutions, and for journalists, it's a little bit challenging to explain, delivering the news of the COP.
We love to talk to the media. I think also helping the media understand, just like any other audience, right? Helping the media understand these complex problems is so critical to our mission. Going back to what Drew was saying about your top 5, right? Like to keep really the message of keeping it in the ground. There's so much confusion out there. How do we focus? How do we know, like, especially it's just going to get worse, the confusion.
Another connection with the media is that some media agencies have integrated this simulation into their online content. Bloomberg built an interactive version of this game. So did Axios. We've done 5 interactives for the New York Times. When you scroll through and you see graphs, 5 times that's been scenarios from here. And a choose your own adventure author turned this into a choose your own adventure online journey. If you're from that world, we can share what's called the API to the model so that people can build their own skins and stories around it. And with that,
yeah, I think we're all set. Yeah, all right? No?
Thank you very much. Go get them, everybody. And if you want more information, Yazzie in the back, if you'd raise your hand, there's Yasmin. And Clara, if you'd stand up, Clara. This is Clara. She's on our team. They built a lot of this. Florian Koppmeyer. These are all resources. If you want to learn more, talk to one of them. But out there, because somebody else is coming in here to do their thing. So everybody leave, but we'd love to talk to you.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic work. And that's fine.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't do it.
Testing.
Are these waters fresh?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. So they're all on.
Yeah, we just have to press that.
Yeah, so the handle mic was kept everywhere. Oh, okay. I'll use it at the start and then change it. We have another handheld one if you just want. Yeah, because we need one for the audience for the first thing that we're doing, and then one for the moderator. Yeah, that's okay. I can get you one. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll just take a few more minutes. We're waiting for one more speaker, and then we'll kick off soon.
Testing. Oh, people can hear. Test.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for those who are in the room. If you're staying, we'd love for you to move up a little and grab a chair. Thank you. For those of you just coming in, we're kicking off in a couple of seconds. If you're staying, would love for you to just step up and take a chair. Thank you. Great, so welcome to our Future Lab on the topic of the future of citizen climate action. For those of you who haven't attended any of our Future Labs so far over the last 8 to 10 days at COP, the idea behind doing these labs was just a space for different stakeholders to come together, pause, reflect, hear about what people are doing, but with a focus on what does it look like in 2050? So really future forward thinking, and that's what we are here today to talk about on what does the future of citizen action around climate change look like. This Future Lab today is a space for us to reimagine and shape the future of grassroots citizen action and movement with a special focus on Global South, especially because of where we are, and also focus on communities that have been marginalized and out of these conversations and spaces for the longest time. Today in this lab, we will be showcasing examples of what some different stakeholders are doing in this space, talk about campaigns as well, and also think about the way that we can challenge the status quo and bring different perspectives from all of you in the room to see how we can scale some of this going forward. With that, I'd love for you to turn to the person next to you. So grab somebody. If you know that person, then just please get up. We'll burn some of our calories post-lunch. Grab somebody who you've never met before. Introduce yourself. Share a little bit about what you do, where you come from. And then the question is, if I can get the next slide, please. What is the one solution that you, as an individual in the roles that you're playing, what is the one solution you have for enhancing citizen action to address climate change? So what is that one big idea that you're thinking of that you'd want it to become a reality? And we'll just spend a couple of minutes sharing that with each other. For those of you just walking in, please grab a seat, find somebody you've never spoken with before, and this is the question that's up on the screen that we're just spending a couple of minutes talking about. All right. I can see that people have been talking. Is there anyone who would like to just share what they've been talking about? Oh, people are very busy talking, so I'm just going to go up to people who've been discussing. Would you want to share any of these solutions that you were thinking about? Just what you would.
Well, my name is Ana Romero. I am coming from the UK, and one of the solutions will be applicable for my students in college level. They are from 13 till 18 years old.
Yeah, we were thinking about incorporating citizen action into the school curriculum from kindergarten, not in a way that is very structured or institutional, but so that children learn all the different ways of participation that exist, and also movement building.
All right, so I think I can already see two of you need to connect, just different levels of education.
Well, this kind of connects too. I think my citizen action skill is climate storytelling, and especially training students of all ages to share their personal experiences with climate change and use that to compel government action from elected leaders.
Anybody else?
Hi everyone, my name is Tiwar. I represent the Nala Fam collective. We're a Pan-African feminist front. It's like a collective, and we have actually a delegation of women rights advocates here with us. So I'm going to connect with you because I think that the solution that I first think about is actually to create the space for women and girls to speak about how climate change is affecting their lives, because if we know exactly the circumstances, we can address, or we can craft solutions that are addressing specifically these problems. So, and I think also very important skill for women to do that is actually also to learn how to tell their stories, and of course providing the space for that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And like we can see, we're already seeing ways in which we can collaborate with each other in the room. So please do find each other post this conversation. And with that, hold that thought. And I'd like to invite Jen Austin, Director of Policy and Strategy for the Climate Champions team, to help us with opening this.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone, to our Futures Lab on the future of citizen climate action. So thank you for Shivi for opening with that discussion and already bringing up some ideas from the room here. I think I'll be rather brief so that we can move on to our impressive panel. But a few things that were said already really resonate with me, and certainly, and with the conversation that I had with my neighbor in the front row, but the importance of recognizing ways that just every individual can get involved in this problem and in problem solving, and actually thinking about how, with this daunting problem, this daunting global problem that feels quite hard to tackle alone, how is it that we can think about bringing other people in and empowering them to be a part of that? I think the education component is so important. I think the storytelling component is so important, and coming into a room with a personal story about what it is that motivates you to take action, what you see as the benefits of that action, and sharing that with people, and just recognizing how important those human connections are. And I think that's one of my observations, a week plus into COP, and having been to a few COPs in my day and watched these political processes. Sometimes they can be so difficult and stuck. And one of the ways I think to help find our way through them is actually to recognize how human so much of those dynamics are, and sort of how you see whole systems of, whether it's country level or sector level, sort of working together, but sort of displaying symptoms of behavior that are very similar to how humans often interact. First, when they meet each other, and if they align on a lot of things, it's easier to start to get along and talk about solutions. If you don't really understand each other, it's actually easier to get a bit stuck and maybe sort of not be really connecting on what the issues are, and that makes it harder to solve problems. So I encourage people to sort of keep that in the core of their thinking as we think about where and how civil society action can help in this. Certainly, grassroots and civil society movements take on such a wide variety of forms, and I think that's one of the powers of this type of work. You think of people who, are working with the business community, who are and consider themselves campaigners, and you think of people who are in the streets or maybe gluing themselves to those businesses and who are campaigners, and all of whom have a real role to play in helping drive sort of clarity and urgency and driving that voice and pushing people to think differently, pushing people to think big, pushing people to act with the urgency that this movement needs. I'm with the Climate Champions team, and this event here is organized by many great partners together with us in the Climate Champions team. I just wanted to mention a few ways in which we think about working with multi-stakeholders, and a few ways that we've been bringing some new and fresh stakeholders and faces into this COP. I mean, for one, it's at the core of the mandate for the Climate Champions to really bring the non-state actors into the process, which already is such a UN term to describe sort of real people and the real economy and the real world as non-state actors, the negative space around these negotiations. But it's worth recognizing that that's what the core and history of this process has been, and we're sort of moving into a new era in which those non-state actors are becoming more and more politically and substantively important and relevant. And so it's a really exciting time, I think, for civil society and non-state actors across the board. We've worked very hard to bring youth voices and voices from the global south and civil society across the board into our work this year. Really committed to regionalizing that work, including with a special focus on Africa this year, given that the COP is hosted here. We're very proud and pleased to have been part of and supporting and working with 14 different youth organizations and the Champions team on the first Children and Youth Pavilion here at COP, which has been one of the most dynamic, interesting, full, fun, and energizing corners of the COP. So thank you to some of you in the audience who I would imagine contributed to that, and it's been really fun to see that. And we talk a lot about systemic change in our work, and sometimes we're talking about buyers and suppliers and financiers of a certain sector or piece of solutions, but we always think about 5 actor types, and we think about that supply side, the demand side, finance side, policy, and then civil society. And I think that civil society component is one that can, in some ways, drive change the most quickly, because I think we all know, especially in movement building, that change is not linear, and it often is slow and slow and slow, but we see in social movements in particular how quickly that change can happen. And so I will close with that and just thank you guys for all the really hard work that you're doing, and whether you feel you're in sort of the fast-moving phase or perhaps one of the hard and slow phases, recognize that we've got a growing community. We're really thankful for the work that you all are doing, eager to hear a little bit more about that and ways that we can continue to partner going forward to future years as well.
Thank you so much, Jen. And now I'd love to invite Disha Ravi, a climate justice activist from India. And I think all of you are already quite familiar with Disha, but I'd love for her to come in and just help us frame what we're talking about from her role and what she's passionate about in the climate space.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Shivi, and the rest of the team for having me. I'm Disha Airvi. I'm a climate justice activist from India, and I'm here to talk about the importance of action by citizens. I would like to start with a story. When I was young and when I was in school, my teachers asked my class what we'd like to be when we grew up. We gave very varying answers, and it differed from us wanting to be prime ministers, doctors, lawyers, teachers, and artists. None of us said climate justice activists. None of us said anything related to the climate, because 10 years ago, or even like 15 years ago, we didn't know that this would be something we'd had to fight for. We didn't know 10 years ago that we'd have to fight for clean air and clean water, because back then we took it for granted. We always had these basic resources disposable to us. We didn't know that we'd have to fight for the safety of our livelihoods, fight for our homes not to get flooded away every monsoon, and fight for humanity itself. I grew up and saw that summers got harsher and more erratic, that hurricanes washed away homes and memories. I woke up having to wear masks to protect myself from the air that we breathed, or rely on technology to purify the air when I could afford it. I had to check if the water was safe to drink, and then that's when it was available at all for us. And this is the reality of millions of people today. And in 50 years, it's going to get that much worse. Civilizations like that of the Pacific Islands will be entirely washed away in the next 10 years by rising sea levels. The world will get hotter and hotter, and it'll produce a series of ongoing emergencies. We will give birth to forest fire seasons, and it will be year-round. The warmer oceans will keep hurricanes and typhoons from frequently occurring more than ever. And sometimes the damage will get much worse and novel. We'll have ancient carcasses deep from within permafrost melting, and it'll bring forth germs that we never knew existed. We experienced the pandemic 2 years ago, and it's going to only get much worse. We are going to experience what it's like to live in a 2 degrees warmer temperature. And this may feel like small percentage of increase, but this 0.5 degrees of difference is where the global south lives and dies. The earth is going to revolt against us for the mistakes that the 1% who plundered our homes for. But we still have hope. We have to actively work together to mitigate this crisis. We may not have caused the climate crisis, but we do have a responsibility to act on fixing the earth. We as citizens need to unite and hold those who are accountable for this mess. We all need to do this through art, through music, through writing, through technology, through businesses and innovation. We need to hold each other while we also hold each other accountable. We need resources and we need support, but most of all, we need political will from world leaders to acknowledge the severity of the crisis and act on it. Because we need to build a community that knows how to coexist not just with each other, but also the inhabitants of our planet and nature itself. We need to defeat the pillars of injustice like colonization, like imperialism, and like capitalism that brought us to this phase in the first place. And we can do this through love. And we need to do this through love and through community for ourselves and for our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Disha. Yes, we can do it with peace and love for our planet. And with that, would love to invite Ollie Henman, who will be moderating this next bit of our session, which is focused on solutions that are existing now, knowledge that is existing now, and allowing them a space to share their perspective of what that looks like in the future. So without further ado, Ollie.
Okay, so hi everyone. Yeah, thank you. I feel my role is more to open the door and to bring so many of the great speakers that we have here today. But just before I do that, just very briefly, it's a great pleasure for me to be able to play this bridging role. I grew up partly in the Amazon, and as a child, my parents were fighting for the Amazon rainforest in the 80s, and I thought that struggle had been won at that time, and I know that that struggle continues, and now I'm teaching my kids about that struggle. So I think this idea of looking ahead to the next generation is so important, and I think it's really exciting that we have so many young leaders with us here today. So maybe I should move to introduce the speakers. So perhaps we can call, first of all, Helena Gualinga from Ecuador, an Amazonian environmental defender. It's wonderful to meet you and to have you here. Next we have Emilia, who many of you will know, who's sitting right here at the front, a powerhouse on the financing for development side. Emilia, Equidad de Género from Mexico. Gracias. Next we have Halima Nyota Anguria, gender champion from Kenya. Welcome, Halima. And finally, many of you will know, of course, Avaaz, a fantastic campaigning organization, and we have Pascal Vollenweider from Avaaz. Come on up, Pascal. So, yeah, should I? Okay. Okay. So we have 5 to 7 minutes each to just have a discussion here. But I think what we've been set to think about is, what does this look like going forward? What is the future that we see? How do you envisage the future that we need in the next 20 to 30 years? Are there already pockets out there that you can see, areas that you can see that are changing? What would be your recommendations? So Helena, over to you, please.
Thank you. Well, I think for us, it's really, to be completely honest, it's really, really hard to imagine the future because we don't really know what kind of future we're imagining or what we're talking about. So I think for me, it's this kind of, I have this vision of what I want it to be and to what it looks towards where we're going right now. And specifically for the Amazon, I think we have identified so many issues today that will multiply in the next 10, 20, 30 years with, social inequalities, with the climate change. But there are also so many solutions to them. And it just takes a little bit of political power, a little bit of effort and ambition. And unfortunately, that's what's lacking right now, I would say. If there would be enough political will, I think we would be able to change the entire system around very, very quickly. I think we're completely capable of that. And the same goes for climate change. I think there is not enough political will. Not that we don't understand the urgency of climate change, but there is not enough political will from the parties that are relevant in that context. I think that the issues that we're facing today in the Amazon is, of course, in my area at least, we have mining, we have oil, we have logging, and in Brazil it's more the agroforest industry. But especially in our region, the issue is that as climate change is impacting us, and because the ecosystem has been devastated for decades with deforestation and extractivism, our territories are shrinking right now. So the territories that have been untouched for forever, that are still there today, because it's an ecosystem, a small territory cannot depend on itself. It depends on the wider ecosystem. So, for example, our communities right now are facing food insecurity because we can no longer hunt, even though we have a healthy forest around us, because the wider territory is shrinking. So the indigenous communities that today are protecting the Amazon rainforest are, we're losing our main source of food, which is both the land and the forest and the wildlife. And that is going to cause a lot of problems in the Amazon. Because, for example, my community, we're 1,200 people in the community, and we are the custodians and legal custodians of 144,000 hectares of pristine rainforest. So those hectares solely depend on a very, very small population. And if this population is affected, that territory is going to be devastated, as all the other territories have been in the past. But there, as I said, there are a lot of solutions to it. We need to We need to adapt to the reality where we are right now. We need to look for how we can, make our own traditional agriculture more efficient without harming nature, which has been done in name of the efficiency a lot of times. But it's completely possible just looking into our own traditional practices of how we've done that before. And of course, as my community now is taking measures to monitor, for example, wildlife, identifying threats to the community, so that we can make sure that our borders in the community at least are protected. And now we're regulating also hunting within the community, so that we can make sure that we hunt, which we have already been doing. We hunt accordingly to the seasons. And all of these things that we locally can make impact on. But of course, there's a lot more to do on a more political scale and a global scale. I'll leave it there.
Can I just push you 1 second, Helena? I noticed on your profile on social media, you talk a lot about the Amazon itself being almost like a living being. Can you talk a little bit about how you view nature as part of our living experience?
I think this is a huge part of why the area where I come from has been protected. In my community, we have this, it's part of our cosmovision, it's part of our belief. It's called the Kausaksacha. It means the living forest. And in this mindset, we see that everything in the forest is living. So we see everything in the forest as a living being, not we look at the rivers, at the mountains, at the lagoons. We look at them as living beings, and therefore we're also right now we've also made it into a legal claim where we're pushing for these living beings to be to be given rights. And this is such an important, I think, example of how indigenous knowledge can be translated into kind of the Western mindset, where we translate this into your language. For us, it's obvious that we're going to protect the living being, the living forest, but in this world, we need to translate into the Western language, which means we need to do it legally. And so right now we're looking for, what we're striving towards is that it should be considered a new category of conservation. Because in the area, traditional conservation has not worked before. If we look at national parks, if we look at protected areas, they're not really protected by the government. So that's what we're pushing for right now.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. And that's a really concrete example that you've just given there in terms of legal rights for living beings. So thank you so much, Helena. So next we can come to Emilia. So Emilia, where do you see us in 30 years' time? What would be your vision for the future?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say how grateful I am to be in this panel. Thank you for inviting me, and also want to thank Disha and Helena for their powerful message. I don't want to go too far. I don't even want to see how the week is going to end, and you're asking me about 30 years from now. No, but let me tell you, I am the co-convener of the Women's Working Group on Financing for Development, and I believe in cross-movement mobilization. I don't think that individually or even a single movement alone is going to be able to mobilize for the systemic challenge that we have ahead of us. So I really believe that this panel is calling us for engaging in a notion of citizenship that goes beyond our isolated efforts and really goes into how we can mobilize and engage, and also understand the complexities of the challenges that are ahead. And I want to say that I believe also in differentiated actions. I believe that at the community level, there are two main challenges. One is, of course, because they are on the receiving end of all of the larger impacts of the environmental emergencies, not only climate, but also the biodiversity destruction, the ozone layer, the ozone acidification, the toxic waste, pollution, plastics, etc. So there is a massive emergency that they're dealing with, plus the economic crisis, and we cannot separate those, because currently, because of a debt crisis, because of that tax taxation crisis, because of the negative environmental, social, and economic impacts of larger corporations, we are seeing all of these negative effects. So we need to find sophisticated and comprehensive solutions. But let me go back to communities. They are on the receiving end of all of these negative impacts. So this is why we see all of these, let us say, emergent solutions just for the well-being of the community, but they have an extra challenge, which is how they can generate structural solutions to try to align with the transformation that we are seeking. And not all of the emergency action relates to systemic transformation, but it is very legitimate for communities to try to find ways to cope and to deal and try to regenerate themselves. But community level success is not enough, because, for instance, even if we are facing a mega project, the most likely thing to happen is that if a community tries to eradicate one successfully from Peru, that company is going to go to Cambodia or is going to go to Sudan. So how are we engaging in the larger conversations precisely in this cross-movement mobilization, and especially at the global level? So that is a different challenge. And also, in the global north, even communities also have a different challenge, and also those who are more engaged in a more, let us say, overconsumption's way of life, because they are citizens of the most powerful voices in decision-making spaces that are bullying, that are responsible of destroying the planet. So the exercise of a citizenship in the global north is key, and we don't see the global north citizens doing a really strong push-up. We see that people in the global south is being incarcerated, is being disappeared, is being prosecuted, even murdered, and people in the global north, they don't see the emergency as we feel it, and they are not acting in accordance. And we hear that they say that, oh, we stand in solidarity with you. Enough of the solidarity. We need from the global north real action to hold responsibility. We need them to take on their own responsibilities as citizens. They cannot be detached from the political decisions that their decision makers are doing. And we're seeing a rise in fundamentalisms also in the global north. The difference from ours, because we have our fundamentalists, is that a fascist in the global north has a larger impact globally than ours that are having an impact locally. So I don't see all of these methodologies in the global north, oh, we are going to give you some money so that you work at the community level in the global south, because poor you need to strengthen your community. It's like, you go outside and you work with your own community, because we are seeing a rise in fascism in your territories, and you're not working with your communities again. You have left all of that because this technocratic vision that is of the white savior coming into our territories, but without really doing the work in their territories. So we need white people to go back into their spaces, their territories, their communities, bring back the progressive voices, bring back systemic messages, and not this about, oh, I'm individually recycling. We don't need that, especially at this moment. And the other element is that yes, developed countries are responsible historical, not only because of the climate crisis, but also we are seeing that they're bringing all of these false solutions that again are going to deplete territorial lands of the indigenous peoples and local communities. All of this green transition, greening the system without a systemic change is going to keep on depleting the biodiversity. For all of the green energy, they're going to be mining the global south territories. And the projections say that we're going to be needing 9 planets to deliver on the expectation for the next 20 years just to deliver on the clean energy that the developed countries are doing. But because the IPCC report is never considering that the global north is going to stop oppressing and extracting from the global south. So that is a major thing. Another thing that the IPCC report projections is not considering is that there is a financial sector that is pouring trillions into the fossil fuels industry. So just let me say that the loss and damage facility is a major ask for developing countries. We need a reparation measure to stand in solidarity between them. But the global north cannot stop in asking for loss and damage facilities. They need to start demanding a regulation of the banking industry. They need to stop calling for mitigation and to stop the extraction of fossil fuels that we are seeing because of the false energetic crisis that is happening in the north. They are shifting again towards fossil fuels. And we don't see a political move that is really radical in the north. They're scared of when we're calling for degrowth, and we want degrowth for three things: degrowth for developed countries, degrowth for the wealthy in the global north and in the global south, and degrowth for those sectors that are irrelevant and obsolete and are actually damaging the planet, such as the private jets and the retailing industries and the obsolescence technology and all of that. So we need the global north people to wake up and to start engaging in more structural challenges. And just let me finish with a positive message, because we just came out from a campaign called Stop BlackRock, because also we are seeing that the United Nations is co-opted by corporate capture, right? There is all of these massive corporations taking over the UN. We are seeing it here. I'm not going to name the company. You know which it is, but there are many. And so only the human rights rapporteurs are now independent voices in the United Nations, because even the UN Women, UNDP, they are partnering with all of these larger corporations that are harming the environment and that are harming human rights. So now the Stop BlackRock campaign was a campaign that we led. We got 700 signatures and endorsements from organizations and movements, but also people on the ground who understand the relevance of the UN, even if they don't know how they operate. And I think that is a starting point next year to really mobilize around all of these larger agendas. And we need to try to make the connections between the economic system and the environmental problems, because this is not going to happen. If you're not anti-capitalistic by nature, you cannot call yourself an environmentalist. So that is a message I want us to finish with, and look forward to engaging more with all of you. Thank you.
Gracias, Emilia. Yeah, very, very strong messages. And I think it's particularly strong what you highlighted for those who live in the global north, the behavior changes that are needed in order to change consumption patterns, absolutely essential for that future that we want. So thank you so much. So now we move on to Halima. And Halima, you have great experience in terms of gender campaigning in Kenya. And you're also going to talk to us about a new way to raise the voices directly from different communities through this platform, Zovu. Over to you, Halima.
Okay. As you've heard, my name is Halima. And right now we are talking about the future of climate change or climate action. But we cannot speak about the future without clearly understanding what is facing us, what is eating us as a continent or as a world. What is happening right now is we have not made climate change a matter of urgency. We have moved to prioritizing other pressing issues like food insecurity, flood and hunger, focusing to address such kind of issues instead of looking at how can we coordinate stakeholders, put up resources, and invest in whatever we are doing so that we are able to address the elephant in the house, which is climate change. And today we are seated here, we are asking, each and every person is asking us that we are supposed to invest in climate change. We are supposed to work together and to ensure that climate action becomes a key priority. But the question is, how best are we going to do it? And today I'm sitting here as a grassroots activist who is looking at how can we ensure that the voices of grassroots communities and local people who are also, most of the time, are the one affected by climate change. Most of them are the one who bear the consequences of climate change. And whatever they are doing most of the time goes unrecognized, unheard. And because we are not putting into consideration to look at what are the sum of mechanisms they are doing to ensure that they are surviving the effects of climate change wherever they are. And today we are sitting here, and I'm glad to be part of the advisory team that have been speaking on issues of Zovu. Basically, Zovu is a platform. And this is how this platform works, that yes, we recognize that each and every community has a way of addressing climate change, that we may not be able to do need assessment of each and every community. But in their own context, every community has a way of surviving, has a way, mechanism of coming through issues of climate change. And whatever they are doing, their address mechanism, since they're able to come through it, it has to be recognized. And the Zovu platform allows each and every person, wherever they are, to be able to create a profile on the digital platform, and they're able to share their stories in whatever context. And this platform is the easiest one, since it does not require the jargon, the language jargon, or the bureaucracies of writing stories. You simply need to use either video or a picture or a smaller context, so that you're able to narrate to the world what you're doing to address issues of climate change. And we're looking at giving visibility to local initiatives, amplifying their voices. Most of the time we have said that we are the voices of the voiceless, but we've never asked ourselves, for how long are we going to be speaking for others? And how best can we ensure that those who are voiceless also have a voice, so that at the end of the day, they're able to stand tall and speak for themselves. So the Zovu platform is able to, one, amplify initiatives, and then two, look at creating visibility with an aspect of making a community more resilient and adaptive to address climate change. And on the question of financing, and we shall be able to agree with all of us in this room that climate financing is a very critical issue that everyone is crying for. And the people from the global south, and especially for the local initiatives, will be able to agree that the bureaucracies that comes for you to access financing has been a barrier in itself to be able to effectively and strategically address climate change. So with Zovu, once you have been able to create a platform, each and every partner or stakeholder who feels like they can be able to support your initiative are given a leeway to do that. And I think this is the way for us to go. We have been investing in organizations that are hardly reaching communities. We have been pumping resources that hardly reaches the most affected people. We have, most of the time, we have failed to focus on those who are affected by climate change and thinking that you're going to speak for them. And it is, looking at this COP, we need to think about how can we ensure that those communities who are left behind in the conversation of leaving no one behind, how can we ensure that they are part and parcel of this conversation, their visibility is well cleared, and also strategically recognizing their effort and also amplifying their work. I think that is the way to go. Oli, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Halima, and thank you for being so clear in terms of that explanation. And for anyone who's interested, we do have a launch event of Zovu tomorrow in the SDG Pavilion at 1:30, so there'll be a chance to follow up in more detail on that platform. So the final speaker now, Pascal, you have the unenviable task to bring this together, and of course, as Avaaz, you have a huge reach. Where do you see the future of citizen action over the next 20 to 30 years?
Well, thank you, and thank you everyone that were speaking so eloquently before me. I mean, I see a lot of potential, and of course, 2022, we're looking to 2050. I have no idea what the future in 2050 looks like. I can only dream about that future that I want to create. But one thing that I know when I look back, for example, the early days of Avaaz, we called it avaaz.org. Nowadays, nobody calls, an organization .org because nobody really cares anymore about that sort of online component. But for us back in the day, that was really important to stress that. So when I look forward, I can't really tell what in 2050 the tools will be that we're using to connect people. It may be, we look virtual reality, augmented reality. There's a lot of different technologies sort of like on the rise right now. A lot of people are looking how we can use them for organizing. A lot of people who come to us, they're like, okay, so digital organizing, how do you do it? And I think often where I start is basically look, forget the digital here. What we're doing is we're organizing, we're bringing people together, and most importantly, we're storytellers. And I think that's where I sort of connect back to the first speaker, Jen, when she spoke about the power of story. And I want to bring us back to that power of story, because I think ultimately that's what it's all about. I think we need better stories. We need to become better storytellers. We need to be able to draw and design and sort of create a imagination in people's minds of where we're going. We want to create a vision of tomorrow that is exciting, that gets everyone sort of on board, and that allows us to move forward. And I think in order to do that, as I said, we need to become better storytellers. So I want to tell you just a little bit about how we look at this at Avaaz, and give you a concrete example of a campaign that we've been working on, which I'm particularly proud. And, you know, I just sort of end us with a thought on, you know, what that big story eventually looks like, and also grounded in our sort of current context. So at Avaaz, we're looking at what we call crisis-unities. There's these moments of crisis and opportunity, decision-making moments. The COP is one of those. It's potentially a huge crisis, but it's also an opportunity. So it's sort of up to us as campaigners to paint the picture of what the action and like what the action looks like in order to influence that decision-making moment. And I think as campaigners, we spend a lot of time in telling the story of, you know, what we want to see, what the change needs to be, but we often forget that what's really important is the theory of change. How do we get there? Like, how do we change things? And like, if you take one thing away from me, it's like, maybe talk a bit more about how we're changing things, and a bit more what the change is that we need to see. That's sort of like a very concrete takeaway, for me at least, that I just want to you know, put out there. So for us, theory of change, like really making this simple, have people understand, like what can they do, what is their personal action going to contribute at this very moment. Sort of in the storytelling theory, it's about the story of you, the story of us, and bringing it all together in the story of now. And I think that's sort of the important elements in storytelling. And storytelling is a technology, you know, as ancient as humanity, you know, like Homo sapiens were sitting around the fire, telling each other stories, you know, explaining each other, like how collaboration can advance them. Sort of the famous story, as pointed out by Harari, is how Homo sapiens came together, explaining how working together, hunting mammoth, would give them food for the next 6 months. And that was like a really important thing. And like explaining like how they would do it was the key piece, and that was the key sort of capacity that Homo sapiens had. So how do we do this at Avaaz? And concretely, like one campaign that I think I'm quite proud of, and that connects closely to the continent and the Africa COP we're in, is the EA COP campaign, the pipeline that a certain company based in Paris is planning to build across Uganda and Tanzania. And it's one of the longest of its kind. And you know, a few years ago, EA COP wasn't sort of in people's minds. It wasn't sort of something that everyone knew what it was about. But I think now this pipeline has really helped bring movements together, has really connected the European movement with the movement here on the continent. And just, you know, Avaaz usually starts off with petition, and brings people together, brings constituencies together, and then helps fundraise money for different initiatives. And with the EA COP campaign, that's really something that we've, you know, helped do, and a lot of different activities have been sort of co-created, from ads, social media ads, to actual concrete action on the ground, movement building, creating the coalition, bringing people together. And I think that's, you know, a really sort of beautiful example on how sort of that story of a transnational sort of community comes together to fight the pipeline that connects Europe, that connects Africa. And I just want to close with that and say that this story of bringing people together and creating, you know, something better. I think that's what gives me hope for 2050, and I hope we all become sort of better storytellers in order to bring us all into the future. Thanks.
Wow, thank you, Pascal. So it took us right back to the very ancient times and right up to the future. So I think the whole panel today has really been able to outline so many key elements of the struggles that we're seeing around the world, and such clear determination to forge that better world. I think we have. Do we have time for a couple of observations? If anyone would like to raise their hand before we close, yeah, this one.
How can everyday people in the global north support indigenous resistance in the global south?
That's a very good question, very hard, because I guess there's many ways. I think, well, first, like the basic things, it's always, you know, amplifying, being aware of changing your habits around, you know, products that may come from the Amazon that are very harmful to the ecosystem. But I think like the most important part, and it doesn't only, well, not most important, but one really important thing is, and I think it applies to not just the Amazon, but indigenous people in general and local communities, is the kind of mindset that we have about indigenous people, and how we look at indigenous people, and in how we bring in indigenous people to the spaces. So usually when we see indigenous people, it's usually on panels, it's usually giving beautiful speeches, it's talking about nature, because we want to learn from this idea of what indigenous people, of this kind of fantasy and romanticized idea that we have of indigenous people. And then we don't bring indigenous people into decision making when it comes to our lands and when it comes to our basic human rights. And that's a fundamental problem, because then we're only bringing in indigenous people when it's beautiful and when it's, you know, for visibility and exposure. And that's kind of the debate. Okay, so we can bring you into this space and then you'll get to tell your story, and then some people might feel pity for you because you have a really hard life and you have a really, you know, hard fight to fight. But then when it's actually, you know, when you should do something about it and want to work and collaborate with indigenous people to resolve these issues, then indigenous people we're not the stakeholders anymore. We're kind of set aside. We might be advisors, but they don't necessarily need to listen to our advices on any board that we're sitting, for example. So I think it's more of, if indigenous people actually are going to have a meaningful participation, then it should be meaningful participation, not just participation, but it needs to be led by indigenous communities. And that, the negotiations or politics and projects being led by indigenous communities, that can look something completely different than what your mindset is used to doing. So accepting and giving space for that kind of growth, and how do we move forward with different projects and etc. Just, I think that would do great change in the ways that we, interact and engage with indigenous communities, and how we bring our communities into these more political spaces.
Thank you again. Thank you, Helena. It's really essential that we can find ways to show that solidarity and to genuinely build change. And I think one of the movements that has brought that change so strongly in recent times is, of course, Fridays for Future, that I know many of you are involved with. So to close us out, I'm very excited to be able to welcome up to the stage Mitzi Janelle Tan from YCAP Philippines.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm I wanted to start by saying a quote by Leela Watson, who is an Aboriginal activist from Australia. She says that if you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. I want us all to really embody that and understand that when we're standing in solidarity with people, when we're creating these campaigns, it's not because we want to help the Global South. As many of our panelists have said here today, we aren't voiceless. Never, never say that we are voiceless, unless you're talking about like turtles and whales, then maybe. But being a voice for the voiceless, who says we are voiceless? When there is oppression and repression, there you will find the strongest voices of resistance, but almost never is it highlighted. Almost never is it actually amplified, because these are the voices and stories that will turn the system down, and the system will fight tooth and nail to make sure that these voices are not heard. And that's why we have to approach all our civil society action, civil society movement, we have to approach these things knowing that our liberations are bound together, that every single movement is here because we are fighting for a better world that already exists, that already have pockets across the world with indigenous peoples, with peasant movements, the workers' movements. I think true international collaboration happens in these spaces, and a lot of the world leaders have a lot to learn from these spaces that we hold here today, where you see people actually wanting to change things for the better. And we have to remember that the climate crisis, it amplifies and intensifies all social, economic issues. And so it is the climate justice movement's duty to amplify and intensify all social justice movements as well. We have to come together. We have to unite, and we have to recognize our common enemy, which is the fossil fuel industry, which are the polluters, the multinational companies. When we demand climate reparations and loss and damage finance, it has to be very clear what we're demanding for, and that we're demanding it because they owe it to us, because of the imperialist, profit-oriented system that has brought the destruction in our communities. And we will only be able to do this by, again, seeing how our liberations are tied together. I will say that over and over, because that is the key message that we need to walk away from in this week. Each one of us here as civil society are here because we are fighting for our liberation. Do you know who isn't fighting for that? The people in the negotiation rooms. The biggest countries, the wealthiest countries, they are the ones who are suppressing and trying to cut off our ties from one another. And we have to remember that we cannot let them do that. We are not here as individuals, but as collectives, as peoples, coming together for that better world. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. I know we're a little over time, but really appreciate everybody in the audience. We have another event that is starting, but you'll find us at the back of the room and outside. We'll be around if you have any questions. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this afternoon.
Hello, everyone. We're just waiting for one of our co-moderators. We will start in 5 minutes or so. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Apologies for the slight delay in getting started. We are still awaiting one of our panelists, but we'll get started without them here, out respect for your time. Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today to talk about training the next generation of climate change negotiators. Today's session is really about capacity building, both the programs that the Climate Youth Negotiator Program and the Dominican Republic have put together to train the next generation of climate change negotiators, but also about building capacity within you as our audience members. And so today's session will be quite interactive, and we encourage you to be prepared to get up from your seats and look away from your phones at some point through our session. So let's kick off with a round of introductions. My name is Sophie Dowd. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the Future Leaders Network, and I am the co-founder of the Climate Youth Negotiator Program. The Climate Youth Negotiator Program is a program aimed at empowering and developing the next generation of climate change negotiators through training, community building, resources, and advocacy to pave the way for intergenerational leadership. And I'm looking forward to discussing a bit more about that with you alongside one of our youth negotiators here today. I'd love my fellow panelists to introduce themselves, and I'll start off with you, Gabriela.
Hello. Hi, my name is Gabriela Marquez. I am a consultant for the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources of the Dominican Republic. I currently work under the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency, the first CBIT project in the Dominican Republic, and I was one of the participants of the training programs. And thank you for being here.
Hello, thank you everyone for being here. My name is Pedro Cos. I'm from also a consultant from the Ministry of Environment of the Dominican Republic. I work as a monitoring and evaluation manager for a project of creating capacity for finance in the country, climate finance, and I'm actually working as a lead negotiator of gender.
Good afternoon. My name is Carola Cava. I'm also from the Dominican Republic. I was trained by the Climate Youth Negotiation Program, and I work at the Ministry of Environment of my country in the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency as a communication specialist.
Hello. My name is Claudia Caballero. Also work for Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources of Dominican Republic, and I'm negotiator on matters related in capacity building.
Thank you. And when our final panelist joins us, we will let her introduce herself to you so that you get to know all of the people that will be speaking with you today. So today's session is going to be a mixture of events. The first part of it will be a panel discussion talking about 2 capacity building programs to train the next generation of climate change negotiators, and we'll tell you a little bit more about those in 1 second. And then the second element of this session is speed mentoring. And so we will be spending a few minutes at the end of this session talking to each other about one challenge we're facing as individuals in the negotiations at this COP, and you'll be sharing it with a random stranger from this room. And hopefully together you can help overcome those challenges, and then you'll do the same thing but in reverse, where you'll help another person with their issue. So please be prepared for that bit at the end of the session, and don't leave before it happens, because you'll miss out on the speed mentoring, and no one wants to do that. So let's get started with talking a little bit about the 2 capacity building programs that we are exploring here today. Gabriela, would you like to introduce the Dominican Republic training program?
Thank you, Sophie, again. So during the months of, for 60 hours, the length of 4 months, the Ministry of Environment of the Dominican Republic, alongside with the academia, specifically Pontificia Universidad Católica Madre y Maestra, with the financial support of civil society and also the private sector, were able to deploy this training program for more than 25 participants, including representatives from all of these sectors that I mentioned. It was a very inclusive and participatory process for all of us, and the most important thing was the ability to share with representatives that maybe in our daily life we don't have the opportunity, and also gain the knowledge from very senior negotiators from the Dominican Republic. So I won't delve a lot into it, and so with the questions maybe we can get into more details. Oh, a very important detail, more than 60% of the participants were females, and the average age was around 30 years of age. So it was very diverse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriela, for sharing a little bit more about the Dominican Republic training program. So the Climate Youth Negotiator Program, which is run by the Future Leaders Network, is actually very complementary to the Dominican Republic's training program, but I guess it has a more global and international aim. The program was founded by 4 young women, so in the spirit of gender empowerment, based on what Gabriela just said, based on the fact that climate change negotiations are the only way to secure international agreements to protect the planet. But there is no global process to make sure that we have the negotiators of the future, the skilled, effective negotiators who will achieve cooperative and collaborative and transformative change in these negotiations. So we took it upon ourselves to change that. Just back in January this year, we had this idea of creating this program, and it was launched on Earth Day in April 2022 at the Global Youth Summit co-hosted by Young Go and March for Science in Dallas in the US. The program works by working directly with countries, of which the Dominican Republic is one of them. They nominate a young person, and then that young person receives 4 strands of support. The first is an intensive training program. It lasts 5 months and over hundreds of hours, mostly online, to teach them the technical, institutional, negotiation and soft skills that they need to be effective climate change negotiators. The second thing that we do is we do community building, which supports our young negotiators to form connections and collaborations across delegations to increase the cooperation in negotiations. The third thing we do is we offer travel and subsistence grants for negotiators from lower income or global south countries to maximize participation and tackle climate and ensure climate justice. And lastly, we carry out advocacy work to pave the way for intergenerational leadership. In our first year, we have trained 60 young negotiators from 27 countries, and 55 of those young negotiators are here at COP. And some of them are in this room, including Carola. But lots of them are in the negotiations right now, representing their countries across a whole range of tracks, putting to use the very skills that we help them to develop through the program. So now that you've got a bit of a flavour of the 2 organisations and programmes that are here today, I thought we would start off with some questions. And I am going to take the role of moderator, as unfortunately our co-moderator isn't here just yet. She's been held up on urgent business. We hope this to be a really informal dialogue, and so you'll see that whilst I'll address the question to one person, we encourage all panelists to speak up at any time. And indeed, if you have any questions in the audience at any point, please feel free to raise your hand, and we'll either pick them up as we go along, or we'll get them at the end of the session. So, to kick us off, Pedro, I'd like to turn to you. In your experience, what were the main barriers or gaps in capacity building on climate negotiations in your region?
Let's structure them. I believe there were 5 major gaps and barriers during this capacity building that we have recognized. The first one was the financial resources. That is because you have this program, a specific program in that specific moment, but that doesn't imply continuity if you don't guide the resources to follow up the program. And that is something that the government is working on, to have it established as a continuous program, but it's a really huge barrier. Then going within the negotiation structure and what we learned during the program, the UNFCCC structure, modalities, the institution, all the information about it, even though you get the capacitation once you are here negotiating firsthand, in my case, first COP negotiating, even though I have the technical idea of it, put it into practice requires a lot of efforts and experience. And just one course is not enough, you know? One really difficult gap and barrier is the language, like the language gap. We come from a Spanish-speaking country. We have to translate everything in our brains first when you are dealing with the negotiation process. So it's really hard sometimes when you have people with different accents. It's not your native language. You know, it's kind of one of the major tricks. Also, that barrier is related to the next one. Is the gap of privilege within peoples in the country. The first barrier of privilege regarding the negotiation process and being able to negotiate is the language, because when you come from a private background of education, it's easier for you to learn other languages, and not the case when you talk about the public system. Sometimes it's more difficult to be able to get really good teachers in that sense. And the other one is, when we were taking the course, the capacitation, and having the practices, something that came up was about the private education background. People were able to have the UN model in their background education, and while the others didn't have it. So those were the major gaps and barrier we have as starting negotiation from the point of view of the project.
Yeah, I think those are some really important barriers, actually. And I mean, funding is such a huge challenge to bring people to COP, and it is no mean feat to travel halfway around the world to get here. But once you are here, inclusion is equally as important. I think we talk a lot about language and how important that is in the negotiation process. You know, whether you use the word should or shall or will or would, it changes everything. And if English isn't your first language, it can be a disadvantage if you're not able to kind of engage in that in the same way. I think that's really powerful. Thank you. Does anyone else have any thoughts on that point around the barriers to capacity building?
Well, I totally agree with Pedro. Like, one of the barriers that personally I have, first of all, was the language, because of course we come from a country that Spanish is our mother language, and then getting used to it, all the words that you just were telling Sophie regarding the shall, the may, the consider, and stuff like that, that we had to use to draft text or work on text. It was really like time demanding for me. I had to read a lot of books and stuff regarding negotiation text in order to accomplish like the assignments that we had on the training program. Also, I totally agree with what Pedro says about the opportunities of the language for the people that does not had the opportunity again to be in a private school, regarding to the people that are attending or attended public school. It's really, I think it's really a gap for us in the country. And of course, the structure of the UNFCCC. Oh my God, it's way different when you come here to the COP and you have to see the screens in order to see the agendas, and it's not the same when you were trained like, okay, that's the substat, this is the SBI, this is the COP, this is the CMA. But when you're here, like in action, it's really hard to keep track of every acronym and stuff like that. So I think it was like a barrier for me also.
Yeah, I love that actually, because living negotiations is very different to thinking about negotiations. I don't know whether any of you have been into those negotiation rooms, but the huddles and the informals and the infs and the different mechanisms and levers for influence are so crucial, but no one can teach you about them by seeing words on a page. So in the Climate Youth Negotiator Programme, we culminate all of our virtual training with an in-person negotiation simulation, which is really important to be able to do that. But that also takes time and money to be able to run. And so it just shows how kind of entrenched and how important it is to tackle those issues as part of that. I can see you want to come in, Carola. Go for it. Go for it, pal.
No, I was just going to say that in effect, like we had mock-ups and when we had the in-person training here in Cairo before COP, but even though it's really hard to keep track of everything. Like it's not the same when you're in situ, like when you're here. So yeah, I just wanted to support your opinion on that.
And I guess just to build on that question, because I think, Pedro, you touched on some really big structural and procedural issues, but at the end of when you were speaking, and I think Carola's mentioned this as well, some of the softer skills that are the kind of part of the capacity of participating in negotiations, I would love it to hear from you as negotiators. What are those softer skills? What helps you to be an effective negotiator? And how can you develop those skills?
For one. I can go for one soft skill that has helped me a lot, and it's kind of a weird one, but empathy. Like being able to read people with empathy, you can feel what they're feeling about whatever you are suggesting as a country. Masks makes it really difficult. There are some negotiators that are wearing masks inside the room, but when they don't have it, it's easier for you to know when to speak, when to introduce a topic, when to ask for something, and what things you consider they can consider that are not okay. They won't with that, you know? So the best thing is that empathy is a soft skill that I consider really, really important in these scenarios.
Yes, to add a little bit of that, I would say also patience. Even in the process of learning, you have to be very patient to understand that you're not gonna become an expert in 2 days. So, and when you're here and you have a hot topic that's on the agenda, you might spend 20 hours in a room, and you have to be there representing and standing up for the interests of your group. So I would say that's a very important skill to develop.
Love it. Claudia, any thoughts?
I think everyone has covered what I want to say, but also I want to remark the passion that we have to do, that we have to do when we are passing so many hours into the negotiations. For me, it's was so hard to understand the structure of the UNFCCC, the SBI, the SABSTA, the CMA, CMP, and how it all works. This is, and also the language. The language, it's hard. It can be hard too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've all picked up on some of the crucial skills that are just hard to be able to teach on like a Zoom call, right? And yet they are so crucial to being a really effective negotiator, and shows just how much investment has to go into place to be able to create the next generation. Amazing. So we've kind of discussed some of the points that really need addressing when to build the next generation of climate change negotiators. Clearly, though, those skills and all of that knowledge cannot be delivered by one individual or institution alone. What partnerships did the Dominican Republic employ to help ensure that those skills and knowledge were kind of imparted correctly? Is it Claudia?
For Dominican Republic, we already established an agreement between academia, civil society, private sector, public sector, to develop to develop training programs or academic programs that can enhance the current capacities and can build new capacities on matters related climate change, specifically for negotiations. I consider this is so important to ensure the sustainability of the capacity building process and also the financial sustainability of the program. As Pedro mentioned before and Carola, this is a big challenge for developing countries to guarantee the financial support of this type of programs. Also, I would like to mention or to add that university or academia has a fundamental role to generate quality information and establish solid research lines or research areas on topics related to climate change and also environmental topics to answer the real problems or the real needs of society in terms of adaptation and mitigation to climate change.
Fantastic. It sounds like an amazing program that Dominican Republic young people were able to access. It's really exciting. Oh, yeah, please, go ahead, Fred.
So I also wanted to add, this kind of events and conferences help the country to get into networks that maybe in other settings it wouldn't be possible. And this year we had also the opportunity to join the Climate Reality Project, which is another training program. And we had more than 30 participants in that training. And we have 2 Dominicans that joined the delegation this year that were beneficiaries of that program. So I think it's good also to take advantage of these kind of the scenarios to create the partnerships to enable that this kind of program continue and make sure that they are open to everyone that's interested in participating. So that's it.
Okay.
You wanted to keep it informal, so I'm gonna share an experience. I was part of a program that was about climate policy as a teacher because I've been doing climate action as a technician for a period of time. When I heard Carol, she was talking about this new course that will start, the one that we participated. I was like, I want to be part of it, not as a teacher, I want to be part of it as a student because they included something called MAPA negotiations. And having that knowledge delivered by them with the support of the private sector, the civil society, and the academia, I have been part of that structure as a teacher in other topics, and I know for sure because you have all those different point of view getting in touch and involved in that process. Whatever you are going to learn there is good. Like when those programs are structured, you're not only receiving the perspective of the government or just the private sector to fulfill a need. No, you're having the perspective of the academia, what the country needs, the government, what's our priorities right now, private sector, what we support and want to start having the capacity to support in the country, you know? That kind of constructive perspective, being the student was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, that's SDG 17, right? Like partnerships are the way forward. And it's really exciting to see all those perspectives brought together. I'm going to wrap up this question. Carola, tell us a little bit about the different people that you heard from when you were on the Climate Youth Negotiator Program.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Don't worry, I caught you in the middle. I was going to say, tell us a bit about the range of speakers that you encountered on the program and the benefits that may or may not have brought.
Yes, we had a lot of great teachers and speakers on the Climate Youth Negotiation programs. Every one of them, they were specialists in different areas of interest, like, I don't know, like adaptation, like capacity building, mitigation. We even had, for example, the opportunity to be or to have meetings with Cristiana Figueres, for example. That's something that probably, I don't know, like other person or people haven't had the chance to meet her, and we had a conversation. We had sessions that it was called In Conversation With, where we were able to have meetings with these important people like her and like the elders and stuff like that. So yeah, we had a lot of great speakers and teachers that guide us through the main like topics that we need to know right before we came to COP. So it was really interesting. Like we had the opportunity of meeting great people and professionals.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and apologies for being late. I was negotiating and I got into a mess before coming here, so I wasn't allowed to come at that point. Welcome, everyone. My name is Carol Franco. I am the advisor for the Ministry of Environment on nature-based solutions. I was also review editor for the IPCC, and I was the coordinator of the course on negotiations, which was based on trying to basically prepare the next generation of negotiations to be able to come to the COP and support our country. And now I would like to ask a question to Gabriela, which is, what do you think about the methodologies implemented in the training programs you participated, and how can they be replicated in other scenarios? And what do you think, I would say, was useful, and what would you think you would improve?
Sure, so that's a very ample question, but I'll try to be very concise. So as I mentioned before, this academic program was 60 hours, and we had virtual classes, in-classroom classes, and then at the end we had the 3-day in-session mock negotiations. So that was a very interesting methodology, because the reason why we had online trainings was because we had international professors conducting some of the lectures. So, but what actually helped a lot was the in-person trainings, because that's where you get the more conversation going. So I think that's it's really important to maintain these kind of trainings at the more grounded level, and having also the intersectionality between these seniors negotiators that have been coming to 10, 15 COPs before us, and trying to share that knowledge with us. It's very valuable. Another thing that I also enjoyed from this program was the diversity from the participants. I think I've never been in such a diverse groups in terms of sectors represented in one academic program, and that knowledge that someone can bring from the banking sector into these topics is very useful to understand certain process. So I think those two are the most valuable. And so what I would replicate in future trainings is maintaining that, and also making sure that you have representation of every sector of the society, and definitely the practical exercise, because you cannot, it's okay to read and learn and hear from these experts, but when you are in a safe space to practice and to make mistakes and getting feedback on what you could do better, and coming here with those answers, questions by people who you can trust and consult, it's crucial to gain this confidence in being here representing your country. So I thank you for the experience.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. And I have another question right now, but also Gabriela has had the unique opportunity to have participated in the negotiations before taking the course. And very briefly, in 2 minutes, and I remember you made a lot of comments about it. What was going through your mind coming first here and then taking the course?
So before, I went to Glasgow last year, and it was my first COP, and it was overwhelming. Everything was overwhelming, but after that you start building some confidence, and then after Glasgow I took the training. One thing I learned, it's never enough. You have to keep up to date with because the topics change. But something that I was able to enhance during this training was body language. It was something we touched upon during the workshop. It's an opportunity for everyone to. And Caro was very straightforward with me. Like, you cannot let people read you. So that feedback has been very helpful.
Thank you, Gabriela. And I have another question, and I will ask the panelists to comment on the results of the training process and exposure. And I will start with Carola, but this is open to anyone else that would be interested in sharing their experience.
Well, for me, it was a great experience. First of all, I'm the only one in this table, I think, that did not study anything that has to do with environmental science or stuff like that. I come from the community. I'm a communicator. That's my major based on. And for me, even though I have a year and a half working for the Ministry of Environment as a communications specialist, and I know some things about environment, it was really, it was challenging for me because I had to study since I had 18 years old, and I'm putting my feet for the first time in the university. So it was really, it was a challenge for myself, but it was, I think I did good on my trainings. I had a wonderful experience. I was one of the last participants that was signed in the program. So for me, I had to study every single day. I had to catch up with the whole team and watch 4 videos of each training session. It was I don't know how many, Sophie,
6 modules.
6 modules.
And each one
5
had 2
modules,
parts.
and each one 8 hours, right?
Yeah.
8-hour recording sessions, and besides that, we had readings that we had to do before the other sessions. So it was really intense, but it was a great experience, especially when we came here to Cairo to do the in-training sessions, and we could meet some of my colleagues are right here sitting, and we could meet each other and work as a group. It was really great to learn about other cultures, learn from my other colleagues who are experts in this area, besides not my case, of course. And I really liked the experience. I think I'm gonna tell my young people of the Dominican Republic, my colleagues and stuff like that, to join these kind of trainings, because I think it's really important before coming to their first COP. This is my first COP. Before coming to COP, to strain their abilities and skills of negotiation skills and capacities. So for me, it was really awesome. I wouldn't change anything at all at this point, at least the training that I had the opportunity to be part of. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any of the panelists want to add something? Pedro, I see you're dying to say something. So basically, can you comment on the results of the training process and your experience? What would you like to share with us?
Well, the things that I will share the most with everyone out of that experience was knowing the path that people like Carol, Dr. Viñas, not here right now, have experienced when they started doing this for the country. They show us a lot of instruments and techniques to be able to survive in this environment. We are surviving, thriving, and doing it good, we believe, because of the feedback we have received. But I have taken the moment to analyze how they felt in that moment without any guidance. And you were really, really cool being that person that stayed up for the country and did things without knowing. it's a lot of pressure. Even though I know positions of my country that we have through our Ministry of External Affairs, I know the technical stuff because I study science as a basis. There are moments when you're passionate about a topic and you are going for something, but because you have all that info, you cannot go that far, and they weren't able to receive all that information that I had, all that you have to look at this and that before going there. They realized that their own, and being able to be part of a program created by people that have experienced that and wanted to share that knowledge is amazing. Really, really cool.
Yeah, I think it's just to kind of add on this. I think there's multiple levels on which this capacity building changes things. I personally think. I think Carola talked about the personal transformation that very specifically you had, but I actually think lots of people had as well, learning so much about a very intricate and complicated process. For any young person, no matter how much you know about climate change, it doesn't equip you to know how the UNFCCC works. That's a whole new science in and of itself, and I think there's something there. I think there's also a kind of community transformation, and I really see that just having met the Dominican Republic kind of young negotiators who took part in their program. A community, a sense of belonging that, it's a real pleasure to meet you and kind of interact with you, and it very much mirrors the pleasure that I have when I interact with our cohort of young negotiators who have formed something very special that is bigger than just themselves. And then I personally think there's like a systems level impact that having all of these young voices in the negotiations genuinely changes things. I loved actually, Gabriela, you mentioned earlier, you have to have patience. I think young people have patience, but actually one of their best qualities is their impatience and their ability to kind of push the negotiations forward and drive urgency. And we've already heard of examples of where young negotiators who've met each other through these type of programs have found consensus and compromise that their more senior counterparts couldn't reach because they knew each other as humans and not as people sitting on the other side of the table as part of a competition. And I think that's a real transformation. That is what's going to change these negotiations from going at a snail's pace to something else. And I'm really confident that the programs that we're both talking about are delivering something very special in that respect at all those different levels. Carol, was there anything else you wanted to add on that?
No, I think we cover everything, and I just want to say that coordinating this program and seeing how when we were doing the mock negotiations, the group went from day 1 to day 2, and how much they improve and learn so fast. It was amazing. We had people from the Ministry of Environment there watching what was happening, and they were all very amazed and proud to see how the group, basically we had 2 different mock negotiations, so they really got into it, and all of them really excel on it and really portrayed their role as negotiators. And I think this is something that we can keep doing for the next generations. This was a very nice group, but also it can be extrapolated to other countries. And the program can be done in different places, but also there will always be new generations coming up that we can continue to train.
I just wanted to say something that I think is really important, to all of us, is that we all received the support of our government, and that was really important to us. I don't know, most of you probably don't know our country, the Dominican Republic, but we currently here at COP are one of the youngest delegation of the whole COP, and that's because of the commitment that our country has with youth leadership. And I think that's really important to mention, because I know that unfortunately there are other countries that does not have that chance, or other youth leaders don't have that chance in their own countries. And our government is supporting us a lot. They are, some of us, not all of us, Pedro is the lead negotiator of gender. Claudia is the lead negotiator of capacity building, and Gabriela is the lead negotiator of transparency. And in general, like in this table, we are, the three of us, we are below the 35 years old, and it's our first experience, at least at COP. Pedro, this is your first one also, right? So I think that's really important, like the support of the government of everyone's country. And maybe that's why I think these two programs succeed, and we can see the results here in this table and in the negotiation tables also.
Fab. Thank you. So we're going to conclude the panel session now. And I'd like to ask everyone on the panel, if you had 1 minute, maybe we'll make it less, 30 seconds with world leaders. I mean, it's the ministerial meetings today. If you had 30 seconds with all of those world leaders, what would you tell them about what they need to do to equip and prepare the next generation of climate change negotiators? And I'm going to start at this end because I was looking at you, Gabby. Go for it.
What comes to my mind is coherence between what we say here and the actual work that we go back home. How do we transform everything that's happening here into quick, deliverable action? So coherence between what we say here and groundwork now.
This is difficult because the first thing I will say is we need loss and damage mechanisms, and also we need coherence not only for capacity building for this topic, but coherence in many transversal topics on climate action. About having this kind of opportunity, we need support. Like, we still need support and need more spaces, and we need more inclusivity of young people, women, and of course, more inclusivity, structural inclusivity for indigenous people, local communities, and people from different backgrounds and languages to really get to negotiate or transform the negotiation system for them to be able to understand this context.
Wow, this is a very hard question to answer. I would like to say we need capacity building, technology transfer, and finance to implement adaptation and mitigation actions. Adaptation is a priority for our country. We are from Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is an island, and adaptation is a priority for us because we are living the hazards of climate change, related climate change. So we need money, capacity building, and transfer to implement adaptation actions.
It's a really hard question for me, but I think the first thing maybe that I would say is there's no planet B. This is where we are living, like this is our planet, and we have to do something because we don't have an option, and we need to act like immediately. I know young people, it's impatient, as you said. So yes, we need to implement all those things that we are supposed to be agreeing here today in the tables at COP, in the negotiation tables. We need to do it, but not until 2030. It's now. It's like when we got back home, we need to start doing every single action plan that we agreed on. So I think that's it. That would be my answer to the question.
Thanks, Carola. Carol, what would you say to them?
That's a very easy answer for me. I will say go back to the IPCC. We have a very tiny window where we can act. So let's go back to facts. Let's go back to science. That's what we should be focusing about in order to develop policies and do what we need to do.
Yeah, I think that's a really great moment to end on, right? I think I would say the same thing. We're running out of time, and young people are pretty good at realizing that we're running out of time. Get them more involved in the negotiations, equip them with the skills, knowledge, resources, and networks they need to be effective, and maybe give them your jobs. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe young prime ministers and presidents of the world going forward. Okay, well, thank you so much to my fantastic panel and my wonderful co-moderator, who very kindly joined us despite being in the middle of negotiations. So thank you for taking the time. Can we have a round of applause? Okay, and we are now going to move on to our speed mentoring session. So here is how, questions. Yeah, you're right, questions. I haven't done questions. That's my speed mentoring thought, and I will invite questions from the floor. I can see one at the front here, and I can see one over there. We'll come to you in that order, and we'll take two at a time and answer them together, if that's all right. Oh yeah, and we've got a microphone for you. Yeah, please come and grab it. Sorry, we don't have a helper. Thank you.
So, do you feel that other delegations are taking you seriously as young people? Because I feel like, of course, you could be taken seriously, but a lot of people, especially older men, tend to not take you seriously because these are just like, stupid, radical young people, or they feel that you are like a trophy. Like, yeah, we have the young representation, but that's it.
Does anyone want to answer?
I can put.
Go for it. Yeah, go ahead and answer.
So I think we mentioned that at the beginning, the thing of confidence. You have to come here mentally prepared, even though and that's something that I say to myself because I look young. People ask for my ID, not here, but outside here. So, but you have to take advantage of the opportunities with these other delegations to show your knowledge, even if it's not on the negotiation table. Maybe it could be outside on a coffee or on a networking event, and make sure that your country's interests are put up in the table in every chance you get to meet them. I think that's a quick strategy to first get to know them, because perceptions are in everyone's mind, but we have to clear them by taking action. That would be my answer to that.
Fantastic. Anybody else? Go for it, Pedro.
I will tell you to recall that you're representing a country. Like, you are not you in that moment. You are the country. And even if you are in a meeting between your delegation and they do not respect you as they're supposed to, remember that you have an important topic recognized by the convention and you are doing your work here for that topic. So for the different spaces with other countries, you are a country, you represent your country, and you have to be confident, as Gabriela mentioned about it, and believe that you have the voice of the whole people you are left in behind when you took up a plane to get here. And when you are in between your delegation, that it tends to happen too. There are people that are really machista and won't take you into consideration because you're young, you're a girl. You just tell them you are not you in that moment, you are the person in charge of that topic, and they need to respect you and put it the importance that the delegation has defined because you are here for that.
Carola? Yeah, so I think it's such a good question, right? And I think it's really variable. You can see like the Dominican Republic clearly cares a lot about young people and respects them, for their age or regardless of their age or both. I think there are definitely examples where that's not the case. So one of our negotiators had to stand in for their lead negotiator. They have a very small delegation, and at the very start, their lead negotiator was sick. And so in many of the kind of heads of delegation meetings, she would go to the meeting and people would go, "Who are you? You're not," the essence was, "You're not one of us." And I think there's a real range of people having seen the same faces in the same places for the last 40 years. And so when a new person comes along, it's challenging to them and it's difficult. I don't think it's anything malicious. I think it's just unfamiliarity. And but I do think it's changing. And the more young faces we can have in those rooms, and the more that it's clear that our young negotiators are as equipped and as effective as some more senior negotiators, more older negotiators, I'll put it that way. I think that changes minds, learning by doing instead of just telling. You have a wonderful question.
Thank you. I feel like that leads right into what I'm about to ask. I'm in a negotiation and conflict resolution certificate program at my university, and this is my first COP, and I feel like there's very little room for the youth voice. I'm really excited to hear about the story about the Dominican Republic and how y'all are able to be part of that negotiation, but I'm come from a country and it feels like there's no way for me to get in contact with people and to have my voice feel heard. And I've interacted with some other young people who feel the same way, and I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on how to work those connections or how to get involved and make your voice feel heard at the negotiations, especially when things feel pretty dire right now in terms of climate change and things not really getting done, and feeling like it's just a bunch of old, especially white men, I don't know, in my government, that are making the decisions for the youth.
I don't want to be mansplaining thing here on the only man, but this question is really close to my knowledge. Excellent. I was the person in charge of doing the chapter on Action for Climate Empowerment in our NDC. So the first thing you need to look at is at the structure, your governments are structured to deliver information and to engage with the UNFCCC. Like what are the channels you have to take your message there? We have the ATSIIEO, we have the Declaration of Youth, we have informal consultations within the country. You need to be aware of the channels where they can hear your voice. That's the first thing, the one that you as a group of young people could have to deliver your message. But now that you are here, you can actually get to your delegation and start these little conversations and start putting the planting the seed of your problems and your necessities to be heard. Also, the most important thing for me, that was my way out to being heard and being able to participate, was to start working on the thing. Like, I thought to myself, how can I make a real change? And when I was analyzing, I have the channels that I mentioned to you, I can come to people and ask them for things, but I can work too. So I started working and guiding my professional pathway to one that I can be heard and be the voice and get the message that for me and for the people that I represent. And that's the other way that I can invite you to do.
If I may ask something, I think that's a great question. I bring students, I work also in United States, Virginia Tech, and I bring students as a study abroad here. So these students have the opportunity. First of all, I did Virginia Tech and Observer Organization. I went through all the paperwork. That's the first step. And then I started bringing students, and I have since 2017 bringing students every year, except for COP year that we had COVID. And this year I had 6 students here. So that also gave them a perception. They were able to be here to see climate change development policies at the highest level. My 3 students from last year, they all changed their majors to climate change. They're all doing masters in climate change. They all want a job in climate change. And that was not me pushing. They just came here and saw the need for it. And they started telling everybody about it. And this year, for example, I was able to, one of my students came as a party overflow to the Dominican delegation so she could see negotiations from inside. So also find a champion in your countries at the different levels that could also help you bridge that gap between you or your group and the government, and try to start meeting these people here and showing all that you're capable of doing, but also having meetings there and trying to reach out to them and show them how important it is. I think those are some ideas that could help you really move forward. I must say I'm very proud of my country that is very open to the youth and very open to bring people with the capacity to come here and negotiate and prepare them and bring the opportunity, gives the opportunity to all of us actually to be part of this.
Carol mentioned that you can meet with champions. That's what you said, right?
That you can find a champion.
A champion.
For you.
Yes, but you can be that champion. Actually, in our delegation, we have one of the lead of adaptation negotiations. I remember I met him when he was 16 years old, and he just started to meet other young people that were that they were concerned about climate change, and he started an NGO, an organization, and now, for example, he belongs to our delegation as a lead in adaptation. Why? Because he started to go to the media, he started to do some small actions regarding climate change, he gathered all the youth people, and he was people started to notice him. People started to notice him even though the Ministry of Environment. And that is why he's actually, right now, besides that, he's, how do you say that? What is it? He's an advisor of the Ministry of Environment regarding youth, adaptation, oceans, and stuff like that. So you can also be that champion. You can start the movement in your own university. You're here already. You have the opportunity to meet a lot of youth here and to start a movement by yourself. I think that's a good idea.
Amazing. And we're going to go to our last question. Thank you, everyone. On the front row.
Thank you. My name is John. I work with Action Against Hunger. And congratulations for the young negotiators. I feel so honored to see you guys take the podium, and you're also good in how you're expressing yourself, so that's a plus. I'm just curious to know, and maybe for the side, how many African countries, you've talked about 60, so maybe it will be interesting to know how many African countries you've also reached out in terms of training. That will also help us in terms of building a network. And number two, maybe from your stories, have you ever had a situation where you've reached you're at crossroads. Somebody has approached you with certain interest on a very intriguing topic. We know that people have interest right now during COP and issues on climate change. Some are very, I would say, thorny issues. And so as young people, have you ever faced interest? Somebody wants to compromise you. They have approached you with some very nice deal, and maybe they want you to relent from your hard stance and change your mind and maybe compromise the whole situation. So it will be interesting to answer those two. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the first question? I clearly didn't realize that was directed at me.
Okay, so the first question was on how many African countries that you've been able to reach out and that we could build a more bigger network, because Africa is becoming the youngest continent now, and it will be good to have more additional negotiators to talk about our case. Thank you.
Apologies, I heard network and I didn't hear the beginning bit of that question, so thank you. Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, the world's population, nearly kind of 56% of it is under the age of 35, but the majority of those young populations are in Africa and other developing countries. So I think youth representation in those countries in particular is the most important. We have, I believe, 6 African countries on board: Chad, Liberia, Ghana, Nigeria, the Gambia, and I may have forgotten one other. Oh, Libya wanted to join but wasn't able to get through the paperwork at the very last minute. So we were 5. We want to reach out to more. I mean, this is our first year. We started in January with this idea. We launched in April. We went through word of mouth. but we welcome other countries to participate in the program. We genuinely want young people as negotiators for all countries around the world. And if any of you have any connections with your country and you would like to help us create that project and that program in your country, we'd be more than happy to do so. And then the second question, would anyone else like to pick up?
I can touch upon the second question. I haven't been in that situation yet. I guess maybe one day I'll be in that position, but I think one of the things that helped me to, again, being confident of being part of the delegation is the relationship we have created and the network between us as being part of a project and the government. So besides the training, after we completed and successfully finished the training, we maintain contact with the experts, with the professors, so maybe you can always consult them. And before coming to the COP, we had meetings in the Ministry of Environment. So we had very clear guidance on how to act here and when to request assistance from our senior delegators. So I think it's what you need is very clear communication between you as a young negotiator and your head negotiators.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our panel. Actually now, not prematurely when I said earlier. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. You are honestly really very fantastic. This is now our moment to celebrate you as a fantastic audience. So we only have 5 minutes left, but I'd like us to use it wisely. I would like it that you didn't walk straight out that door, and that you spent 5 more minutes investing in your own capacity. So in a minute or so, I'm going to ask you to stand up and speak to one person in the room that you have not spoken to before. And I would like you to share with them one challenge you are facing here at COP in terms of the negotiations, and the other person will help you to solve it. And then at 2.5 minutes, I'll ask you to switch around, and then I'll draw it to a close immediately after that. But before we do that, can we just have a huge round of applause to the fantastic panel? Okay, so up you get, or move around please to find someone you've not spoken to before. And I will start 2.5 minutes on the clock to share a challenge you've encountered at this COP that you would like some help with. Okay, and in your conversations, if you can now switch around so the other person shares a challenge and you can offer advice in return. Okay, everyone, and that brings our speed mentoring session to a close. Apologies, it was very speedy. We had hoped it would last a little bit longer, but unfortunately, time got away with us. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today, and watch out for more young negotiators coming your way. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. If I can kindly ask you to take your seats, we're about to start the next session. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome again to the next session here at the Capacity Building Hub, which is entitled, if we can have the title of the session, it's a very interesting session. It's called Once Upon a Time, Capacity Building Stories. And it's a session under the Youth for Capacity Initiative. And we have a very distinguished panel, and I'm sure this event will attract your attention. This session basically seeks to showcase the stories of young people in the climate action landscape that have transitioned from being capacity recipients to being capacity builders. Yes, because young people are both capacity builders and capacity building recipients. Through an active exchange of knowledge, experiences, and innovation, young people, climate leaders, will share their experiences, and this event seeks to foster a space for mutual learning and dialogue. Participants would gain insights on the role of young people and their capacities in delivering ambitious climate action. The session seeks to inspire and empower youth to take a leading role in the capacity building efforts as the capacity builders that they are. Before handing over to our colleagues, I have the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Abais Sarmad, the Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC Secretariat. Mr. Sarmad, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, and it's a pleasure for me to be here at this event. This is the Capacity Building Stories for Climate Action, and especially hearing from the youth. It's extremely important. I do not know whether it is we providing the capacity building, or in fact, I strongly believe it's the youth who is building our capacity to ramp up our action and to make sure that we do the right thing for the future. The Capacity Building Hub is a space for representation, collaboration, as well as intergenerational dialogue. And today's theme of capacity building with action for climate empowerment, Article 12 of Paris Agreement, aims to create a space for meaningful representation and facilitate collaborations across sectors, regions, and generations. The youth is an essential voice at the table in the entire climate change process, and youth mobilization is integral to addressing climate change. This is reflected in the Action for Climate Empowerment that you know, ACE, as well as through the engagement with youth organizations such as Youngo, the official children and youth constituency of the UN climate change, as well as through the mandates of various constituted bodies and processes under the convention. And we're very encouraged to see the first ever pavilion of youth and children at this COP. As the UN Climate Change Secretary, we are very much committed to seeing young people and their voices included meaningfully in these spaces and many more across the COP and beyond. While the importance of strengthening the engagement of youth is widely recognized, there are capacity needs and gaps to be addressed in order for young people to effectively engage in climate action. In this regard, this year, the UN Climate Change Secretariat, with the contribution of the Italian Ministry of Ecological Transition, set up the Youth for Capacity initiative to contribute to building the capacities of young people on climate change. As I said right in the beginning, it works both ways, that you need to build our capacities as well. But it is also important to acknowledge that young people are not just recipients of capacity building, but are capacity builders themselves. And through this capacity building stories that we're going to hear by Youth for Capacity Initiative, I look forward to listening to the stories of young people that have transitioned from being capacity recipients to capacity builders. It is important that youth are offered a permanent seat at the table in decision-making process. And we are fully committed, and I personally acknowledge that they are equal partners. It's because it's about their future. So on behalf of UN Climate Change Secretariat and Youth for Capacity Initiative, I would very much like to thank all young people present here today and beyond for all the work, and I look forward to listening to your capacity building stories. And thank Alejandro and team in the capacity building team here of UNFCCC for organizing this and bringing us together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Avaaz. He's always our biggest supporter. All the young people in the room, please take note, that's the person you need to reach out to for all of the engaging process, or how to get engaged with the UNFCCC process as a young person. He's always very helpful in like having a quick chat, and lovely to have you, Avaaz. Thank you so much for being here. And all right, first of all, I'd like to begin with, is this your first time at the Capacity Building Hub? Please raise your hand if it's your first time at the Hub. Okay, so I see a couple of newbies. Is it your second or third time? Anyone been here before over the last 6 days? I see Roberta's here. So Roberta's definitely been here for more than 3 hubs at least. Fantastic. So I want to take this opportunity to do some cheeky little plugs, because I think that's important as well. We're at this place and we want to know what the hub is about, right? So the Capacity Building Hub is hosted by the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the PCCB. If you want to know more about the work of the constituted body, there are banners over there. You can scan the QR code. The working groups and the functioning of the constituted body is all over there. But the PCCB also has a very special place for young people in terms of mainstreaming their voices across its work through its work on cross-cutting issues, the working group 2. Last year, the PCCB also organized the Youth in Capacity Building series, which was a fantastic series across the regional climate weeks and had great conversations, regional conversations where young people led these conversations. So there's a lot of work happening in the PCCB, the capacity building team. My boss is right here, Alejandro. We support the PCB in delivering this. So there's a lot happening in the capacity building space. There's a lot happening in the Action for Climate Empowerment space. There's a lot happening through the regional collaboration centers. Essentially, young people are all across the UNFCCC process, and rightly so. So through the Regional Climate Weeks, we actually reached out to a couple of our young delegates, youth experts, youth activists around all of these climate weeks, and we have a little bit of a video for all of you to watch. So if my colleague Eva could please cue the video.
Capacity building for youth is one of the many elements that as youth we need in order to be fully integrated into the climate negotiations and climate discussion spaces. When we talk about capacity building, we're expecting to not only receive, but only to have more like an exchange of experiences between different stakeholders.
Los jóvenes recibimos capacidades, pero también las creamos. El rol, el papel que juegan los jóvenes, las juventudes, en realmente crear capacidades sistémicas y también crear la necesidad de ver problemas relacionados a conciencia política, conciencia social y conciencia climática.
We need to incite the interest for youth to get into the climate movement, or at least to know about the climate crisis.
L'action pour le climat est au top de mes priorités, parce que là, ce n'est plus un choix, ce n'est plus une option, mais c'est quelque chose que je suis personnellement en train de vivre.
L'engagement des jeunes n'est vraiment pas une passion, mais il s'agit bien d'une raison. Une raison qu'on doit classer prioritaire, parce qu'il y a une urgence. Et l'urgence concerne vraiment l'implication collective de toutes les jeunes et aussi des acteurs politiques.
Not only are we the biggest demographic of the world, and not only do we suffer the most and disproportionately from climate change, but we are also a very natural and a key and an equal stakeholder to the climate agenda, because we care about our future and our health and the health of the current and the future generations. And for us to be able to do that, we need to be part of the policy making space of climate change in a way that is meaningful.
Youth has a lot of diversity within it. We're talking about people from indigenous communities and local communities, people from coastal communities, people from the LGBTIQ+ community that are usually left behind. So these processes need to integrate these different spaces with a view of intersectionality that helps to integrate youth participation more actively, but also sustain and balanced way.
Having funding for projects from
people from different part of the MENA region, teaching them more about climate change, climate justice, introducing them to how you can be an activist, how you can get more engaged.
Invest in young people both technically and financially in the small scale as well as the large scale grassroots and groundbreaking solutions that young people are already leading. We are not the victims. We are already creating our own advocacy, our own solutions for climate change, for our health and for our planet.
Yo creo que se debe dar importancia y se le debe dar prioridad a la creación de habilidades que nos permitan crear y mantener relaciones interpersonales en el futuro, como el trabajo en equipo, como el pensamiento crítico. Ese tipo de relaciones son las que nos van a permitir crear lazos y alianzas.
Youth will not stop. That's what I do believe in. I'm hoping more in youth because I know like our actions will never stop.
Fantastic. So that was the framing for Youth for Capacity. We've started off the initiative. We launched it at Africa Climate Week. And we're looking to do more. The capacity building teams, the ACE teams come together and are working on it. But yeah, I don't want to take more of your time because we have a fantastic panel here. You saw two of those faces on our video as well. So without any further ado, first of all, I would like to thank Alejandro and Oves for being here. But yeah, over to Omnia El Omrani, COP27 President's Youth Envoy. Over to you, Omnia.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. So hello everyone, so happy to see many familiar faces and thank you for joining us in our session on storytelling and capacity building. I would like to first of all share how much I love this the video that really demonstrates how we as young leaders in climate change are passionate around building our own capacities, elevating one another, empowering each other with the solutions, with the knowledge, with the skills and the competencies to address climate change. But this session is also about the amazing leaders that I'm so happy to moderate the discussion with, to really learn from their success stories and from their journey on how they became really inspiring young climate innovators, entrepreneurs, and solution makers, and how did capacity building facilitate that. So I'd like to first introduce our speakers. We have first of all Joshua Ampansim. He's the founder of the Green Africa Youth Organization, GAYO. And we also have with us Chris Cameroon, a scientist and filmmaker from the Clear Environmental. And next up we have with us Moraki Kazumi. He's the president of Carbon Capture Research Institute. And then finally we have Eddie Frank Vasquez. He's the official youth delegate to the Dominican Republic, and he is the founder of Juventus. I'm close. Yeah, so I'd like to first of all ask Josh, so tell us about your journey. Okay, how did you found GAYO, and how did capacity building, your experience with that, help you found your own organization?
Thank you very much, Omnia, and I'm happy to be here. So my journey to start GAYO was really a journey of being in the school. During my bachelor program, learning so much about climate change and global environmental change, and realizing that there is so much sort of solutions that we talk about in the classroom, but once you get out of your classroom and you go to everyday life, the problems still exist. And so that was a starting point for me, and realizing that, okay, what can we really do about that? So it was coming together with students, going to communities, trying to learn from communities on the challenges they face, but also how they are already dealing with some of these challenges. And I think earlier today I was saying to a panel that concepts like adaptive capacity, coping capacity, and some of the terminologies we use, sustainability, circular economy, all of these are technologies that are fundamentally being practiced in many communities, and we study them in a classroom and we put a title on it and we make it look very attractive. But these are principles that are existing in communities as a whole. So for me, it was really being able to connect what I was learning in the classroom, but also what I could learn from communities. And I think that capacity building as a journey for the organization as a whole has been a fundamental part, because learning is not from one particular space. Learning comes from different spaces. And a lot of the learning we had or we thought we could get was by signing up to a course or having someone standing in front of us and teaching us something. But through the organization setup and working with many grassroots communities in project development, we also learn a lot from just everyday conversations with people, particularly those who are facing the problems that we talk about a lot and are already living with it. I think their stories are really powerful, and there's a lot of capacity in that, even though we do not necessarily see them as spaces that we could learn from. I think for me that has been one of the biggest lessons that I've learned. So capacity building has been a big part of the journey, both in terms of formal education, but also informal education and sort of life lessons as well.
So a small follow-up question to Josh. So can you tell us more about your organization and how it aims to build capacities as well to others, and how you bring in your experience to your people?
Yes, so GAIO is a youth-led organization that is currently having over 25 employees together with consultants, all youth-led. Our goal is to really create a space where young people who have passion for the environment, passion for climate, and pursue academic programs on this have a space that they can actually develop themselves professionally. And the reason why we do this is because I realize that in many cases in the developing world, Ghana, Sub-Saharan Africa, a lot of development projects that are designed and implemented requires a lot of foreign consultants, a lot of flying, do some scoping research, produce a short report, design a project in Europe or somewhere in the US, come in and implement. And that was a big challenge for me because I could see a lot of young people in my class or in my school who had passion, who had the interest, but they lack a place where they can actually develop professionally to meet the same sort of demand on consultancy and development, the development sector. So that was our goal, that we will create an organization where young people will really be able to pursue the goals that they have and not study environmental science and end up working, say, in a bank or as a taxi driver, which for me was sort of a talent waste and also waste of the education sector for Sub-Saharan Africa, where young people study one program and end up not utilizing the education, the skills, the knowledge at all, and work in a completely different sector because those spaces are professionally not viable for them because they are fresh out of school. And development agencies wouldn't hire them directly. They'll rather bring in a foreign consultant. So that was one of the goals that we have. And so far, we've achieved very significant results. We've had a GAIO, sort of young GAIO employee who came out of bachelor program, worked with us for 2 years, and later on could apply to become the city advisor for the mayor of Accra under C40 Cities Initiative and got selected for the job. I have my co-founder Desmond, who is currently coordinating Africa-wide zero waste initiative across the continent for Gaia, which is an international organization. And both of these roles were previously occupied by people who were very old and have sort of a PhD and many years of experience. And for us, having those two case studies of having very young people below 30 occupying positions that were previously occupied by sort of very old international recruited people is already a success story, and we want to keep doing more of that.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. So now we have a guest who just joined us, Arshana Suring. She's our inspiring climate activist, as well as a member of the UN Secretary General Advisory Group on Climate Change. So we'd like to ask you, as a very inspiring climate activist, how did capacity building help you do what you are advocating for, especially for the rights of indigenous youth and youth from local communities? And what was your experience? What inspired you to keep on what you're doing?
Thank you. Thank you, Omnia, and thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity. I truly believe that capacity building is very integral to engage in climate action processes, because when I started, it was very difficult to look upon to anyone in terms of indigenous perspective and engaging specifically from Asia, because I felt one of the key things which we saw is like indigenous elders and ancestors have been advocating for rights of indigenous people, have been advocating for forest rights, land rights, and all of this. But climate change, climate action, these terminologies were very new.
But what helped me realize when I pursued education and when I got connected with the youth movement and elders movement on land rights and forest rights and climate action movement is that we may have different terminologies, but it is all intersectional. So I think it's really important to have that community who is engaging in these spaces, specifically when it comes down to young people, because it all comes down to contextualizing the issues which we are facing, which now I can feel that the communities and my elders which were speaking about land rights, forest rights, it's so integral to climate action discourse. So I feel capacity building is also all about contextualizing the issues which we are facing on grounds and to the international policies and decision making processes which is happening. The second thing which I would like to emphasize about capacity building is often people have this tendency and approach, specifically for young people and indigenous people and local communities, that we don't know anything and we need to be taught and we need to learn. But that's not the case. I think it should come from a place of respect, and it should come from a place of understanding that the indigenous people, young people are contributing in their own way. What capacity building can we give to enhance this, not rather than impose other developmental worldviews and other way of capacity building? Because for example, like the community leaders know about land rights, know about forest rights, know about the traditional knowledge and practices. We need more capacity building of contextualizing those. We need more capacity buildings to amplify those. We need more capacity building to know about this difficult process of climate negotiations, about the laws and policies which is there, because it's barely being translated in the language which is spoken on ground. So I think again capacity building should come from a collective effort in a place of learning and sharing rather than imposition. The third thing which I feel is really very critical is that, to be honest, it's very difficult to read laws and policies because of the terminologies, jargons, and we need capacity buildings to synthesize that, to make it more easy to reach out to communities. And we need capacity building also how to articulate ourselves. We need capacity building to access financial resources. We need capacity building to more organize ourselves in a more effective way. So I feel capacity building is really critical in this process, but capacity building should be with mutual understanding and with free, prior and informed consent, and with a collective decision of identifying what are our challenges, where we need the capacity building, and not fitting one attempt or one compartment of capacity building modules to people from different regions, because different communities and different regions need different needs of capacity building. So I feel it's really critical to also see that like I often say this, but I would like to say this here also, like indigenous people and local communities have been looked down upon for years because of their culture, tradition, language, and now all of a sudden the world is recognizing the role of indigenous people. The world is recognizing the importance of indigenous people, and if someone comes, you need capacity building to engage in these processes. I'm still juggling with my identity crisis and still learning my language and my community. I don't need capacity building in your approach. I need more of a place of capacity building. I need more of a place which is safe and enabling to embrace myself, to know about my culture, to be proud of my culture, and it is only then I'll be engaged in this capacity building processes more efficiently and be an advocate. So I think that's really important, to have a lens of respect and solidarity.
Thank you. No, I couldn't agree more, and I also believe that it's important when we're building our capacities that we do it together in terms of having not just mentors but also being youth, empowering one another, because we understand our own needs and the challenges that we face. So always peer-to-peer is very important because we understand our realities as well. So thank you for that. I'm going to move on to Chris. So tell us, I know that you are a filmmaker, and through your work in Clear Environmental. What inspired you and to start working on that specific issue on climate change? There's anyone as well that was the source of inspiration, and how was your capacity built towards such a creative and very important field?
Thank you. So I'm not actually a filmmaker. I'm a scientist, but I work in digital storytelling. So I guess in a sense that I do make films, but I kind of want to highlight what my two colleagues were both talking about youth, building the capacity of youth. And I find that most of the time when I'm working with organizations or with communities, I'm learning so much from people my own age, even about the process that happens at the UN. Everything I've learned about the UN structure is from people my own age. And I believe that because of the issues that are going on, the youth, we have to actually be the ones that implement the action, and we will adapt to it by learning from each other. And I was talking to a couple friends today about this. Whenever there's a job posting, I don't know if this happens to you, but the job posting will say a couple of requirements, like you need to know Excel, you need to know different software. And a lot of the times we just say that we can do it because we're desperate and we need the job, we need the money. And I feel the same way about working for the future to adapt to the world that is our reality. We're gonna just have to build each other's capacities. We're gonna have to learn on the fly how to exist, essentially. But that being said, I work in communities that are being affected by industry. And in particular, my project on digital storytelling is focused on the southern United States. There's an area called Cancer Alley. It's along the Mississippi River in Baton Rouge. And it has 152 petrochemical plants. And this area is a residential area that's a predominantly black neighborhood. And at this point, the amount of lead and aluminum in the air has been absorbed into people's bodies. There's a woman, Sharon Levine, who is an activist with Rise St. James, the community-based organization there. And she has been filmed multiple times. There's lots of videos online. But the way that she speaks about how she commits to raising awareness for her community, even though she knows she's gonna die there, it's a dire situation. And so the work that I try and do is bring the voices to places like here, like COP, so that people understand that it's a reality, that people are living in toxic waste every day. And there's no time for false solutions. There has to be immediate action. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I can also ask Moraki to share. You are also a scientist and a social entrepreneur and the president of the Carbon Research Institute. So you can tell us about your journey and, from being a scientist to being a president of your organization, and how did capacity building help you reach that?
Hello, my name is Kazumi Muraki. I'm from Japan, and I just came here 5 minutes earlier this session started. So yeah, I was in a very hurry to come here. But actually, I'm a representative director at the Carbon Recovery Research Agency located in Tokyo, Japan. And we are called ATSIIEO for that is a independent research organization to halt climate crisis and also realize Martian colonization by using technology to stop climate crisis. We have experts of direct air capture technology and also carbon to fuel technology. And I'm also a scientist, especially like a chemistry, chemical engineering or organic chemistry. And then my journey started, well, over 12 years ago when I was in first grade student in elementary school. Actually, now I'm a 22 years old. I'm the first grade student of the University of Tokyo. And then when I was in first grade, my grandfather gave me a book called George's Secret Key to the Universe, written by Dr. Stephen Hawking in England. And then in that story, the main character of the story was named George, discovered the planet that we human can live, except ours. And then I was very impressed by the story. And then it says Mars is the most suitable planet for us to live, except ours. And then I really wanted to go to Mars, and also I really wanted to do Martian colonization. And then in the story, the picture of the sunset on the Mars was there, and then there was a vast red surface, and then blue sunset went down. So I was very impressed to see that picture, and then I really want to go to Mars as a first Martian. Yeah. So I started my research to live on Mars, and then I knew that 96% of the Martian atmosphere was constituted of carbon dioxide. And then I started research to remove carbon dioxide from the ambient air and then make some useful materials such like fuels for rockets and so on. And then when I was in high school, I just came up with a new direct air capture machine called ATSIIEO. Well, you know, there are so many direct air capture technology around the world, like a Climeworks or Carbon Recycling International or Lancetech or Carbon Engineering and Global Thermostat, etc. But their machine is brilliant, but very huge to put every houses, every home, or like every office. And I realized that if there were a machine that you can individually remove carbon dioxide from the air at your home or at your office, that's a cool idea, I thought. So I invented the world's smallest direct air capture machine called ATSIIEO. And then, there is my colleague, over there and over there and over there. And they have brochure of my machine. So if you are interested in, let's, please say, And then in high school, I came up the machine, and then there was cool program called Innovation Program by the Japanese government, by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, and then they gave me approximately about $30,000 to make the machine come true. And then I could finally realize the machine. And then after I entering university, I found CIRA, and then we have 18 researchers to realize ways to halt global warming, and then convert carbon dioxide into alternative fuel. Our fuel alters ordinal diesel fuel, so yeah.
Amazing.
We are doing some kind of research, so yeah, this is my story.
Amazing, that's very inspiring, and you're inspired at a very young age to do your research and to come up with a very innovative solution. And thank you for sharing your inspiration. Now we're gonna move to Eddie. And first of all, because for many COPs we've been advocating for having more youth representation, especially in official country delegations, and you are now representing your country, so I'd love to know how this happened and how did capacity building help you be in this position?
Thank you. So first of all, I think that hearing the stories of all my friends and colleagues here, there's 3 points I would like to highlight. The first one is that as youth, we access capacity resources. The second one, we create capacity spaces. And the third one, that we disseminate in capacity spaces. And taking into consideration those three perspectives, there's many histories behind each one of us that we can maybe spend the whole night or week talking about. But my history behind started 7 years ago. 7 years ago, so I started participating in different kind of climate-related spaces in the Dominican Republic. And I realized that these spaces were lacking youth people, specifically in my country. Coming from a small island developing state, realizing that we face climate change issues on an everyday basis is something pretty hard, because sometimes you think that our histories are not taken into consideration. And the way that I did it is just, I started to go to the government's meetings and to the government workshop without any kind of invitation. So I was already there. They were not going to say no to me. And I started to listen a little bit about what they were talking about. And somehow I started to participate and integrate myself. And by the end of the first year that I was participating, I remember that I was on the first INDC workshop of the Dominican Republic before the National Determined Contribution was created. And there was a specific component about youth participation that was related to how youth was involved into the NDC. And I remember that I was having so much criticisms about that involvement, because youth was only considered as recipient of the capacity building component of the NDC back then. And I was saying, okay, we are the recipients, but what are we going to do with that knowledge? Is that enough for us? Is that enough for the strategy? Is that enough for the country? It's not. So 1 year later, I started my own organization called Juventud Sostenible, which is Sustainable Youth in Spanish. And we decided that the best way to approach to this kind of situation where youth people have the opportunity to shape public policies was creating of our own capacities. And we started to advocate for that. So far, we have created 2 academies for the SDGs, in which we, let's say, that create under an intergenerational perspective. We bring specialized people from the United Nations office in the Dominican Republic to teach youth people about the SDGs agenda, specifically on the SDG 13 and SDG 10 on reducing inequalities. And after that, and after this whole process, we start a multiplying capacity process for the youth people, where they become, let's say, the multipliers in their own communities in the first level. In their communities, in their schools, in their universities, and then in the other spaces that they belong to. So far, we have done 2 versions of this academy. We have graduated 100 students of this academy. Let's call them trainees. And it has been such an amazing journey, because sometimes the government just call one of our trainees and tell them we need 1 youth people to educate the rest of the government officials about something specifically. And it's about giving the opportunity of youth people to access, create, but also disseminate capacity building resources. And that's what I will say bring me here. A couple of 3 weeks back, we celebrated a conference of youth and climate change in the Dominican Republic. And it was a conference for youth people, created by youth people, and between youth people. And it was such an amazing experience, because youth people were the one creating the capacity of other youth people inside the conference, where yes, government officials were invited, but they were on a second phase of the organizations, but youth people was the focus of this process. So I will say that just a recommendation, and taking into consideration the history of each one of us here, is like, we can be a recipient of capacity building. We need it. We need it in order to be more technical, to understand this kind of conversations and to be involved. But we also need the resources and the spaces to create our own capacities and disseminate the ones under the histories that we have that can also help other people behind us.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think, before we move on to the questions, I'd like to do just a quick highlighting of what has been mentioned, because we started with the importance of how young people can empower each other and how we can take the lead. We're not waiting for the experts. But on the other hand, we need to also identify the needs of our communities, then the capacity building needs of young people by ourselves. And then we also talked about the importance of communicating the unacceptable realities that many of our most vulnerable communities face, as well as doing the right research and seeking inspiration and being persistent. And then finally, as Eddie said, to disseminate the capacity building, not to just be recipients, but to be our own builders and teachers to our own demographic. So before I move on to any questions, I'd like to invite Tridi to come for a really cool game.
I thought you were starting that game, but yeah. I think we can start that together, yeah? Should we start the game together? All right, so here's what we're going to do. Actually, we kind of took the idea from Joshua over there. He did this last year at the Resilience Hub. So we are going to envision what a perfect future looks like to us as young people, or if you're not young, that's all right as well, just what a future looks like, right? So Omnia, do you want to start off with a prompt? You're the first person that starts off. I take the mic, and then we go around the room, and then we finish up with Eddie.
Oh, okay. So once upon a time, there was a young girl named Hermione.
Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Hermione, and it was her first time at COP27. So I'm going to pass the mic around, and you're going to have to continue the story. And it doesn't matter. It can be something really simple as like, I don't know, she was at one pavilion or she went to something. So something simple. So again, once upon a time, there was a young girl named Hermione. It was her first time at COP27.
And she got lost the first day.
And she got lost the first day. That sounds about right.
And was my first time as young negotiators too. Young negotiator, as a young negotiator.
So it was also her first time as a young negotiator. Remember, we have to end up at an ideal future, right? So let's pivot it in that direction.
Once she started getting in deep of what's happening in COP, she found it that some opportunities they may take her ethics and independency and started fighting for them.
So she started engaging in the climate action process. That's pretty much it. And then Alejandro, what do you have to say?
And then she got to speak to President Biden.
Oh, she got to meet Biden. So that's like President Biden, and that's a good one. So here we are, Chris. She met President Biden, and then?
And then she negotiated an option to actually get the carbon pricing framework finalized.
That's a big one. She got the carbon pricing framework finalized after speaking to President Biden. On to you now.
And she got him to hire, like, let's say, 100 of youth negotiators in his team to implement that.
Fantastic. So she mobilized other young people, being the hype person to bring her crowd together, and got a lot of other negotiators on board as well. And then
she realized that no one is too small or isolated to make a difference.
That's a very, very cute statement to make, and I think we all go with that as well. So on to the next person.
She got offered a job at the White House, which she had never expected would happen one day for her after meeting Biden.
So she met Biden, she got the right she got that approved, and then she mobilized the crowd, and then she got a job at the White House as well. So that sounds fantastic in terms of just everything one small person can do.
She got a job at the White House and she started to share her experiences with other people.
So she started sharing her capacity building story at the White House. So that's exactly what we're doing here. And then I think I would like to invite Eva to join us in the story as well. So she got a job at the White House. She started sharing her capacity building story. And then what did Hermione do?
She spread the capacities to other young people and encouraged them to, she empowered them. That's what she did.
So she spoke to other young capacity builders, and then the process went on. And this is exactly what we're doing with this entire session. I know I missed a couple of people, but I was trying to get the full circle. But I'll continue over here, so we end up at Eddie.
And then she realized that US is just one part of the world. And she then made an effort to reach out to youth globally and interact with leaders globally and work towards climate action and more so attaining Paris Agreement goals.
And afterwards, she realized that that is not enough, and the ultimate is to become the UN Secretary General. So she started aiming for that.
And then she took a nap because this is a lot of work. But she did it all.
Well, how can I say? Well, she finally became the... Oh, you just said Secretary General of UN? Well, his idea was brilliant, so I don't know what to say, but she finally maybe... she's her nationality was not yet. Okay, right. So maybe next, she became Secretary General, and then maybe she became the President of the United States or so.
Okay, so I will tell the whole story. Once upon a time, there was a pretty young girl, which first time was at COP27 and got lost the first day. She started as a young negotiator and started engaging with other people. She spoke with Biden, and she got the carbon pricing framework finalized. She started to mobilize more young people, got a job at the White House. She started to share a story about how she do that. And she met a lot of people when she realized that US was only one part of the world. She realized that she became US Secretary General, took a nap because she was too tired, and then she became President of the United States, I guess. And by that time, she already solved the climate crisis. So that's the end.
Back to you, Omnia.
Thank you so much. I think now we can go back home from COP. The climate crisis is solved. So one last thing I would love to ask if anyone has any questions for our amazing speakers. We'd love to take any question from anyone. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for your speeches. It's very interesting to hear you at COP. I would want your opinion, like I don't mind who wants to talk about that, but what for you is the biggest challenge as a youth person in the climate world and in climate negotiation? Like what is the thing that is that is the most difficult for us, and what is the biggest luck as a youth?
So the question is, what is the biggest challenge that you have faced? And also, how did you overcome that? especially in the mainstreaming and negotiations.
So I think that the main challenge, one of the main challenge is being young. For example, before coming here, I was in another event where I was talking as an ocean specialist. That's one of my fields. And the person that called me to be in the event, she didn't realize I was that young. When they saw that I was just 26 years old, they weren't pretty sure to put me in the panel because, of course, the whole panel was, let's say, experienced people in there. And I think that that's one of the many barriers that we have to end up with that belief that young people cannot be on the same seats and having the same opportunities to speak alongside with other experienced youth persons. We have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of stories that we saw, and we have a lot of expertise that we can integrate into this fight and into these conversations. So that's something that has really happened alongside of this whole history, and I think that has been one of the many barriers I have been facing as climate activists, but also as young people.
Yeah, so I have a similar experience with Eddie, and how I overcame that was in 2018, I remember I had the chance to go for the adaptation committee meeting, and I focused on adaptation quite a lot, and how to transition from being a youth voice to become an expert on the topic was leading a research and having a couple of publications on this. So leveraging my master research in the university to really focus on this and get some knowledge products out and working with research institutions on this. Of course, I understand that not everyone will have the chance to do that. So it's very fundamental that when young people take the stage and they share their experiences, they should be seen as a voice that is credible and tangible. But in my experience, a way to really overcome this was having a couple of publications or articles out, and all of a sudden, people would invite me as an expert and not as a young leader anymore, but they would properly treat me as someone who is sort of credible to talk on the topic. So that is one way that could be looked at. Yeah.
I think one of the key challenges for me and for us indigenous people and local communities is about accessing these spaces. I think it's really difficult when on ground, like, we are living under the threat of eviction, land grabbing, and displacement. It's about life and death and livelihood, and still being able to, advocate and engage in this space is a difficult choice. It's a difficult decision to be here. So I think it's also about reclaiming spaces, and most importantly, also it's about how do we ensure that we are taking all the efforts done by our ancestors ahead in our worldview. Because I think the challenge remains in making our worldview respected, acknowledged, and recognized in this entire discourse, because you can deal with unawareness, but you cannot deal with, strict denial. So I think that's one of the challenge. How do we go ahead it? I think there is hope and belief. I have seen my colleagues and friends in the youth movement who have come from a place of unawareness to be a strong ally and standing in solidarity. So it is about, continuing to advocate with the belief in yourself, and most importantly also engaging in research. I work as a researcher on research and advocacy on indigenous people and climate action. So I feel it's really critical to engage in research, because after having it in IPCC report about the rights of indigenous people and local communities over the land, forests and territories, supporting traditional knowledge and practices, and also coming up from leadership like Secretary General, has made a lot of difference. And I think we need solidarity and allyship on this in terms of engaging in different spheres and different forums and platforms to advocate it.
Thank you so much. I hope this answers your question. And thank you again to the amazing panelists for taking the time to join our session. I'd like to invite Alejandro back again to close us up.
Again, thank you very much, Omnia, for your wonderful moderation as always. A big thanks to Freddy, Muraki, Chris, Joshua, and Ashana for sharing your stories. You've shown us that every young person in the climate action space has a story to tell that can change the lives of those around you and drive people to take some sort of action, even becoming Secretary General and solving the climate crisis. Your stories go to show that we need to better support actions and initiatives required to really make the most of the capacities of young people to unlock youth-led climate action, which is exactly what the Youth for Climate initiative intends to do. This 5-year initiative that was mentioned at the beginning of the event seeks to support youth in enhancing their capacities for engaging in climate action, while acknowledging that the young people are equal partners and co-creators in these capacity building efforts. To meet this objective, the UNFCCC Secretariat, with the contribution of the Government of Italy through the Ministry of Ecological Transition, we're in the process of designing and implementing this initiative, which has 3 major components: targeted virtual knowledge and skill enhancement events, such as webinars and training sessions, in-person hands-on capacity building events, for example, during regional climate weeks, a mentorship program, as well as the constant dissemination of information and knowledge through various outreach channels. These activities I just mentioned will, of course, be developed and co-created in close collaboration with youth, as well as with the Action for Climate Empowerment team at the Climate Change Secretariat, and together also with the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, one of the constituted bodies under the convention, and also collaborating with the PCCB network. This Youth for Capacity initiative was successfully launched as an affiliated event at the Africa Climate Week, and that was an important first step of the initiative. And then we had the chance to hear from 30 Youth for Climate delegates on the assessment of capacity needs of young people in the region. This is only the beginning of this initiative, and we will certainly be engaging with young people actively through the design and the implementation of the program in the upcoming months and years, starting in January 2023. We really need to contribute to mobilize and building the capacities of youth to co-create and implement solutions to address climate action. Because as agents of change, young people are not just the future of our global climate action efforts, but also in this era of implementation, young people are the present. Thank you very much again, and wish you all the best.
There we go. Okay. Just gonna help. All right. Well, good evening, everyone. We're gonna get started. Thanks for bearing with us. We're starting a few minutes late, but we're still planning to end on time. So my name is Amanda McKee. I'm the Director for Knowledge and Learning with the NDC Partnership, and I want to welcome you to the last session today in the Capacity Building Hub on accelerating NDC implementation through ACE. So we're here really to highlight the importance of climate action, empowerment, elements in NDC enhancement and implementation. And so within the partnership, this concept of empowerment, or empowering all members in society to engage in climate action, is really central to our work. We bring together members, partners from all over the world. We're a coalition. We have 121 country members. That includes developed and developing countries, as well as 86 institutional members that each bring a really unique set of experience and expertise to support countries in the update, the implementation, the financing of their NDC actions. And so our support to members really emphasizes this whole of society approach. And a few years ago, we launched a gender strategy, which really emphasizes the role that all people play in climate action. We have a youth engagement plan that offers a framework for enhancing commitments and partnerships to youth leaders. And tonight we're going to hear from some of our partners about some of the work that they're doing on these elements. So before we turn to them, I'm actually just going to give a really brief overview of some of the ACE-related trends and insights that we see through the partnership. The way that the partnership works is our developing country members can submit requests for support. And these can touch on anything that they need support with, and we circulate these to our members for them to respond with a coordinated package of support that's really tailored to the needs of the country. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide. And next slide. All right, so this analysis looks at all of these requests that we've received from country partners, looking at how they've been tagged according to the different elements of ACE. So we don't have a specific tag in our database on ACE, but we looked at the priority topics or core elements of ACE. So what I'm going to show you in this data is the types of requests that we've received on civil society engagement, on equality and human rights, gender equality, youth, and then different types of activities related to developing capacity, engaging stakeholders, increasing intergovernmental coordination, so not just coordination with stakeholders, but also within the government, participating in the international exchanges, raising awareness, sharing lessons, and also supporting gender balance. So everything I'm showing is a reflection of that. So if we look at the request breakdown, we have received requests for support from close to 80 of our developing country members, and we've broken these down into just over 4,000 individual requests. And of those 4,000 requests, 7% of them touch on some element of ACE. And so some might say that that's a small number, some might say that that's a large number. To put that into context, I think people might argue that tourism is a fairly important sector in climate action. 1% of our requests touch on tourism. 7% of our requests touch on waste. So it shows the relative importance. It's a small number, but it's quite pervasive across the requests. And as you can see, 42 of these 80 countries who've submitted requests for support have submitted some type of request around ACE. So the need is out there. Next slide, please. So if we look at ACE-related requests by topic, So these were the 4 topics I showed you earlier. The most common one is around engagement with civil society. And so we see this a lot in terms of some of the outreach that takes place at the national level with different stakeholder groups, either in the development of the NDC or in the implementation and the outreach, socialization of the NDC. But certainly with the last round of NDC updates, this was a really big improvement that we saw, where countries spent a lot more time actually building up that engagement, taking the time to bring the right groups into the discussion. The second most common topic here is around gender equality. And again, I mentioned that the NDC partnership has a gender strategy. So it's something that through our partners, we're actively working with them so that gender isn't an afterthought, but it's something that's integrated into the way that they're thinking about their NDC implementation. Next slide, please. So this slide shows you ACE-related requests by sector. And so we've categorized all of the requests that we received by the sector that it touches on. Some requests don't specify a sector, they're really cross-cutting, or the sector just isn't defined, and that's the most common category. But aside from that, you can see that agriculture is the top category here in terms of number of requests, and that's followed by forestry and land use. And so a lot of the types of ACE-related requests that we're seeing are related to capacity building within the agriculture sector, outreach to different stakeholder groups. And so to give you an example, in Liberia, some of the requests that we receive are related to agriculture and trainings on improved low-emission technologies. Or in Panama, in the energy sector, a number of activities are in the pipeline to build the capacity of women leaders in increasing the use of renewable energy. So this type of intersection between capacity building and different types of implementation activities. Next slide, please. So breaking this down further, we can look at the types of activities. And here on the chart, we see that developing capacity, engaging stakeholders, and raising awareness are the top activity requests. And a few examples I wanted to share of this just to give you a sense of what those activities look like within the partnership. In Armenia, the government has requested support to build the capacity of government agencies to mainstream gender into climate policy. In Indonesia, they requested support to bring in new stakeholders into the NDC socialization and implementation process. And so in Indonesia, we worked with the Global Green Growth Institute, where they led a national awareness-raising campaign to ensure that different levels of government, different stakeholders were aware of what the NDC is and how it's going to impact them through its implementation. A last example is in Colombia, where the country requested a need for support to raise awareness around climate action in particular sectors to really help to build that buy-in for the commitments. And Colombia is one of our country members who set a very ambitious NDC target in the last round, and so they've really taken that implementation side of it seriously. So I'm going to end there, and we can go to the next slide, but I just wanted to set the scene in terms of some of the ways that we're seeing these different elements of ACE permeate through the requests that we've received from countries. And so I'm very pleased to turn it over to my colleague next. Jennifer Hanna Colada is a familiar face in the Capacity Hub and the PCCB, having been an active member for many years. She's now with the NDC Partnership as our regional manager for Latin America and the Caribbean, and so she's going to lead us through tonight's discussion. So over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Amanda. Hi, everybody. Good evening. I know this is a very difficult time, but I see a lot of eager face to hear about our speakers and this conversation, and just a light conversation informal about ACE and how our colleagues around the world fighting against this and do it for NDC implementation. As Amanda mentioned, the PCCB Hub is a home for me. Like at the beginning of the PCCB, this was established by our first period of the PCCB being an active body under the UNFCCC. So it's very emotional for me to see how has it been grown over the time, and it has been a very active space for what we intentioned at the beginning. There was a space for exchange, a space for people to network and exchange experiences and get to know a little bit better around the different ACE activities, but also capacity building, mainly capacity building within the UNFCCC, but also outside the UNFCCC. So very good. So I don't want to keep the microphone for myself, and I just want to go ahead and present our panelists. Omnia Omrani. Yes, thank you. She's the first official youth envoy for the COP27 president and a plastic surgery resident from Egypt. That's very cool. She has more than 7 years of experience in climate change with many roles to support gender equality, youth engagement, and the connection between climate and health. You're likely also seeing her on many panels this week, so thank you for being here. Our next panelist is David Canute. He is a climate change and child rights specialist with 20 years experience working with the UNICEF and UNESCO. He joined us today on behalf of UNICEF, bringing his experience in Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Caribbean to our conversation today. Thank you very much for being here. And lastly, but not less important, Vilma Alfu rounds out our panel today representing Panama, as the head of Climate Action Department at the Ministry of Environment. Vilma is also the ACE focal point in Panama, focal point to Euroclima, and coordinates Panama Country Plan. Gracias, Vilma, por estar acá. One thing that I should mention, we're going to have a bilingual panel. So Vilma is going to provide her remarks in Spanish, and I will do my best to do a very brief translation for those who don't know Spanish. So let's kick off this panel with the first question to Omnia. So how does capacity building, particularly for young people, need to be addressed in the context of implementing national climate action? Are there any examples that we can replicate? Please, you have the floor.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. And this is an area that I'm particularly passionate about because I see the importance of having our voices here at COP advocating for urgent climate action and the acceleration of the negotiation agenda. But then the real impact also happens after COP, especially when we're looking at the empowerment of youth and our education. I see two gaps, and then I could give examples on how these gaps are addressed. Because until now, for the ACE, specifically national implementation, we need, and this has been brought up since last COP, a youth representative or a youth national ACE focal point. We know that each country has a focal point that addresses empowerment, but empowerment is aimed at very much the building the capacity of youth, and it needs to be done with young people and in co-creation together. Because as young leaders as well as children and adolescents, we do a lot of empowerment and education, peer-to-peer learning, climate action clubs in our schools, universities, as well as informally. But until now, there isn't an existing mechanism which places the youth-led local initiatives that are being done, even though there's an untapped potential to their integration and to their acceleration of the national ACE programs, and then to further translate that into the global NDC process. But we also have the opportunity of the global stocktake, which is taking place next year, and it's important to integrate the concrete actions that are led by youth on the ground into the next acceleration of ambition of the NDCs. Why do I say that? Because, for example, for me personally, I started working on climate change since I was a second-year medical student. What inspired me every year to continue working on that is being part of a student-led organization, which is the International Federation of Medical Students Association. Two of the amazing members are sitting right there. And what we did is we learned from our attendance at COP every year as a delegation of students, but then we utilized that to build the capacity of our members that are there in 133 countries, representing over 1.3 million medical students. We did our own leadership training programs around climate change, specifically focusing on climate policy and climate and health. But at the same time, we also utilized the needs that we see in our own student communities, and we looked at our own education, whether climate change was addressed or not. We did a global survey, and we asked each student in 112 countries whether climate change was integrated in their formal curriculum and whether it was done in a non-formal setting. And we saw that less than 12% mentioned that. I know as well that many students are doing the same in their own schools, looking at their own curriculum. We had just last week a young climate leader. He was 13 years old from Colombia. And what he did is that he authored his own book on climate change so that it can be integrated in his own school and mobilize more Colombian children and adolescents to learn about climate change. So I see that there is a critical importance of integrating such concrete actions to inspire further commitment towards integrating climate change in education, but also having a more formalized structure for climate empowerment. And this cannot be done without the integration and the mainstreaming of youth-led perspectives, actions, and solutions into national ACE programming. And I see that COP can be a very powerful facilitator for that, because we can then learn from one another, as well as the NDC Partnerships Program, because it always has the overview of what countries are doing. And then we as young people can ask our countries to demand that assessment, and see how this can be a formalized structure within the NDC process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was just hearing you about the medical students and how the integration about health and climate change, and I'm very excited because this is something that it hasn't been told before as much. So this is creating awareness. This is a perfect example of doing that, and I think it's the perfect introduction for my next question to you. That is, what are some opportunities for building ACE elements into NDC implementation, particularly in all the 6 elements? Education, public awareness, public participation, and access to information.
So I'd like to very much answer this question because, first of all, right before COP, we had COI, which is the Conference of Youth, and this takes place every year. It has been going on for 17 years. And what we develop out of this is capacity building, especially for the young delegates that are coming to COP to understand the technicalities and the complexity of the negotiation process. But at the same time, we also work together to develop the Global Youth Statement, which is the official input of youth from around the world to the COP process every year. This year we had 1,100 young leaders coming in from 149 countries. And in that Global Youth Statement, we had divided it into certain sections, focusing on adaptation, mitigation, as well as ACE. And our recommendations for that, and this is something we also took forward when we had on the Youth and Future Generations Day, we had a roundtable discussion where we invited the chairs of country groups, ministers, and we also had the UK Minister of Education, and we had a couple of negotiators, and we started proposing our policy asks. One of the key takeaways that we had specifically for ACE is the challenge of accessibility and having language diverse capacity building material so that this can be amplified across all the different countries, across all the different communities, and how to increase the accessibility to the materials that are needed to build capacity and to raise public awareness. The second thing we also addressed was how to co-create the ACE programs, having it more of a youth-led process, and not just having the national ACE focal points develop that, but it's always happening in a sustainable and consultative manner with the children, with the adolescents, with the youth, so that there is a sense of co-leadership in the national ACE program. And why is this important? Because we are very flexible, we're very innovative, and we have the direct access to our communities to really move from the national programming and the policy planning into implementation, as well as monitoring and evaluation. So this has to be done in co-partnership with youth, because it brings in more of the pragmatic and the practicality of the implementation. Youth-led research is also important because we are able to identify the needs of our own communities and of our own demographic, so it has to be done in parallel with us. And we're very open to that. We would like to not just be given the materials to be delivered, but to also work on its co-creation. And then finally, working with, in a multidisciplinary manner or in an intergenerational manner, where you have the ministers of education, you have the national ACE focal points, the ministries of environment, and then you have a youth advisory group or a youth sounding board that can work together in the development and the implementation and the acceleration of the national ACE programs.
Thank you so much, Amna, for those insights. I'm very blown away about all the activities that are taking in place, and this is exactly what is implementation all about. So thank you so much for that. Moving to David. David, can you share some UNICEF work related to ACE that supports child and youth considerations in NDC implementation, as well as gender equality?
Sure, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. So my presentation is going to focus on education, even though all the elements of ACE are critical to reach the greenhouse gases targets of NDCs. So of course, in the race against time to tackle the climate crisis, education will be just vital in the coming years to meet these targets. Just I will come to an example of the work of UNICEF, but just some have drawn a parallel between closing the emission gap which NDCs aim to, the difference between the greenhouse gas emissions under business as usual and what is needed to meet the commitments of the Paris Agreement, and closing the education gap, which is the difference between education as usual, so business as usual, and education as usual, and what is needed to build the knowledge, skills, and attitudes needed to accelerate climate action. So one way UNICEF, but also other organizations such as UN agencies such as UNESCO and UNICEF do to work, and NDCs, it's at the policy level, is to track progress made to accelerate the ACE agenda through NDCs. So as some of you may know, most of you may know, is that most countries' NDCs, so the revised NDCs which were adopted last year and this year, do include some elements around the ACE agenda. So for instance, 77% of NDCs are referring to education. However, when we look at climate change education, all NDCs are failing. Yeah, all of them. So from a gender inclusion perspective, as you're asking, we know that the revised NDCs, there's been a lot of progress compared to the initial NDCs of 2015. However, when it comes to acknowledging the agency of girls, adolescent girls, and the need to focus on access to quality education for girls, here as well, very few NDCs meet the minimum criteria. So out of the most recently revised indices, 6 of them are referring to gender-responsive climate education. But however, none of them is recognizing the importance of investing in girls' education to meet the targets of the indices. Yeah? So that's, in brief, a few comments on your first question. And of course, the bigger picture is that generally, children and young people in NDCs are often referred to as vulnerable group, as beneficiaries, as a group to be consulted, but very rarely as agents of change. So here is a link with the 8th agenda and education, yeah?
Thank you so much, David. And I think your remarks right now gives the perfect introduction for my next question. That is, how can NDC partnership member organizations such as UNICEF better coordinate the support and partnership to fulfill the ATSIIEO program and the Paris Agreement?
Sure. So now I've focused on at the policy level. So it's good to refer to the 8th agenda, education in the NDC. But now let's talk about implementation. And that's, of course, where there are major gaps between the commitments in the NDCs and the actual implementation. And so, of course, UNICEF and, again, the same organizations such as UNESCO and many NGOs are really trying to promote climate change education in different ways. So, for instance, many of you will have heard of global initiatives such as the world's largest lesson, which has existed for many years. Just recently in September, at the Transforming Education Summit, the TESS, convened by the UNSG in New York, UNESCO launched the Greening Education Partnership. Different ministers met here at COP to see how to operationalize this new partnership. And this partnership is linked to a recent survey conducted with young people. About 17,000 young people responded on how they want to see, how they want to shape climate change education. Just this afternoon, I attended the launch of this survey results, and next year it will lead to the elaboration of global climate change education guidelines to be adapted to regional context, and all partners need to be part of this effort to accelerate climate change education at a global level. However, at the country level, in spite of many countries attempting to progress and to integrate climate change education into their curriculum, we are really so much lagging behind. And so a recent review by UNESCO found that out of 100 countries, about half of them had not yet integrated climate change into the national curriculum, which is, of course, a source of concern. And so I will just to conclude, just to point at 2 strategies we need to promote to be able to accelerate the integration of climate change education into education systems. The first one is really intersectoral collaboration. Over the past few years, I've worked with a few countries, some in the Caribbean, such as Antigua and Barbuda and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, other countries in Africa, such as Djibouti and Eswatini. And the situation is quite almost the same. Sectors do work in silo, and so often you have an amazing curriculum developed, let's say, by the ministry in charge of climate change, of environment, and then they try to share it with the Ministry of Education. But the Ministry of Education is not on board from the early stage, which means that they are not able to actually integrate this new curriculum into their priorities. So just one illustration from Eswatini in Southern Africa. I just spoke with a delegate this morning. A few years ago, maybe 2 years ago, they tried to come up with a new climate change curriculum, and they just gave it to the National Curriculum Center under the Ministry of Education. It failed, just because the Ministry of Education was not ready. Teachers were not trained, there was no space in the existing curriculum, and so the response from the Ministry of Education was, come back to us once you have clear guidelines, once we have established a steering committee where our two ministries work together with other stakeholders. Let's take the time to consult different stakeholders. And just this year in 2022, the Ministry of Climate Change came back to the same national curriculum center with a more elaborate plan, more consultative, more inclusive, and now they have been able to make some very concrete progress. So intersectoral collaboration is just key, and it's often missing. And the second point I want to highlight is climate finance. Now, we tend to believe that climate funds are not looking at the education sector, like the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund. And just early this year, I conducted a review of all the projects funded by the GCF and Adaptation Fund from a child rights perspective. So looking at different child-relevant sectors, including education. And one finding was that about 20% of projects, or about 50 projects, did include some components on education. Some very light, like working with some schools, some more elaborate, such as revising curriculum and training teachers. And likewise, about 15% of projects included some work around TVET, greening TVET, technical and vocational education and training. So even though it's not explicit, it's not visible in the title of projects, the main sector may be transportation, agriculture, but once you look into the project, you realize that climate funds are already supporting the education sector. And I was glad a few days ago to attend a side event with the Green Climate Fund. We really say loud and clear that by the time of COP28, they really want to be able to approve some projects which are focusing on education. But until now, member states, countries are not submitting projects on education because they believe that these funds are not interested, but they are interested. So the call is really that all stakeholders should work with their countries, their governments, to find ways to prioritize ACE-related agendas and education sector into their pipelines of projects to be submitted to these climate funds. Yeah?
Thank you so much, David. I think that one takeaway point that we can have from here is this is exactly why it's important to keep raising awareness and keep involving all the actors in the decision making and in the design of the programs and the projects at the country level, but also like being inclusive with all the actors that are on the ground working for ACE implementation. So thank you very much for that. So we'll now transition to Vilma, and now I'm going to switch to Spanish. I'm sorry for those who don't know the language, but bear with us for a little bit. Entonces, Vilma, ahora transitando para ti. Hemos escuchado de Omnia estos ejemplos de cómo estudiantes de medicina están trabajando para incrementar la acción climática, tanto al nivel de la juventud, pero también en todo lo que significa el sector salud, un sector que ha sido un poquito, vamos a decir, no tanto trabajado en la acción climática y en general. Y para mí fue sumamente emotivo escuchar cómo los ejemplos que están haciendo los estudiantes de medicina para incrementar y resaltar lo que es ACE y su importancia. Y desde David nos enseñó algunos ejemplos de UNICEF, cómo están apoyándolo, y pues nos resaltó lo que fue la importancia de que el diseño de proyectos de acción climática tiene que tener el involucramiento de todos los actores, desde el nivel desde su planificación, su diseño, hasta su implementación, y por qué es importante tenerlo desde una perspectiva de lineamiento y guiamiento desde los gobiernos, ya que sabes que los retos de los gobiernos es que los procesos de gobierno no son permanentes, son transitorios, y pues siempre debe de haber un rol, un actor que nos guíe en el camino de que ya se ha pautado, ¿no? Entonces mi pregunta para ti es ¿cuáles son los objetivos de la acción para el empoderamiento climático en Panamá para el futuro? y pues si nos puedes compartir alguna de las experiencias que han tenido en el momento. Gracias.
Gracias. Bueno, ¿me escuchan? Sí. Bueno, ante todo, gracias por invitarme. Nosotros realmente estamos empezamos este año con el proceso de la estrategia de acción climática como estrategia. Sin embargo, nosotros desde décadas atrás, digamos que inicios de los años 2000, se trabaja muy fuerte en la educación ambiental, se ha trabajado en la capacitación de funcionarios, en funcionarios de municipios, y también tenemos un programa que se llama la Academia sobre Cambio Climático para Jóvenes Líderes. Esta academia se viene realizando desde el año 2018, una vez al año, la cual se suspende en el 2020 por el tema del COVID. En el 2021 regresamos a hacerla de manera virtual, pero debido a la aceptación y al interés de tantos jóvenes de aprender sobre temas de cambio climático y empoderarse del tema, teníamos una gran cantidad de postulaciones. Así que este año se hicieron 2 academias, ya se graduaron 2 academias este año, y a partir del próximo año pues será una por cuatrimestre, porque son demasiadas postulaciones. En una semana tuvimos más de 400 postulaciones y solamente se publicó en redes sociales. Entonces, es a partir del año 2021 cuando nosotros entonces como Dirección de Cambio Climático hacemos la solicitud al programa Euroclima Plus para que nos acompañen y nos lleven a crear entonces esta Estrategia Nacional de Acción por el Empoderamiento Climático, la cual empieza entonces a partir de este año. Empezamos primero con talleres para la Dirección de Cambio Climático, para sacar información de cómo lo vemos nosotros, qué estamos haciendo, cuáles acciones hemos tomado, a cuántas personas se han capacitado, etcétera, para tener insumos para poder entonces hacer el estudio del arte de la situación actual, de cómo se encuentra el país. Y se encuentran algunas deficiencias, por ejemplo, en el tema de la educación formal. En la educación formal en Panamá no se ve el tema de cambio climático, no se ve ni siquiera a nivel de escuelas ni de universidades. Cosa que tenemos planeado dentro de la estrategia llevar a cabo en conjunto con el Ministerio de Educación. Luego de este paso se hace un estudio de percepción sobre el cambio climático a nivel nacional. Este estudio se hizo primero a través de encuestas online y luego a los lugares de difícil acceso, como comarcas, por ejemplo, se lleva entonces la encuesta al sitio y se reúnen a las personas para hacer encuestas en colegios. Y esta encuesta abarca niveles desde niños hasta gente de la tercera edad. ¿Ok? Ya nos entregaron los resultados y con estos resultados nos damos cuenta dónde están las debilidades, dónde nosotros debemos incidir con mayor fuerza, en quiénes incidir con mayor fuerza y qué tipo de comunicación se requiere para que llegue a esta población que es la que más está necesitando esta información. Resulta que los jóvenes, en su mayoría menores de 25 años, al hacerle la pregunta respondieron que sí sabían de cambio climático. La gente de la tercera edad, bueno, digamos no tercera edad, mayores de 35 años, dicen, de repente no lo conozco, no sé mucho, pero cuando empiezan a hacer las preguntas, los que estaban acá que sabían y los que estaban acá que no sabían, se fueron cambiando así, ¡pum! ¿Y qué pasó? Los que decían no saber, sabían bastante más que los que no sabían. ¿Esto debido a qué? Al tipo de información que buscan, dónde la encuentran. Los mayores se basan en noticieros serios, buscan información científica, buscan información en lugares serios en internet. En cambio, la juventud, muchas redes sociales. Entonces, ¿eso qué nos indica? Que debemos llegarle a los jóvenes con información verídica, real, a través de redes sociales. Eso en el tema de la comunicación. Pero en el tema de educación, se llega a la conclusión de que se necesita mucha educación a nivel formal dentro de la currícula escolar. Por último, entonces realizamos el proceso participativo. El proceso participativo trata de conversaciones y talleres con sectores, con todos los sectores de la República, sector público, privado, academia, científicos, estudiantes, amas de casa, toda la población. Se realizan primero en un taller de inicio, taller de arranque que le llamamos. Ahí mezclamos a todos estos sectores para sacar insumos y qué piensan ellos, a dónde debemos incidir, qué propuestas ellos tienen, etc. Luego de allí entonces ya nos vamos a la parte online. Entonces, con sector específico, con cada sector específico por tema. De allí se van sacando también los insumos para poder entonces trabajar una estrategia. Finalmente se hace un taller think tank en el que allí entonces solamente se invitan académicos, científicos, gente especialista en temas de cambio climático, etc. De allí entonces ya sale una información mucho más fortalecida, mucho más aportes, y todo esto se mezcla, todo esto se junta para entonces trabajar la línea base y hacer entonces con todo lo que tenemos desde el estudio del arte, el estudio de percepción y, el estado del arte, que es lo que se llama el estudio de percepción, y los talleres participativos, sacar entonces el documento borrador de la estrategia que ya está por ser entregado en estos días. De hecho, creo que ya me lo mandaron para revisar, y ponerlo entonces a consulta pública el próximo año. Luego de la consulta pública, que son talleres también con la ciudadanía, entonces vienen los planes de acción, planes pilotos de acción. Uno de los planes pilotos, pues, es nuestro plan estrella, que es la academia. Ese es uno de nuestros proyectos estrella en la Dirección de Cambio Climático, y ese va a ser precisamente el primer plan piloto que vamos a utilizar como medida para la implementación de la ENACE en Panamá. Y también tenemos proyectado algunos otros proyectos ya conversados con el Ministerio de Educación, como por ejemplo el fortalecimiento en capacidades sobre cambio climático en educadores. ¿Qué educadores? Hay unos educadores que se llaman la Red de Educadores Ambientales. Fortalecerlos a ellos, empezando con ellos, pero además llegar a todas las escuelas.
No, muchísimas gracias, Vilma. Yo creo que Panamá tiene un camino largo a recorrer. Creo que es uno de los países de la región que están priorizando, iniciando lo que es el desarrollo de la estrategia de acción para el empoderamiento climático, y precisamente me encantó escuchar que la encuesta arrojó informaciones sumamente alertadoras. Sí. Y precisamente lo que arroja es un elemento de ACE que ha sido un reto desde siempre, que es la información es accesible, pero si es la información accesible y verídica. Entonces esto es sumamente interesante, y pues veo gran camino a recorrer en Panamá. Y precisamente con este ejemplo que Panamá está recogiendo ahora mismo, ¿cómo puede, desde tu perspectiva, cómo puede la acción para el empoderamiento climático ayudar a los países a aumentar esa ambición con la NDC? Pero no solamente la NDC como les llamamos ambición mitigación, sino ambición general, el objetivo del Acuerdo de París en su totalidad.
Claro, porque es que además hay que destacar que la estrategia de acción por el empoderamiento climático se convierte, no solo en Panamá, sino en todos los países, un medio para implementar las estrategias de largo plazo. Y en Panamá, precisamente, como estamos ahora mismo llevando a cabo la segunda actualización de las NDC, se está trabajando en conjunto las dos estrategias y las NDC para alinearse y llegar entonces a estrategias y documentos coherentes unos con los otros. ¿Y cómo puede ayudar a los demás países? Pues precisamente porque teniendo una población mayormente informada, mayormente empoderada en el tema del cambio climático, por supuesto que las ambiciones pueden crecer. Las ambiciones de todos los países aumentan porque la gente tiene la información, que es lo que se necesita. Si tú no tienes una persona informada, ¿de qué me vale a mí tratar de... Un ejemplo. Cuando yo le hablo a un adulto, yo en mi casa separo los desechos y los llevo al reciclaje todos los meses. Pero si yo trato de enseñarle eso a un adulto, me va a decir, ¿eso a mí de qué me sirve? ¿Cómo me va a ayudar a mí esto? Pero si tú enseñas a una persona por qué te va a ayudar esto, tú lo vas a hacer. Y por ejemplo ahora con el tema del financiamiento climático, que te lo exigen para mayores financiamiento, menores intereses, y si tú le das a la persona ese conocimiento de que además económicamente me sirve para mejorar mi producción, mejorar mis resultados, las personas lo van a hacer solos, lo van a hacer solitos de forma natural, y eso es lo que se espera, que la persona maneje el tema del empoderamiento climático o del cambio climático de manera natural. Y esto solamente se logra con las capacitaciones.
No, buenísimo, Vilma. Totalmente de acuerdo. Muchísimas gracias por tus palabras. Ahora voy a cambiar al inglés para poder tal vez resumir un poquito de tu intervención. So now I'm going to switch to English so I can briefly summarize what Vilma's remark share with us. We had two questions for Vilma. The one was, what is Panama's vision for ACE in the future? And how can ACE help countries increase their ambition for NDC implementation and the climate commitments? So Vilma just shared with us that Panama really actively started working in ACE around early 2000s. And through the early 2000s, they have a raising awareness and capacity building program at all levels that was interrupted because of COVID and the pandemic, right? But then after they got a little bit of more established the better work after the pandemic, they had this support from Euroclima Plus that helped them in 3 ways. So one way was an analysis of the state of ACE implementation in Panama, but also help them go through a survey of the knowledge of the population of Panama in terms of how to implement ACE. So the survey dropped very, very interesting results, and they all had the common denominator that it depends on the source of information that people access and how they utilize this information for ACE implementation at all levels. The youth said that they knew climate change, that they know how to access and address climate change, but it wasn't with information that was very useful. It was very science-based. But then the elderly people that said that they didn't know much about climate change was actually the ones that knew better climate change, because the little information that they knew was actually science-based information. So this is something that really helped them create the design of the pathway or the roadmap for implementation of the ACE, of the design of the ACE strategy for Panama. And of course, in terms of how Action for Climate Empowerment will help countries increase their climate ambition, it's basically because ACE is the vehicle for the implementation of the long-term strategies and climate action in the future. So without education, capacity building, awareness, public participation, and public information, there's little chance of having countries implement their NDCs and achieve the goal of the Paris Agreement. So thank you very much, Vilma, and thank you so much for Onya and David to be in this panel. I know whether we run out of time, but I just want to open the floor for the audience if they have any questions, we can take one question, but if not, that's totally all right. Okay. No, I don't see any questions. So thank you so much to David, to Vilma, and Omnia, that she's no longer here with us. We hope that we share some takeaways of what Action for Climate Empowerment driven inclusive implementation of NDC can and should look like in the coming years, and what steps will be taken to achieve to take into consideration some of these goals. And now that within this conference there was the adoption, or hopefully the adoption when the COP is in the closed session, but according to negotiations, that's already done. We have our new ACE work program, so we're hopefully coming for news for implementations in the coming days. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here.
Good evening, everybody. We will now begin our closing session of the 4th Capacity Building Hub ACE Day. My name is Lily Bermel, and this is Roberta. We are both members, and in Roberta's case, co-chair of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, the host for the 7-day-long 4th Capacity Building Hub. Established 7 years ago at COP21, hence the name Paris, the PCCB is a constituted body under the convention that seeks to address current and emerging gaps and needs in implementing and further enhancing capacity building in developing countries. The UNFCCC process is full of acronyms, so I'll now throw one more at you, the PCCB network. The PCCB has 4 working groups, and Roberta here is lead for Working Group 1. The 4 leads make up the PCCB Network Task Force that oversees the work of the network. So I'll invite Roberta to tell us a little bit more about the network.
Thank you very much, Lily, and good evening, everyone. So the PCCB network was launched in 2020 as a voluntary association of interested stakeholders engaged in climate-related capacity building to support PCCB's mission and mandate. And the expertise of network members is regularly mobilized by PCCB, either at regional level through PCCB side events at the UNFCCC Regional Climate climate weeks, or through regular webinars and events throughout the years, and also at the international level throughout the capacity building hub here at COPS. And talking of which, I'm turning back the mic to you, Lily, to talk us about the capacity building hub.
Perfect. So we are at day 6 of the hub, and the closing day is tomorrow. The Capacity Building Hub is PCCB's flagship mandated event that takes place every year at COP. This is the 4th edition of the hub. Its objective, ultimately, is to showcase the variety of capacity building efforts which have taken place over the year, just as we did today, by sharing information, experiences, and technical capacities to further climate action on a large scale. Today, the 6th thematic area explored the intersection between capacity building and action for climate empowerment, or ACE. Building capacities with ACE Day brought us a wide diversity of projects, approaches, and experiences from across the globe, from local community-based work to international networking that expedites learning for climate action. Through the day, diverse organizations showcase different approaches towards capacity building efforts, such as youth empowerment, climate adaptation, gender equality, partnership establishment, and energy transition from collaborations around the world. To learn more about the PCCB, members like Roberta and me, and its network, make sure to check out the 2 banners at the side of the room. The QR code takes you to our web pages and more information. So now I will hand over to Climate, who will provide us with a short summary of today's event's key outcomes. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. And for those that have stayed, I hope today has been an enjoyable day for you. You have hopefully have learned something today, and perhaps that you have definitely enjoyed today's agenda, starting from 8:30 in the morning. So at the start, we learned from Rest for Africa about youth empowerment for driving African energy transition, and then we switched to climate and digital storyteller and learning about storytelling for climate action. And after that, we have a session by the UNEP and ARA about capacity for changing climate and learning from 3 of their global initiatives. And after that, we've learned about gamification, which is a really interesting topic for myself, from the climate long game. And then from the high-level champions, we learned about the future of citizen action. And then from the Ministry of Environment from the Dominican Republic, we learned about training the next generation of climate change negotiators. And then from the UNFCCC, we learned about youth for capacity. And then in the last session of the day, which has just finished, we learned from the NDC partnership about accelerating NDC implementation through ATSIIEO. Today has been a long day, and I thank you for all your participation and engaging in all of our sessions. So that's it. Today, that's the end of the day. We hope that you've learned something, and we hope to see you again in our final session tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the perfect recap of the day, and once more, thank you for leading the organization and management of the day. Thank you for this wonderful collaboration, which we hope to repeat also next years. And thank you all, or for those who stayed. Tomorrow will be the last day of the Capacity Building Hub, waiting for you here. Thank you and good night.